Induction, The AgencyFiles, a prequel, written by Chautona Havig, narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. Chapter 1. Rockland, June 27th, 2012, 10:52 a.m. He'd dodged bullets, literal ones, for years and without flinching. Much. So why did a stupid interview to secure his next career path daunt him? After staring at the nondescript building from the sidewalk, Keith Auger inhaled, held it, exhaled slowly, and took the steps at a swift but steady pace. No one would have noticed the half-second hesitation before he gripped the metal door handle and jerked it open. But he felt it and promised himself a stern talking to about it, later. A bored receptionist took his name, clattered her ridiculously long fingernails over a keyboard, and reached for a card which she encoded with something. ID? Only then did she look up at him. Her attitude shifted just a little as he passed her his driver's license. Thank you, Mr. Auger. Down the hall to your left. Would you like me to show you? Women liked him. They always had. He didn't know if it was due to the obvious military training, the way he didn't flirt with them, or if he was as good-looking as they seemed to think. He'd never taken the time to examine himself, call him a coward, and he knew he was in this area, but he didn't want to decide that he came up wanting. I think I've got it, but if I find out I'm wrong, I'll be back. The woman's expression changed, and only then did he realize she'd gone from frustrated to hopeful. The hopeful was obvious. Frustrated, it could have been terrified. She had a difficult face to read. Well, I'll be here if you need anything. Keith chose not to reflect on whether the emphasis he thought he heard on anything was really there. You're an attractive woman, but the more you speak, the quicker it fades. He would have added, kill the desperation, but he stopped himself in time. He had no right to make that judgment. His shoes created light echoes across the tile flooring as he crossed the sterile lobby. Fake plants, black and white photos of Rockland landmarks, lots of grays and that weird color that always seemed to be fighting within itself over whether it was gray or brown. It couldn't be a more generic place if it had been designed to be. At the end of a ridiculously long hallway, a guard requested the pass and, after inserting it into the reader, demanded his ID. A call, a few close stares, a couple of questions about who he had come to see and who had given him the pass seemed to reassure her. Awfully tight security for an interview. Understanding hit him about the time he punched the elevator button. The layout of a Secret Service building would probably be valuable information on some market or another, and he thought the military had written the manual on security. A woman stood inside the doorway of one of the offices, likely the woman who would decide his fate. Would he become a Secret Service agent? From all he'd been told, he'd know by the end of the day. She couldn't be more than 5'2", although her obscene heels hinted at closer to 5'5". Probably 100 pounds in winter, wearing full ski gear. And a bowling ball. Dark, wavy hair and equally dark eyes. Indian for sure. She had that exotic, aristocratic look that some Indian women managed without even trying. Beautiful? An understatement. Her hand thrust out to grasp his, and in the span of a single shake, Keith revised his assessment. She might be as much as 110, sans bowling ball even. The woman was strong. No, she didn't squeeze the life from his hand, but he'd learned to gauge a person's strength from the way she gripped or the way he moved. Every move this woman made told a story, and every one of them impressed him. Could he take her in a fight? Most likely. He had almost 100 pounds on her for one thing. Could she do some serious damage before he took her out? Most likely. If he were caught off guard? Certainly. Hani Kur, you're... Interesting. She didn't make assumptions. Just as he introduced himself, Keith realized the interview had already begun. Keith Auger. Nice to meet you. Please, have a seat. The office, though on the small side, felt open. The desk that housed a computer monitor and desk pad was narrower than most. Then he saw it. A lift. It had hydraulics to make it a standing desk. That's probably why the chair had been moved aside. In front of that desk sat 2 smallish armchairs, round-backed. Probably crazy comfy for her. They'd kill his lumbar region in another 10 years, at best. It seemed ridiculous, but Keith hesitated between the 2 chairs for half a second before deciding to ask, "Do you have a preference for which chair I sit in?" "Either is fine." "You're overthinking this, Augur." When she seated herself in the chair opposite, Keith's throat began to constrict. Something about this didn't feel right. What was she doing? Without preamble, Miss Core reached for an iPad and began flicking across the screen. All his friends had said those iPad things wouldn't catch on. Clearly they had here. "You have an impressive service record, Mr. Augur." How did he respond to that? Implying he didn't would be dishonest, not to mention a great way to hint that someone else might be a better fit. But a glance at her showed he'd taken too much thinking time already. "No more than a lot of guys. We did our jobs. Some of us were put in situations that required more from us than others faced. Had they been in our shoes?" He let the thought lay there and hoped for the best. Those eyes widened just a bit. Surprise? Disbelief? It wasn't disgust. That one he'd have been able to detect. "You're—" A buzzing sound stopped her. She stared at the floor, rising from her seat as she did. After half a second, she pulled her weapon from a back holster and pointed for him to get behind the desk, despite it being useless as a barrier. He'd have protested, but the look she gave him prompted obedience, against every instinct in his body. "She's your commanding officer right now. You listen. It's probably a test." The door opened just as she reached for it. 1 second, he peered over the desktop, ready to spring into action, and the next, a stinging gas filled his eyes and lungs. He coughed, sputtered, and squeezed his eyes shut before vaulting the desk and bolting from the room. Half a second later, he jumped back inside as a couple of wild shots rang out in the hallway. A second look showed an empty hall. Keith, coughing again, took a look both ways and saw exit signs at each end of the hall. Perspiration dampened his armpits as he bolted for the one closest to the rear of the building. Even if they'd taken the elevator, they'd have to go out the back. No one would try to drag a woman out of the front of the Rockland Secret Service field office in broad daylight. The door to the stairwell took too long to reach. 10 seconds? It should have been 5. He didn't have any seconds to waste if they used the elevator. Just as he reached for the handle, Keith hesitated and glanced around. No fire extinguisher. Great. There went that plan. He dashed into the stairwell and made it down 2 steps before the red extinguisher registered in his brain. He backtracked, ripped it off the wall, and took the steps 2 and 3 at a time. In movies, the hero would have jumped over corners to get down faster, but he'd never done it. Breaking an ankle wouldn't end this nightmare, but it could prevent him from stopping it. Just as he passed the 2nd floor, his footfalls echoing in the stairwell, he heard fumbling and stomping above him. A glance back told him he'd better hurry. They'd gotten off the elevator before the lobby. Smart move. If he'd had time to sit and ponder like a villain in some superhero movie, Keith would likely have allowed himself half a second of a diabolical grin. As it was, he barely got the door shut and himself in position before he heard them coming. He'd read it in a book once. Well, actually, his mom had played the audio CD on a long car trip to the Grand Canyon when he was 15, but he remembered it well. An old lady spy at a compound in Italy and karate chops to the neck, one invader at a time. With the extinguisher in one hand, ready to brain the guy, and his other hand ready to jerk the jerk out of the way, Keith waited. Please don't let them push her out first. He'd do it. Conk her over the head with it if she happened to appear first. There wouldn't be time to prevent it. But she'd end up with a concussion. Still, better that than kidnapped. The door pulled open 1 centimeter at a time. The guy looked left first and stepped forward just a bit more as his head turned. Their gazes met, but before the guy could call out a warning, Keith slammed the fire extinguisher down on his head and jerked him out of the way. A new thought hit him just as the door pushed open further. The next one would be Miss Core. Great. But it was too late. He pulled his blow as much as possible, but she dropped to the ground with the same sickening crack of the head as the last guy. Should have dropped her on him. Footfalls on the stairs told him the other guy had taken off. Keith didn't have time to waste. He hoisted the unconscious woman over his shoulder in a fireman's hold and rushed for the back entrance. Someone called for him to stop, but since he didn't know who that was, he kept going. He'd get her far away, make sure they weren't followed, and take her to an urgent care, maybe in one of the little towns around the loop. Too bad he didn't know where they were, how to get there, and which ones had decent medical care. As he slid her into the back seat of his '39 Packard, Keith winced at her goose egg. So much for that job. Hani groaned, opened her eyes, and at the sight of a world that seemed distorted by a psychedelic filter, closed them again. A voice, a familiar-ish one, said, "Did I see you move your eyelids?" The recruit. He'd gotten her out. Impressive. Yes. As much as she hated to admit it, even to herself, saying more than that would probably make her moan. Never show weakness, especially when you're half the size of your target. The car lurched left and accelerated, only to come to a near stop a moment later. A peek left showed the man clenching his jaw and gripping the steering wheel while attempting to bore holes in the rearview mirror with laser vision or something. Are they behind us? When the light changed, he shot forward and around a car, passing on the right. Impressive. She hadn't thought he'd do that. A moment later, she slammed into his seat. Might want to buckle up. I didn't have time. Never would have guessed. Hani wouldn't have smiled exactly, but feeling her sarcastic side emerge told her she'd be okay. Why does my head hurt? Conked you with a fire extinguisher. He glanced at her in the rearview mirror before adding, Sorry, I tried to pull it when I realized they'd push you out next, but it was too late. And where are we? Hani couldn't look out the window. That still did wonky things to her vision and her equilibrium. No clue. Don't know the city. So far, I've managed to evade these guys 3 times, but they always find me again. I kind of have a conspicuous car. That's when she saw it. Wood trim by her hand hinted at a car from the 40s or 50s. Why hadn't she known what he drove? Hani squeezed her eyes in an attempt to clear them. He's been driving a rental. Didn't we look to see if he owned a vehicle? She thought they had. Why couldn't she remember? I decided I needed to get us out of the city, but every time I get near an on-ramp, I see something that makes me think we're being followed. This time he shot into a parking lot. No, easy to get boxed in. But he didn't. He managed to squeeze between 2 vans and wait. I think I lost them before I turned in here. The guy, what was his name, turned to look at her. Can you look at me? I think you'll probably have a concussion. Even as he peered into her eyes, his hands fumbled in the glove compartment of a car built when women probably still wore gloves to church on Sundays. He pulled a Garmin from within and plugged it into a cigarette lighter, all without taking his eyes off hers. Hani eventually closed them, needing a steadying moment. Yep, concussion. Sorry. This is good, though. I didn't trust myself to stop driving long enough to try to get my GPS going. He sounded truly apologetic. Interesting. That went on a mental inventory. How will a GPS help you evade these guys? It won't, but it'll help me figure out where I am and am going once I do. Good. Someone climbed into the van to Hani's right, and the man scowled. Wasn't ready to take off yet, but here goes. Before he could put the car in reverse, she climbed over the seat and pulled the buckle tight around her. Her stomach clenched, head swam, and her eyes, well, if they ever worked right again, she'd be grateful. 3 empty spaces appeared when the van backed out and drove away. Her rescuer, she really needed to remember his name, or ask, backed out as well, took off around the back of the building and flung the car into reverse as he reached the corner. I don't think they saw me, but there's a car just sitting there. No idea if it's them or not, but not risking it. How do you see them? Tires squealed as Keith missed a hatchback by mere centimeters. Gas tanker to the right. Reflective. The car swung around, and the driver of the hatchback flung a rude gesture at them and screamed obscenities as they passed. He's not happy. Hani snickered. She couldn't help it. Back on the streets, she tried to get her bearing, but he changed directions wildly. Someone needed to teach him evasion tactics. As he veered around one corner, sped through an alley, and went right back on the road he'd been driving down, she held on tight. He might just get away with it. Their pursuers would expect someone with skills and try to predict moves based on prior ones. No one could predict this guy. He drove like a taxi driver in a bad movie, skilled and scary. Throbbing above and to the left of her right temple sent her hand fumbling and prompted a gasp of pain when fingers made contact. Her self-appointed chauffeur hissed a, "Sorry." He broke off what else he might have said and began watching the rearview mirror in earnest. Might be a different car now, or a citizen. It's hard to tell. How many are there? What do they want? Don't know. Something in her tone must have fired off alarm bells, because he slammed on his brakes at a yellow light and stared at her as cars screeched to stops behind him. Okay, do you know how to get out of the city without using the loop? She did, didn't she? With pain still shooting through her, Hani closed her eyes and said, "Don't get off city streets until you know you've lost them. It's harder to take someone out in a crowded area." Good point. After a second glance at her, he shot through the light half a second before it turned red. A car that had tried to gun it through a yellow screeched and swerved, nearly colliding with a median. Hani's head slammed into the window when he swerved to avoid a car pulling out into traffic and saw red, then white, before blackness consumed her again. Chapter 2. Fairbury, June 27th, 2012. 1:10 p.m.
Such a mouse. I don't get how she landed him. She's just there. No personality, nothing.
Standing near his usual table at Marcello's, Roman Simon listened to his employees discuss their opinion of his wife. He'd heard it all, and it never became easier, but Anna always shook her head, smiled that special smile she reserved only for him, and said, "Who cares what they think? If you love me, that's all that matters." Maybe he shouldn't, but he did care. Even his mother, the wonderful woman that she was, had asked the night before his wedding, "Are you sure, Roman? Can you be happy with someone so bland?" At times like this, he wanted to stand on the rooftops and shout his triumph. They had no Anna. No one did. She was his. Better than that, he was hers, which made him the happiest man alive. Anna Simon had overheard the comments as well and smiled when she saw Roman stiffen. He'd be livid. At least once a week, usually on Wednesday. He came home raving about some perceived injustice against her, but she didn't care. Roman loved her, just as she was, and always would. In her experience, few women ever felt the beauty and security of the knowledge that a man loved them unconditionally. That luxury was reserved for a select few, women like Anna, who were patient, chose well, and nurtured their relationships with the care of a gardener in a conservatory. In the restroom, Anna brushed the wind-tossed curls into perfect waves and adjusted her dress. The temperatures outside soared to miserable heights, but she'd come anyway. It was what she did. Roman managed Marcello's, Fairbury's nicest restaurant, and she supported him in his goal of buying out Philip Marcel. They'd almost reached the goal. Any day now. Every Wednesday, she walked the 4 blocks from their small flat, took a seat in the corner of the room, and waited to order until Roman could spare the time to eat with her. Sometimes they ate within minutes of her arrival, the food appearing before her without any idea of what he'd chosen. Other times, she waited an hour or more until the lunch rush was over and he could sit. On those days, Roman usually gave the table a one-fingered tap as he passed, a signal for, "Order for me. I'll be here soon." Today, the restaurant was only half full. so Roman would have ordered by now. She shouldn't keep him waiting. With a last glance at her reflection, Anna decided she looked nice. Her hair was tamed, her dress fit well, and her face clean, just how he liked her. Roman stood at the table, waiting impatiently. She'd taken too long. She hurried to the chair he held for her and sat down, an apology on her lips before he could reach his own chair. "I'm sorry, Roman." "Don't." She played with the plain gold band on her left hand. The server who filled their glasses would take that apology in all the wrong ways. Once the woman left, Anna tried again. "I am sorry, Roman. You have so little time, and I wasted it." "They'll be talking about how I've made you cower for a 30-second wait." Her smile never reached her lips. With infinite control, Anna hid her amusement perfectly. Roman would be mortified if he could see how his glowering demeanor made him look like the monster everyone assumed him to be. "Let them. We know better. I made you wait, and I am sorry for it. Their opinion shouldn't change my good manners. Next time, apologize at home if you must." She'd never thought of that, but Anna made a mental note. She offered him the look. That one only Roman ever saw as she leaned forward and murmured, "I'll do that." The room faded into the background as he smiled back at her as if saying, "Message received. I'll hold you to it." The moment evaporated when he said, "I ordered you the grilled salmon. You need more fish, and it is excellent." "I may need more fish, but you know I don't like it." She inserted no recrimination into her tone, no complaint, just a simple statement of fact as she waited for their meals to arrive. Lauren, their server, spun in place and returned to the kitchen with their basket of bread. A glance at Roman showed he hadn't noticed. Good. Anna could just imagine her ranting about his boorish domination of his wife, or what a doormat she was. While those in the kitchen speculated about whether he was physically abusive at home, Anna considered the fish situation. The restaurant staff all knew of her aversion to fish, and he'd just made himself look bad in their eyes. She'd fix that. Lauren returned with their bread and their salmon plates. Roman rebuked her for failing to keep the flow of the meal to the restaurant's standards, and Anna used that opportunity to take a bite of fish. Closing her eyes, she forced a smile onto her lips and said around the mouthful, "This is so good, Roman." Her husband's look of incredulity was only slightly overshadowed by the disgust on Lauren's face. "Really?" Roman and Lauren asked in near-perfect unison. "Definitely. If I knew fish could be this good." Without finishing her statement, Anna took another bite and closed her eyes again as if enraptured with the flavor of her least favorite food. Lauren left to refill glasses, present patrons with their checks, and presumably to sneak into the kitchen to share the latest with the staff. Roman waited until they could not be overheard and then asked, "What are you doing?" He took a bite and shook his head. "This is good, but it's not that good." "No, but now they have nothing to gossip about, do they? They all know I don't like fish." Comprehension lit a spark in Roman's eyes. He set down his fork and gazed at her. "You are too good to me. I didn't think about that when I ordered it." "It's fine. I'm thankful that you care enough about me to order what I need." It took a moment of chewing, swallowing, and washing it down before Anna added, "I get what I want almost all the time. Getting what I need is good for me sometimes." The salmon really was delicious. Roman chewed each bite, savoring flavors and congratulating himself on having one of the best chefs in the Rockland area. Out of habit, he scanned the room, watching for customers who needed attention, others that might cause trouble, servers goofing off or dealing with difficult people. One couple struck him as out of place. That was the only way to put it. The man would have looked like any businessman out for a business lunch if the woman with him hadn't been a little too perfect and definitely overdressed for the occasion. Clueless or that full of herself? She's dressed for a cocktail party on a Wednesday afternoon. A few furtive looks their way told him customers had noticed the awkward moment with the salmon. Roman could have raged at himself for putting both of them in a bad public light. Again. How did she do that? How did Anna always know what people thought and how to make him look good? He'd tried. For years, he'd tried to show the world what a treasure he had and what they were missing. The world never appreciated her. At that thought, Anna looked up at him and smiled. He knew, without any hint of doubt, that she'd read his thoughts. "Thank you for lunch," she whispered. "It's my favorite hour of the week." She allowed her lips to turn up slightly before adding, "Days." And just like that, the meal was over. He held her chair and walked her to the front entrance, kissed her much too briefly, and stood watching her walk away. Hands in his pocket, heart in his throat, he whispered a prayer of thanksgiving to a God he neglected more than served for a wife such as Anna. A glance at one of the windows showed Lauren watching Anna's trek toward the market, a scowl on the server's face. He could read her thoughts. He'd heard them vocalized often enough.
That silence was probably some kind of dressing down for daring to hint that his choice of fish wasn't superior.
What the silly girl, she might think of herself as a woman, but she didn't know what the word meant, didn't know is that Anna probably had her head ducked to avoid the wind and was lost in thought about what she'd make for their late dinner. It was her way. Anna dreaded Wednesday nights. He knew it. But this one would be different. Roman fingered the simple, folded piece of paper in his pocket. Tonight, he'd go home without it, and that would change their lives forever. Roses. I should order roses, too. Chapter 3. Rockland, June 27th, 2012, 11:59 a.m. The next words Hani heard were, "Gonna lose you this time." She sure hoped so. Her rescuer took a hard right into an alley and circled the block. Excellent instincts. The people chasing were good, but as she became more aware of her surroundings and of his reactions, Hani began to feel as though he might just get them out of this despite their pursuer's manpower and obvious training. Too bad a wave of nausea sent her scrambling for the manual window roller. "Got a barf bag?" Even as he reached behind her seat, Keith said, "I didn't think my driving was that bad." As if to prove him a liar, she hurled her breakfast into the bag as he slammed on his brakes in the middle of a 4-lane city street and began reversing. "What?" She spat out the vile stuff and continued, "Do you think—" Centrifugal force flung her against the window, causing another wave of nausea. "You're doing—" They spun backward into an alley, and she heard the distinct sound of metal crunching and glass breaking. "Other than costing me a fortune, avoiding a roadblock." He reversed the whole way down the alley without hitting another object and pulled onto a side street. Then the guy laughed. "We're near the transportation hub. I'll put this in long-term parking and rent a car. We'll be out in 30 minutes. Hani said nothing. She waited for him to navigate the crawling traffic near the car rental area, waiting for them to be overtaken and blocked off. Their pursuers would grab her at the first opportunity. Still, even if leaving him behind was in the cards, Hani couldn't have done it. He'd really walloped her. "You'll pay for that one, Auger. Keith, that's your name. Keith Auger." February, June 27th, 2012, 3:52 p.m. Philip Marcel wore an inscrutable expression when Roman stepped into the office. "Got my Florida condo paid for?" Though grinning inside, Roman just nodded and pulled the check from his pocket. "Last of the down payment. The funding from my loan should be deposited tomorrow, and Renee already started the lease transfer on the building." "Still plan to buy it?" "As soon as I pay off this loan." Philip Marcel filled the office chair, his buttons straining over his stomach. In a month or less, he'd be browning shirtless on a Florida beach somewhere. But until then, humanity was saved from the assault of mealy white belly. With your skills, that'll only take a couple of years. Then you and the wife going to start that family? Roman nodded. I hate making her wait, but our little place isn't anywhere to raise a child. Kids need room, a yard, and a safe, quiet street. I can't give them that yet. She's a good woman to stick by you. Everyone can see how much she loves children. He'd heard it 100 times in nearly as many ways. No other woman would have given up her dreams to put up with a brute like Roman. Marcel wouldn't say it. Not yet. But when the papers were signed and finalized, Roman expected a word of advice. The man actually thought he'd be helping, too. Idiots. Everything he did was to make life easier and better for Anna, and she knew it. A couple more years wouldn't make them too old to be parents, but it would make full-time motherhood a financial possibility. That made all the difference. Marcel's expression faltered. Look, Roman, I've got another offer, a better one, and it's cash up front. Yet we have a contract. The words blurted out before Roman could consider the wisdom of them. But really, you get your money tomorrow. Maybe not as much as whatever this offer is, but we have a binding agreement. Right. I'm not trying to get out of it, but this offer... He swallowed hard enough that Roman could see the man's chins wag with the effort. It's from some tough people. If they don't get this place from me, they'll be hounding you. I just think... After a sigh, the man shrugged. I can't sell this to you without you knowing there's this hanging over it. Wouldn't be right. Roman glanced around the office that would soon be his. A few things would go. The fake marlin on the wall, the oversized desk that only ensured piles of invoices and receipts didn't need to be filed unless the piles began to topple, the ancient computer. We have a contract. I've paid as promised, and I expect you to honor it. Marcel locked his gaze on Roman. A stare-down commenced and ended a second later. He looked away. I'll give back everything if you want out. I bet Hanson over at the Coventry would consider selling with the right offer. Send your offer to him, then. Marcello's is my restaurant now. The weight of what Marcel hadn't said prompted Roman to hesitate, but he'd worked too hard not to fight for the business he'd resurrected from near bankruptcy. If you try to renege on our agreement, I'll sue. Do the people who are pressuring you really want that kind of legal scrutiny? A knock sounded on the door, and Roman stepped back. I'd better go ensure everything is running smoothly and prep for tonight's service. Saw another of those odd couples out there. I need to see if anyone noticed anything unusual. The almost former owner of Marcello's winced. Do that. Overpowering aftershave assaulted Roman as he opened the door. Philip Marcel's antithesis stood there. I'd like to speak to Marcel. Go ahead. Just stay away from my dining room or you'll ruin the flavor of the food. At best. With the constant increase in sensitivities, he'd probably be dealing with an allergic reaction. The dining room was nearly empty. Only Chief Varney and that author, Alexa Hartfield, sat in one corner, Miss Hartfield scribbling notes as the chief described something or another. Outside, a large black Lincoln SUV sat parked across both handicapped reserved spaces, and two men stood there, arms folded over their chests. Was it his imagination, or was one wearing a shoulder harness for a pistol? Rockland, June 27th, 2012, 12:29 p.m. The cat and mouse game had gone from ridiculous to something altogether more terrifying. At every turn, someone pulled in behind Keith and stuck like glue. All through the maze of Rockland streets with glass-fronted skyscrapers and historic brick buildings mingling in beautiful incongruity, he prayed. What else could he do? The moment he thought he'd shaken one car, another took its place. He had to figure something out fast. A glance at Honey showed her clutching her head and fighting to open her eyes again. And get her medical attention. That reminder did it for him. Failure wasn't an option. He couldn't do anything about the way his car stuck out like a hillbilly in overalls at the opera, but he could find a way to hide them until... Keith slammed his palm against the steering wheel and gunned it to the next light. A glance left showed the driver's window down, and he leaned across to roll down his passenger window. "Hey, know where the nearest hospital is?" A blonde turned to sneer at him, hesitated, and then smiled.
"Sure. Up 2 lights, take a left, and follow the signs."
"Thanks." Keith shot through the light the moment he saw the cross-traffic slow for a yellow. Someone gunning it to beat the red nearly sent them crashing into oncoming traffic, but his bumper only got a brush, and Keith didn't stop. The cars behind him caught up by the second light, but when he gunned it for the hospital entrance and down toward the ambulance bays, they turned. A paramedic waved him off, yelling at him to get out of the area, but Keith ignored him. He stopped in a no-parking zone and shoved the car into park. If he could have vaulted the car, he would have, but a mad dash around the front got him there at the same time as the irate man. "Hey, you can't... She's got a concussion." "Hardly an excuse for blocking the bays for other emergency vehicles. Get this car out of here." Keith shoved Hani into the man's arms, waited to ensure the guy didn't drop her, and hurried back to the driver's seat. "Get her inside, and don't let her out of your sight. Someone's been chasing us." Never had Keith had to reverse down such a narrow space, but he managed. A few laps around the enormous building had him parking in Dr. Gravestone's... Could there be a worse name for a doctor? Space. Hopefully the good doc had the day off, but surely their pursuers couldn't be trawling the staff parking lot for his car. Not for the first time that day, Keith rued his decision to purchase the Packard. I should have bought a Honda Civic. Or a Corolla. The sprint back to the ambulance bay left him with a sweat-soaked shirt. Or maybe that had been the last hour of his life. Keith didn't know anymore. The minute he shoved his way through the emergency doors, a security guard grabbed him. "You the one in the bays?" "Yes. Where'd they take Hani?" The guy would have begun a dressing down, and a well-deserved one, but Keith didn't have time for that. He shoved past and found the reception desk. 3 people stood waiting to hand over clipboards, but he pushed his way to the window and said, "The woman with the head injury just came in. Should have been brought by a paramedic just 10 minutes ago, tops. Is she safe?" Whatever the woman behind the desk would have said stuck in her throat.
"Safe?"
Behind him, someone complained, "Wait your turn." "Safe," Keith repeated, ignoring the echoes from the others. "I told the paramedic to make sure she got in and stayed with her. Is she safe?" The security guard tried leading Keith away, insisting he leave the building. Keith wouldn't budge. He didn't want to overpower the guy, but he'd do it if necessary. "I'll leave the minute I know she's safe. That's all I need to know." A nurse appeared and pointed at him. "You augur?" "Yeah." The guard clamped a hand around Keith's arm. Well, he tried to, but Keith hadn't worked out daily for years for nothing. "This guy has to go. He can't just..." Ignoring the guard, she beckoned him to follow. "This way. Now." All hospital sounds and smells converged on him at once as he hurried after her. How did hospitals smell like disinfectant and germs, all at the same time? How could a place so quiet be so noisy? Somewhere close, a child screeched protests against whatever medical torture awaited her. He passed a cubicle where others whispered, whispers he somehow heard despite the shrieks. The PA system called for Dr. Gravestone, and Keith groaned. The nurse grinned. "He's a great doctor." "And I'm hiding in his parking space." She winced.
"If his car isn't there, you could be safe. But if he's late, then you'll be towed."
"After today, I guarantee I'll be towed. Oh well, as long as Hani's safe." That earned him a look as she pulled back the curtain on a cubicle.
"I thought maybe this was a ploy to avoid the waiting room, but..."
"Not." Keith tried a smile to soften the word, but if the look on the nurse's face meant anything, it came out more like a grimace. Her eyes widened and she swallowed hard. That's when he realized her gaze wasn't on him, but behind him. Before he could react, a quiet, masculine voice said, "Let him see that Hani is secure, then we'll leave her in your care."
"Of course, Mr. Cho."
As Keith turned, he looked past the man behind him and saw only a woman, a doctor on a mission, it seemed, flying past, and a tall, muscular, nearly white blonde man with piercing blue eyes and the best natural tan he'd ever seen. Can't be Cho. Where'd Cho go? The man stuck out his hand. Mark Cho. Very pleased to meet you, Mr. Auger. While Keith gaped like a teen at the random appearance of her celebrity crush, Mr. Cho pointed to the cubicle behind him. Check on Hani. Good instincts there. And then come with me. Compliance wasn't an option. The security guard had been joined by 2 more and made their way toward the little group at the end of the emergency room hall. He couldn't fight his way out of 4 men, even if he were willing to leave Hani alone with them. Yes, sir. The response came naturally, and Keith could have headbutted himself for it. Instead, he stepped into the cubicle and eyed Hani. You okay? Without turning around, the doctor growled at him. I understand you're responsible for this concussion. Yes. Get out of here. It's all right, Hani began. The doctor's expression must have been a doozy because she giggled. He's not my boyfriend. He didn't mean to hit me. The giggle turned to laughter, which made her wince. Oh, that hurts and sounds so bad. But seriously, I've never met him before today. He rescued me, okay? The man turned and stared at Keith. Now this guy looked like a Mark Cho should look. Do me a favor. Keith winced but nodded. Never rescue me. Hani laughed, or howled. Both, really. Watching her mirth-induced pain prompted his own wince. I'll go now. Sorry about the fire extinguisher. It put... She gasped between chortles and whimpers. A real damper. Again, the wincing giggle. On our relationship. This time, she clutched her head as she gasped out each word, laughing and moaning at the same time. Keith left. Mark didn't look amused, not at first, but a second glance at the guy's eyes gave away repressed amusement. Maybe I'm not dead then. 1 elevator, 4 floors, and 2 long halls later, Mark led him into a small office. He sat at a desk, gestured for Keith to sit down, and pulled a sheet of paper from beneath the desk pad. Read this. Read it carefully. Then, either sign or walk out the door and don't return to the Secret Service office again. Keith picked up the paper and began reading. Blood drained from his face. His head swam. His eyes blurred and his lungs threatened a strike. He closed his eyes and prayed harder than he ever had in Afghanistan. Chapter 4. Fairbury, June 28th, 2012, 2:59 a.m. The red, glowing numbers burned into her eyeballs until they switched over to 3 o'clock. Anna swallowed down panic that had kept her company for the last 3 hours and picked up her phone. A sticky note pressed to the nightstand showed the number for Roman's boss. She'd waited as long as was reasonable before calling. Far too long, actually. Willing her fingers to remain steady, she punched in the number and waited. Philip Marcel would be asleep. It might take a few. Hello? The drawled-out tone could be sleep-induced, but she thought he sounded drunk. Mr. Marcel, I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but Roman isn't home, and he isn't answering his phone or the restaurant number. I'm concerned. The man muttered something about going away and disconnected. Anna stared at the phone, swallowing bile, and dialed the number she should have called hours ago. A monotonal voice answered. 911, what's your emergency? She'd practiced what to say for 3 hours, revising until she sounded reasonable, and so she wouldn't get a, he's not been gone 24 hours, so we can't do anything, response. I was wondering if an officer is available to do a safety check for my husband. He hasn't returned from work, and with the recent crimes in Fairbury, I'm concerned. What is his place of business? Marcello's. He should have left there by midnight, 1 o'clock at the latest. He'd be walking home about then.
I'll send Joe round to check on him, then over to your house. Mrs. Simon?
The wonders of living in a small town where even the emergency dispatchers might know your name. Yes, thank you. He's probably fine. Phone died or something, but...
Doesn't hurt to check. Just give me a minute. There. Joe's on the way. And don't hesitate to call. These guys get bored at night. Gives them something to keep them awake.
Thanks. Gail?
Yep. See you at St. Michael's on Sunday.
The wait began. She pulled the covers back over her side of the bed and went out to pour another glass of lemon water. She didn't want it. She'd consumed half the pitcher already, but it gave her something to do, and Anna craved activity to keep her mind occupied. Just as she'd have reached for the dishcloth, Anna stopped herself. She'd already scrubbed the kitchen, the fridge, the stove, all of it. For that matter, she'd scrubbed the tiny bathroom with its delft blue tiles and sunny yellow towels. She'd also vacuumed the furniture in the living room with little care for their neighbors. Now she walked a path around their entire apartment, kitchen to living room, bedroom to bath, back to the dining nook, straightened the vase of roses Roman had sent, and back to the kitchen again. A glance at the wall clock showed it was 5 minutes after 3 o'clock. It would be at least 10 more minutes before she heard anything, wouldn't it? Her pacing resumed with a new stop added. At each pass near her glass, Anna took a sip of lemon water. A sound out front sent her racing for the door. She threw it open, ready to pounce on Roman for making her worry, only to find that fireman from across the way. What was his name? She couldn't remember. The man blinked at her and turned away. "Might want to rethink going outside dressed like that, Mrs. Simon. Good night." The words made no sense. Until they did. With a face hot enough to heat the room, unnecessary tonight, Anna slammed the door shut and scurried off to the bedroom to put on something decent in case Officer Joe arrived. What was his last name? Maybe it was ridiculous, but Anna focused on trying to remember the guy's surname as she stripped off the skimpy nightie she'd worn for Roman and pulled on a skirt and t-shirt. Feldman? Feinstein? Friedman? It was no use. Her mind refused to work. Instead, she resumed her laps around the apartment. The couch pillows got fluffed again. She moved the coasters to the table by Roman's chair so he wouldn't have to get up to get one, and on the next pass, moved them back. He didn't like clutter on that table. A bit of grit beneath her foot prompted her to hunt down the broom. The doorbell zinged, and the dustpan flew from her hand as she stared at the door. Had they always had a doorbell? She couldn't recall. When it zinged again, Anna rushed for it. Her face fell as she opened it to find Officer Frieden standing there. That's his name, Frieden. "Mrs. Simon?" She nodded. "May I come in?" It took a moment for the words to register. "Yes, of course. Please. I'm sorry. The doorbell." "Did I wake someone?" No. Anna didn't continue. They probably already thought her crazy enough. She didn't need to admit she'd forgotten the existence of a doorbell that she now remembered wiping down every week, despite the fact no one ever used it. "Did you find Roman? Is he all right?" Dumb question. His presence gave her the answer. "No, of course. What do you know?" "Maybe you should sit down." Rockland, June 27th, 2012, 1:12 p.m. Are you telling me this was all a test? Mark smiled and offered Keith his choice of water, coffee, or soda. "Germ can go get you an energy drink if you like. Something to eat?" "I'd prefer an answer to my question." It was a bit pushy, but come on. He'd just spent nearly 2 hours rescuing a woman from her coworkers and risking damage to his Packard. A bottle of water appeared on the table before him, and Mark seated himself before replying. "Consider it an interview." An interview? The man's nearly white eyebrows rose and fell like the breathing machines in hospitals. Odd analogy, but it fits. We used situations as our questions, and your reactions were your responses. We liked what we saw, and we want to hire you. Who is we?
Yes, the question sounded weird, but Keith couldn't even figure out why, with all the other questions shoving each other out of the way to be next out of his mouth. The chair Mark leaned back in had to be top of the line. Keith knew because he sat in its twin, and he'd never been cradled by anything so comfortable in his life. Sorry, Mom, but it's true. I suppose we is me. I own the agency. And what do your agents? It seemed a reasonable assumption, and Keith continued after Mark's nod. What do they do exactly? We protect people until law enforcement or other government agencies can remove threats against them. The impressive-sounding words fizzled as Keith translated them. Your bodyguards. Of a sort. Mark templed his fingers under his chin and eyed Keith. As are some Secret Service agents. Score one for the glorified bodyguard, boss. Keith chose to ignore the jab and wiped a bead of condensation off the teak tablecloth. And you said you work with law enforcement. How? But Mark was already shaking his head. No, I said that we do our job while law enforcement or other government agencies do theirs. Our job is to keep our clients alive. Theirs is to remove the threat. And isn't that something the Marshal Service could handle? A flicker of a smile formed. You would think so, yes. However, not all of our clients would be comfortable trusting their secrets to those agencies. That took another moment to translate, but when it did, Keith didn't like it. You protect criminals from other criminals? Mark pulled a water bottle from a cooler and cracked the lid, all without rising from his chair. Sometimes. More often than not, however, we protect people who discover they've been involved in crimes without their knowledge and request our help to extricate themselves from that situation. When his next question fired off almost without him thinking, Keith couldn't help but wonder who was interviewing who. So, rich people. Sometimes. After a pause, he added, Again, more often than not, but we do not refuse to help those unable to pay. It's why our fees are substantial. Why have I never heard of the agency? We don't advertise our existence, Mr. Auger. One reason we are so successful is our anonymity. It made sense, and it didn't. If you don't advertise your existence, how do... Oh. Keith felt like an idiot. Those government agencies send you clients? Occasionally, but not generally, no. I'm afraid I can't tell you more about how things work without a legally binding contract. That made no sense. Keith knew that Mark couldn't be naive enough to think that any contract held up against a barrage of court nonsense these days. All it took was someone to contest some wording, claim verbal agreement, or put forth myriad other nuances, and the costs would rise until one or both parties chose to settle. So what did Mark really mean? Keith tried leaning back in the chair and giving an air of nonchalance as he pondered the idea. In the end, he pulled his chair forward, leaned his elbows on the table, and asked, What would the job look like? It had seemed like a simple, straightforward question. Instead, 3 hours and a large bag of Chinese takeout later, Keith thought he had a picture of his potential future. On some days. The salary offered was generous, but not so over the top that he found it suspicious. Considering possible sleep deprivation, no predictable work hours, and the danger involved, it was only a little on the high end of reasonable. What he hadn't expected was an appeal to his faith. I won't pretend that you being a Christian doesn't make you an ideal candidate. We want you for your military experience, your quick reflexes, your critical training skills, and a few other things. But I won't pretend your faith didn't play a big part in why we chose you. First, he didn't know how they knew about his faith, and while he wasn't ashamed of it, the knowledge did unnerve him a bit. Second, he didn't like feeling like a company talisman. Why? There. That was direct enough and probably didn't show his unease. People find comfort when they can talk about spiritual things, especially when they are in danger. You are known for not pushing your faith onto your fellow Marines, but also for being willing to discuss it with those who wish to. That will be valuable for our clients. So, basically, I'm a combat chaplain of sorts. It was only when he finally spoke the words aloud and Mark grinned that Keith realized he'd agreed to the job. February, July 5th, 2012, 10:23 a.m. The sun beat down, relentless. With record highs punishing the entire Rockland area, Fairbury residents stayed indoors and tried to keep cool. Anna left the sanctuary of her cool apartment and stepped into the muggy morning. As she'd done every morning over the past week, Anna turned toward the north end of town and the little police station. Her mind insisted that the trip would be as futile as it had been every other day. The previous night's trip just before the fireworks display had been particularly silly. Like the police would be looking when they had double the population in town for the 4th of July celebrations. Despite all that, Anna's heart refused to listen. She'd go. She'd ask. She'd implore them to keep searching, and she'd leave again. Of all the things she'd read on message boards, staying in contact with the police was the best way to ensure that the case didn't go cold. Walking down the street in the heat of the morning, Anna could only be thankful that the rising temperatures kept most people indoors and far away from her and her from their prying, accusatory eyes. She'd heard the rumors, how Roman had left her for someone less bland, less of a doormat. Others said she'd killed him, and her daily treks to the police station were required to keep her out of jail until the police found proof, as if that's how things worked. But in a small-town rumor mill, no one cared about law, procedure, and logic. They cared only for a good story to feed its ravenous appetite. It reminded her of the sacrifices of Moloch in the Bible. At what point did people hand over their souls for that kind of garbage? She pushed open the station door and stepped in. Officer Frieden and Chief Varney were in deep discussion about her case, while Officer Crane tried to WD-40 the squeaks out of a metal cabinet door. Still, even over the screeches and groans of the metal hinges, she heard every word. Not right. Marcel says he deposited the check but never got the rest of the funding for the restaurant. The chief stroked a goatee he didn't possess. Think he took off with the money? Money's waiting for transfer. It needs Anna's signature. Marcel wants out of here and is ready to sell to the next bidder if something doesn't happen. There's something wonky there, too. Logic said that following a money trail might lead to whoever had taken her husband, and someone had. She had no doubt about that. But why? The money? Did they want the money and take him the minute they knew the funds would be released? Did they, whoever they were, just assume Roman wouldn't have her on the paperwork? She sighed. Of course they would. People always assumed the worst of him. Anna let the door slam behind her and stepped forward. Any news? Both men turned toward her. A glance at Officer Crane showed the woman grinning. You knew I was listening and didn't stop them. Why? We're following leads, Officer Joe said. We'll... Let me know when you learn something. Anything like the fact that Roman didn't take any money, no clothes, nothing. Learn that. Learn that anyone who took him wouldn't get anything out of him. Learn that. What haven't you learned? Oh, I know. Inside, Anna screamed each word at them, but she forced her tone to remain calm but firm. You haven't learned who took my husband. Her voice broke on that last word, and tears coursed down her cheeks. Anna could have shot herself. She'd done so well for so long, desperate to keep her grief private, but it refused to be held back any longer. Great heaving sobs ripped through her, and she collapsed to the floor before any of them could reach her. Her heart screamed, "Find my Roman!" even as her mind taunted, "He's not coming back." Chapter 5. Rockland,
July 7th, 2012, 11:48 a.m. Of all the things Keith had expected to do once he became a civilian again, occupying a bland room in the most comfortable chair he'd ever sat in and reading fake dossiers, evaluating hypothetical, or so he assumed, situations, and pursuing case summaries wouldn't have made the cut. When the words swam together for the dozenth time, he jumped up and dropped to the floor, doing push-ups until his arms screamed. The door opened, and he rose. As he acknowledged Mark's entrance, he guzzled water.
Finding it hard to concentrate?
So many sarcastic retorts tried to jostle for position as the winner, but Keith squashed them and tried for something remotely intelligent.
I'm just trying to balance being physically and mentally fit. One thing I can't see is how many cases you deal with each.
Something in Mark's expression changed the direction of his sentence. Year.
In other words, how much of your job will be like your first day with Hani, and how much will be like this?
Busted. Keith shrugged and sat back in his chair.
Something like that. No way to tell.
At his obvious frustration, Mark laughed, but there wasn't much amusement in that laughter.
Look, Keith, you need to know that a significant amount of your job will be out in the field, watching, waiting, moving, hiding, running, doing whatever it takes to keep the client safe. The rest of your time will be sitting around waiting for those moments, or training for them.
Keith ignored that last part. He heard the words significant and running, and his thoughts clicked into gear. So, living on an adrenaline high.
Much of the time, sure, except when you're not.
Are there supplements for it? Something to keep from killing my adrenals, especially with the interrupted sleep? A slow smile spread across Mark's face.
I knew I was right about you. We've got a high-quality cocktail of supplements that we provide.
As much as he wanted to ask for them now, Keith decided not to. Instead, he nodded and went back to studying the case he'd opened before his last push-up drive. 2 words stopped him cold. He reread the entire thing, stopping at them again. Involuntary extraction. It couldn't be real. It couldn't be. How did Mark and his agency even know about someone being in danger if they weren't hired to protect that someone? This case had to do with a teenager being groomed by an online predator. One of the agents he hadn't met yet, Anthony, had shown up at the girl's after-school job at an ice cream shop and just tossed her in a van while another agent continued to pretend to be her while the police coordinated a meetup. It only took 3 days, but that poor kid must have been terrified, not to mention her parents. Keith rose, determined to talk to Mark about this. It hadn't been in his job description when he'd signed all the non-disclosure forms and received a rundown of what his duties would be. Protecting people was one thing. Doing it against their will and breaking the law to do it was a whole nother ball of wax, as his grandmother had been known to say. He froze, pondering. What did that even mean? His gaze met Mark's before he took a step. The man hadn't moved. He just stood there, watching Keith.
And you didn't even notice. Some agent you'll be.
Keith decided to ignore that part and cut to the chase, so to speak.
Involuntary extraction? Not that common, but it happens sometimes.
How? That might make all the difference. He hadn't finished the case notes. Maybe it wasn't what it seemed. Mark leaned one shoulder against the wall and slid a hand into his pocket.
Elaborate.
That's what I'm asking you to do. Yeah, it was a bit. Another grandmother word popped into his head. Churlish. So it was a bit churlish, but who could blame him?
You're asking me to violate someone's personal agency and potentially break the law.
I need more than, it happens sometimes. Mark watched him for a moment.
Did you finish the report?
Without answering, Keith kept reading. The kid had started off a fighter, certain that Anthony was the predator. She'd nearly gotten away twice and had been terrified the whole time.
Bile rose in Keith's throat as he read and tried to imagine what a teen girl would think about someone just taking her. As he flipped the last page to read the client's statement, he found it hard to breathe, hard to read. Each word became a struggle, but there it was in black and white.
I was so afraid when Anthony took me from Nice Cream, terrified, but he was great. And now that I've read what Billy was really doing with girls like me, now that I've talked to others who weren't so lucky, I just want to thank him and all the other agents for making that call. It's not right to take someone against their will, but it's also not right to sit back and let people hurt other people. I wouldn't have listened. If you'd told my parents, I would have just run away.
A statement from the girl's parents followed. Most of it was similar to what she'd said, but the father's final words pierced through chain mail Keith had been assembling all morning. I guess what I'm trying to say is thank you. If you'd come to us with your concerns, I'd have blown it off or been certain I could deal with it, and Nita might be lost to us forever now. Just make sure you don't choose to take someone because it's easier than convincing them to come because they should. If it isn't life or death, it isn't right. Between you and me, Keith, our first involuntary extraction nearly died because I waited too long to make the decision to take her. The ex-husband sent an assassin after her. Maybe scoffing wasn't a good way to impress your new employer, but come on. An assassin? I know, it sounds melodramatic, but her death needed to look like it came from a rival organization rather than her husband. He stood to inherit a lot of money and power if she died, and lose everything if he walked. How do you know he even existed? Mark hesitated as if trying to decide how much to share. Ultimately, it came down to the assassin saying something he shouldn't have to someone who knew what we do here, and knew the wife would never believe it. Taking her was the only way to save her life, and waiting cost me one of my best agents. Keith's heart pounded. Someone died? Injured, trying to get her out when the assassin wasn't looking. He's in a wheelchair now. If Karen hadn't been there to help. That should have solved everything, reassured him that these things were necessary sometimes. But Keith just shook his head. I've got to pray about this. When Mark stiffened, Keith tried to explain, but Mark didn't give him a chance. Pray fast. I think we may have a situation, and it could mean your first case kicks off with an IE. Only once the door had closed and Keith stared at the report again did he realize what IE was. Involuntary extraction. Fairbury, July 8th, 2012, 1:37 p.m. Someone had been in her house, no doubt about it. For half a second, Anna had been convinced Roman was home, but then she saw it. The bedroom window raised half an inch. She hadn't left it up, and Roman never would. He abhorred waste of any kind, especially energy waste. A yowl in the backyard sent her pulse racing as she jumped, hesitated, and raced back out the front door, her purse bouncing on her hip with every step as she bolted from her yard and back toward the town square. But where to go? She hadn't been to the police that morning, but she'd promised herself she wouldn't, not until tomorrow. Sure, the groups said she needed to keep reminding them that someone was watching and cared, but a small town like Fairbury had a close-knit, almost familial approach to law enforcement. If she kept up the hounding, she'd drive a wedge in there. A couple of days would at least show she respected them, and with the holiday festivities and everything, they'd be busy. But an intruder... A car pulled up just a couple of yards ahead of her, and a man got out. The way he watched her approach sent shivers down her spine. And then she saw it. What it was, she didn't know for certain. Only that his clothes didn't fit as they should, and he'd stepped forward as if to speak to her. Anna spun on her heel and dashed up the steps to the apartment there. An older woman lived in the downstairs front apartment, and she'd let Anna in. Before the guy could follow, Miss Ginsburg opened the door and grinned. "Good morning, Anna." Without giving the woman the chance to invite her in, Anna stepped around her and pushed the door shut. A moment later, she slid the deadbolt in place too. "Sorry." "What's going on?"
Anna pointed at the narrow windows that flanked the door. "Out there, that man. I think he has a gun. Or maybe a knife. He scared me." Mrs. Ginsburg peered through the window and jerked back. "He's coming to the door," she hissed. Get out. She had to get out before the man knocked. "Just answer the door as slowly as possible. I'm leaving." "But—" With a quick hug, Anna dashed through the apartment, out the back door, and through the common patio space to the gate that led to the building next door. One by one, she dashed through them until she neared the end of the street. There she slipped into the alley and ran as fast as she could, down one alley, across a street, and down another. When stepping out by the town square showed the car circling the square, she leaned against a tree and panted. "You were right about the exercise, Roman. I need more." As the car neared, she slipped behind a tall rhododendron and made a mad dash for the street that led to the police station. No doubt about it, someone was following her. Twice she had to dive behind a lilac bush as she raced down Center Street. The car never slowed, though, so the men must not have seen her. By the time she arrived at the police station, she was hot, perspiring from more than body heat, and disheveled. "Probably have twigs or leaves in my hair." Officer Martinez stepped forward.
"Mrs. Simon, we were just on our way to pay you a visit."
"Have you found him? Roman? Is he all right?"
"No."
The officer shot a look back at the chief and Officer Frieden.
"However, we have found enough evidence in your finances to warrant an arrest."
He stepped around the counter and looked a little regretful as he began his speech.
"Anna Simon, I'm arresting you."
It couldn't be happening. She came to the police for protection, and this? "You'll be safe from those men in jail, but it wasn't what I had in mind." Something about that sarcastic thought struck an off-key chord in her heart. I must be in shock. Why else would I be so ridiculous? The experience couldn't have been more surreal or terrifying. Through every step of the process, Anna watched as if outside herself. The way Judith Crane walked around with pursed lips. She obviously didn't agree with the decision to arrest Anna. The way Joe Frieden showed respect and kindness even as he fingerprinted her and asked her, for what seemed like the millionth time, if anyone could corroborate her story that she hadn't left the apartment the night Roman disappeared. And then it hit her. "Did you say you are arresting me for murder?" Joe shook his head, glanced over at the chief, and turned back.
"No, for fraud. Although charges may be added if evidence of your involvement in your husband's disappearance is found."
Fraud. That didn't make sense. A lawyer. She needed to ask for a lawyer. But when Anna finally got the words out, Officer Joe just smiled and said she'd be able to do that when they got her to Brunswick.
"The questioning will begin again there, so it only makes sense to save your lawyer and us some time."
Something about his words didn't ring true, but Anna just nodded. Just as they led her out to the cars, she saw the chief pick up a phone. Chapter 6. Fairbury, July 8th, 2012, 2:04 p.m. Never had Keith Auger sat in a restaurant where a couple occupied every table. He'd been told to expect women dressed for a cocktail party, despite it being 2 in the afternoon, but the women all looked ready for a board meeting at a Fortune 500 company. He, on the other hand, sat alone at an intimate table in the corner, squirming. At any moment, a woman would sit at his table and expect him to, what, flirt? What did men do with hired escorts, aside from the obvious? At least he'd be rescued before that, they said. His date would stand out like a sore thumb when she arrived. Or would she? The moment he'd thought it, one of the women nearest him leaned over and dabbed at the corner of her partner's mouth with a napkin. Her blouse, which had looked so very circumspect half a second before, now spilled open and exposed far more than Keith wanted to see. His gaze darted left, avoiding the scenic vista, and saw something similar occur when another woman dropped her napkin. Throat drying faster than raindrops on cracked desert ground in July, Keith shifted his gaze once more, and then it happened. One by one, table after table, the seduction played out as if this weren't a public place. Nauseating. And it's your turn next. He'd quit. That's all there was to it. He'd have to quit. Undercover cop hadn't been part of his job description, and he could be seen. Someone could see him with whatever woman showed up next, and there went his reputation. It was the antithesis of what he thought he'd signed up for. Privacy, secrecy, hiding out. Mark's instructions finally broke through the disturbing scene around him. Watch for how the staff reacts. Are they comfortable? Are some comfortable and others not? Is anyone acting like staff who clearly isn't? Again, this felt like undercover work, which they supposedly left to actual law enforcement. Obviously not. And now they've set you up with an escort. Great. The flash of sapphire blue sparkles appeared in his peripheral vision, but when he looked up, it was gone. A mirage? No, weren't those things you wanted to see? A daymare? While he reflected on the walking nightmare he'd predicted, a man, presumably the manager, caught the attention of a server and murmured something to her. The girl. Did she swallow hard? By the look on her face when she turned and walked toward him, yes, she had. A second glance at Mr. Manager proved the guy most definitely wasn't the restaurant manager, not unless the latest trend in hospitality was protecting your guests with armed employees. Whatever was going down here wasn't good, and Keith wasn't trained to deal with it. A woman entered and sashayed in his direction. It was the first woman he'd actually seen walk, which might explain how he'd been taken in by the others for so long. While most of her hair was up in a bun, a curtain of smooth bangs hung over half her face. Librarian glasses, what they were really called he didn't know, stood out in a room of perfect eyebrows and eyelashes so long they couldn't be real. He rose to greet her, his vocal cords freezing. She giggled and allowed him to hold her chair. Lord, what am I doing here? But the moment he resumed his seat and tried to introduce himself, the woman tucked her bangs behind one ear and pulled off her glasses. He blinked. Something about her was familiar. The server took her drink order. White wine. Great. He didn't do alcohol and wouldn't start now, not even for Mark or this job. She waited until the server was out of earshot before saying, "It is nice to see you again, Agent Auger." Honey. In that moment, a dozen little tidbits flashed through his memory. The way Germ, the guy's real name was Jeremiah, but he went by Germ, couldn't stop smiling that morning. The arrival of a box for Hani just as he was leaving. Hani hadn't been there, or so he thought. A couple of snickers as he passed through the door to Mark's office. The way Mark wouldn't look at him. Only one thing didn't fit. They'd expected cocktail dresses. Had they not told him, or... Did you come with a backup dress? She grinned. Good catch. No, I just went into the restroom and turned it inside out. Chewed out their bouncer over there, too. If they're going to call in someone on vacation, the least they could do is update her on the new protocol. She waited until the server approached with a wine glass, took their orders, and disappeared before adding, I think me chewing him out is what saved me. He was totally suspicious. Keith shot a glance in the guy's direction. We might need to play on that sooner rather than later. He seems to be talking to someone on the phone. Though she didn't actually say it, he could almost hear the expletive explode from her. Great. His phone buzzed, and Keith pulled it from his pocket. A simple text read, Get out. Leave Hani. Call in now. Heart thumping, lungs filling as if he'd jump headfirst into icy water, Keith rose. Got a call from work. Have to go. It was nice to meet you. With that, he strode from the restaurant, praying bouncer dude, that really was a better description for the guy, didn't take it out on Hani. Never fear. He heard her scathing comments even as the restaurant door slammed shut behind him. The Lexus he'd been assigned blipped as he unlocked the door from 20 feet away, and Keith paused only long enough to hit call and speaker before backing out of the parking lot and taking off down Main Street.
"What's up, Mark? Oh, and I'll get payback for that little restaurant stunt." Only half a chuckle came through before Mark spoke words Keith had been waiting for. "We have an extraction."
Fairbury, July 8th, 2012, 2:29 p.m. The surreality of each second as the officers led her out the door and to the cruiser both distanced Anna from what was happening and imprinted scenes in her mind at the same time. Judith scowling at the chief, Chief Varney speaking low into his phone, his eyes never moving from his officers as they led her from the building. The emptiness of the street as they pulled onto Center Street and headed to the highway that would take them to Brunswick. Joe Frieden's apologetic gaze in the rearview mirror. 8 miles outside town, the cruiser slowed. Joe frowned as he came to a stop. In seconds, his gun was drawn, and he ordered her to lie down in the seat. "What's wrong?"
"I don't know. Just stay low or I can't protect you."
Comforting. The police, who were at present taking her to jail, couldn't protect her if she, handcuffed in the back seat of their locked cruiser, didn't lie down and, what, pray? She'd start there. Less than a minute later, maybe half a minute, the back door opened and a man peered in.
"Want out of there?"
"I don't know." She sat up and looked at him. "Do I?"
"Well, I would if I were you, but we have to be quick."
Anna shifted her gaze to where Joe spoke to someone on a phone. Despite his calm exterior, she could see the seething below the surface. This was one unhappy cop. She snapped her attention back to the man. "Who are you?"
"A guy sent to keep you out of jail. Right now, you have a choice. You can come with me or go to jail. Later, that choice will be up to someone else, and you might not like it."
"Go to jail or go with a stranger?"
She shook her head. Such attractive options.
He grinned and offered his hand. Though she still hadn't decided if she'd risk a yes or a no, both seemed equally terrifying. Anna took it in both of hers. Officer Joe strode over and shoved the phone into her rescuer's hand.
"I don't like this."
"I don't either," the guy said,
"but I like the idea of her being vulnerable even less."
He turned to Anna.
"We have 20 seconds, tops, for you to decide. We've blocked the road too long already."
As if to prove his assertions, the sound of an approaching vehicle made both men stiffen. Anna looked at Joe. "What would you do?" She could see it in the man's eyes. He wanted to say no, but he nodded.
"I don't know what's going on, but as much as I don't agree with it, I trust the chief, and he says for you to go."
That's all it took. Anna followed Keith to a silver Lexus and slid into leather seats as soft as butter. Once he'd backed out and waved at Joe, who flipped a ticket book shut and waved the approaching car past, he shot down the highway back toward Fairbury. "Did he give you a ticket?" Keith shook his head.
"Just creating the illusion that he stopped me. Us."
"Who are you?" When the man didn't answer, she shivered. When he turned onto Main Street, ripples of fear began at her toes and worked up her legs. When he drove past Marcello's, Anna decided she'd lost all hope of rescue. She'd been duped.
"Honey's gone, I think. Good."
What that meant, she couldn't say, but the guy just turned around and headed back for the highway. The next 40 minutes passed in silence, broken only by her unanswered questions. However, everything shifted when he pulled off the road onto the rest area outside Rockland. A woman in cut-off jeans and a graphic tee stood leaning against a blue Miata. She pushed away as her so-called rescuer pulled in beside her. "How'd your first extraction go, Keith?" Well, at least she knew his name now.
"Not too bad, although I don't know if Mrs. Simon would agree with that."
"She came. That's good." To Anna, the woman said, "Hi, I'm Hani." Anna shot a look at Keith.
"The woman you said was gone, back at the restaurant?"
He nodded, and Hani shot him a look that relaxed into a smile. Great instincts. I want you covering my back any time. She turned her attention back to Anna. Know what he did the day I met him? Without waiting for the obvious answer, Hani continued. He conked me over the head and took me off on a wild chase through the city. The few nerves that had been reckless enough to relax zinged into overdrive. What? It's why we hired him. You people are crazy, and I'm basically your prisoner. Let's go. Anna held out her hands. Can I get these things off? Keith started to apologize, but Hani shook her head. When we get to our safe house, I'll be happy to. It's safer if you are handcuffed for now. Sorry. How do I ask for jail instead? Just put me away. Chapter 7. Covedale, Ohio, July 8th, 2012, 7:14 p.m. While Hani unpacked the groceries, Anna wandered around the house. The woman didn't show anything, didn't say much. In fact, Hani had never met a blander person in her life. What had Roman Simon seen in her? Then again, her dossier said locals thought he was an abusive husband, so there was that. Abusers liked doormats who would take their garbage. She pushed veggies into crisper drawers, wondering what Anna liked to eat. All they knew was she didn't like a lot of heat, and she didn't like fish. Never had she gone into a protection case with so little information on a client. Hani also wondered what Anna thought of the house. From the outside, it looked like every other 70s suburban tract home that surrounded it. Well, less pristine than a few that had been renovated, but not shabby enough to attract notice. Inside was a different story. Mark was, one by one, updating all interiors of their getaways, as he'd like to call them. They'd break him of that. Someday. This one had comfortable furniture, a casual mix of decor and personal items, and even photographs, most stock photos, of course, strewn across the mantel. It also had keypad locks that Anna couldn't operate without a code that Hani would likely never give her. The minute she realized that, Anna might grow a backbone. Clients needed to resist restraints. It was good for their mental stability. This is a nice place. Do you come here often? As she pulled a bowl down to fill with fruit, Hani shook her head. Can't tell you. It could be my usual home, or this could be my first actual visit here. It's just not information I can share. Anna didn't seem bothered by the answer, or rather, the non-answer. Are we in Cincy? I thought I recognized the Great American Tower just a bit before we turned off. Not good. She should have insisted on a panel van. They worked best for transport. Clients shouldn't know where they were in case something slipped in a conversation with family. If they found Roman, she'd want to hear his voice and... Honey? Anna stared while Hani arranged the fruit into some semblance of art. Okay, so it was more like kindergarten finger painting art, but food decor wasn't part of her job description. Before Hani finished, the woman sighed. Oh, I get it. You can't tell me, of course. If I know where I am, I could let it slip if I got to talk to Roman or my mom or something. A wobble on Roman belied the woman's calm. She might come off as flat as a fast food pancake, but that old saying about deep water, or whatever it was, that looked like it might be true. In an attempt to hide how firmly Anna had nailed the situation, Hani waited until she'd put every bit of fruit in that bowl before she said, Oh, right. Yes, we're outside Cincy. For now. We probably won't stay more than a few days at most. Hopefully by then, they'll have your husband safe and the guys responsible in jail. At least one person doesn't think I killed him anyway. The words didn't do it. The expressionless tone and features did. Anna couldn't have been more wooden than a John Wayne cutout on an old Western set, and it startled Hani into dropping a bottle of olive oil onto the floor. With a crash that echoed through the house, glass and oil mixed as they slid across the ceramic tiles. Anna jumped and screamed with all the intensity of a woman in labor, or at least a horror movie. Or was that the same thing? Just as the back door flung open and a man entered, gun drawn. Before Hane could call out a warning, he dashed forward, headed straight for Anna. Brunswick, July 8, 2012, 7:14 p.m. It was a scene ripped from bad TV. Keith stood next to his trainer in a house in Brunswick and waited for the test run to begin. I'm so gonna fail this. Remember, his trank trainer said, you can't possibly get them all right. It's a lot of calculating in a brief moment. That's why your holster has 2 guns. Pick the right gun for the situation without getting hit yourself. Speaking the obvious, why didn't instructors know that it only made everything worse? When he turned to ask a question, Keith found himself alone, armed with one weapon, holding empty trank darts. Was he seriously in some alternate alias reality? And the other, an airsoft pistol. His mission? Get Mark out of the building by stealth or neutralization. The only appropriate use of the airsoft pistol, if someone pulled his or her weapon. The enclosed entry porch offered the security of time, but in a real situation, he wouldn't know if his client had that luxury. Keith drew both weapons and prayed he'd use the right one at the right moment. After hesitating, he swapped the pistol to his dominant hand. Better to have dominant for backup if a dart went wide. He peered through the side of the window and saw one guy in the corner of the living room drinking something and relaxing. Keith would be able to get 2 darts off on that guy before he even reached for a gun. Trank there. A shuffle to the other side of the door showed nothing. And that was the worst of it. There could be 1 guy in this place, or a dozen. He had to be prepared for any and all of it. After a moment of thinking, he opted for recon. Military training dies hard, and preparedness mattered. The extra 30 seconds should be worth it. Only once he stepped outside the porch and onto the walkway did Keith realize his mistake. He moved like a guy on the prowl. A glance up at a window on the house next door showed a woman moving back and forth. It took a few precious seconds to realize she jostled a crying baby. Great. That did it. He strolled as casually as he could to the back door, took the steps in a single bound, and pulled it open. A quick look inside showed no one, so he pretended to wait for someone to tell him to come in, just in case someone was looking. And yes, he felt like a complete idiot. A cell phone rang somewhere upstairs, and Keith could hear low voices, more than one, on speakerphone or someone else in the room. Was Mark in there, or... That was the problem. He couldn't be certain. Keith stepped inside, slipped through the kitchen, and took out the guy in the chair before the man could get out a shout. With a thumbs up, the guy pulled his ski mask over his face, the one with large white X's over the eye holes to make him look dead. Germs doing. Keith would bet dinner for the whole crew on that. The kid had a weird and wicked sense of humor. A quick scan of the downstairs showed no one else. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Next up, the stairs. Killer zone if ever there was one. In a real scenario, he'd have backup in case he got taken out. But here, he was the only thing between life and death for Mark, so to speak. Keith opted for 3 steps at a time. Once. The old stairs were high and steep, leaving him more unbalanced than he'd like. 2 at a time got him to the landing. He looked up and saw a guy's back to him. What, are you guys taking it easy on me? He fired a trank dart. With a hey! The guy stumbled, and the second dart sent him reeling. Whatever he mumbled got lost in the conversation and the sound of him falling. The appearance of someone else in a doorway killed the easy motion. Keith fired and missed. The guy aimed, fired himself, and then shut the door. Keeping quiet didn't make sense anymore, so Keith rushed up the steps, jumped over a guy with a, no joke, ski mask embroidered with closed eyes and fluttery eyelashes. He couldn't help but grin. Germ needs a raise. A gun blast rang out, followed by, "Side door, near the hinges." Keith called back, "Miss, and you're a dead man going for me like that." He shoved the trank gun into the back waistband of his jeans and winced when it missed the holster. He'd have to confess that one later, but he did take 3 precious seconds to holster it properly.
How do guys in the movies do it? Gangbangers just shoved them in the front of their jeans. A quicker draw, but no guy wanted to dejunk that way. He shuddered, just as another blast hit the door. This time, he knew where it was and called out before the gunman could call out position. "Miss, even I saw that one coming." As he spoke, he kicked the door open, firing 3 times in quick succession. The guy dropped to the floor in a cartoon-like, over-dramatized collapse and pulled the X mask over his face. Mark hopped up and ran to him. "Let's go." Isn't that my line? But there he was, rushing after his boss like a devoted puppy. At the car, Mark demanded the keys. Still part of the exercise? Keith wasn't sure. A few choice words flew out as Mark demanded the keys. Keith tossed them, trying not to wince. Out of the Marines for less than 6 months, and he'd already gotten used to a curse-free life. Mostly. The moment they tore out of the development and onto the highway, Mark said the words Keith had been dreading and anticipating since the day he'd signed his contract. "You have your first assignment." Covedale, July 8th, 2012, 7:22 p.m. A gun pointed right at her. Anna froze, her startled scream cut off by sheer terror. Just as the gun swung left of her head, the man went down with a crunch, a pop, and a yowl that should have signified a catfight in the alley. Hani snatched up a towel, but instead of using it to strangle the intruder, she dropped it onto the floor near him and leapt onto it. "Saul, you okay?" "You know him?" Anna's question came at the same time. Saul demanded a medic team. "Can't get up. It's gotta be torn." The guy swore. "I'd rather have a break." A glance at Saul's ballooning, awkwardly angled knee and the blood pooling on the floor beneath it sent the room spinning. Hani screamed, "Sit down, Anna! Now!" Anna sat, right in the middle of the wide plank flooring, not even on the area rug. "Head between your knees." She looked up to see Hani trying to reach into the freezer. The room spun again, and as Hani scooped several bags of frozen veggies onto the floor, she caught Anna's gaze and shouted, "Now!" Anna's head dropped between her knees, and she did feel better almost immediately. Doubting that Hani would be able to understand her, Anna asked, "Who is that?" "Our backup. He probably heard the crash and scream and thought someone came in." Apparently, the guy's groan was in the affirmative. "I'll call Mark. He'll have someone here in no time. Meanwhile, I need to clean up enough of this that people can move safely." That was something she could do. Anna stood, waited for another wave of dizziness, and moved forward when it didn't arrive. "I'm fine now, and I can clean up this mess." "It'll take forever." Hani might not admit to wailing, but she did. Anna shook her head. "No, 15 minutes, tops. Where would I find flour?" Hani shook her head. "Don't have any?" "Salt or baking soda?" Hani nodded. "Pantry, to your left." A bag of confectioner's sugar stopped her short. What pantry had powdered sugar but no flour? A box of cornmeal called to her, too. "With that, I could almost fry up Corn Krispies." She started with the cornmeal. Some ended up stuck to Saul's leg and Hani's shoes, but Anna flung it over the mess until the box emptied. She moved onto the box of baking soda next. "Got a squeegee?" Though Hani was busy talking to Mark, Saul shook his head. Then he froze. "Wait, I think there's one in the shower." By the time a team arrived to take Saul off for medical evaluation, Anna had cleaned up the kitchen and gotten dinner started, all while Hani protested. Not enough to stop Anna, of course, but she'd protested nonetheless. Hani prowled the house, watching her phone, the neighborhood, and security cameras, in that order. When a call came through, Anna only heard snatches of the conversation, words like torn ACL and possible dislocation. Possible? They'd all heard the pop. They'd all seen how Saul couldn't move half an inch without writhing. They'd all seen the way it looked bent out of shape. Sure, it was possible that the knee wasn't dislocated, just as it was possible that Roman had left her for another woman. Her musings fled when she heard Hani say, "Send Keith. I want him." The guy who rescued me from a lifetime behind bars? Okay, I can get behind that.
No, but he has good instincts, and I can tell Anna trusts him. That's big. I need him ASAP, though. Use the chopper? We've drawn a lot of attention to ourselves. Good call with the ambulance. Bet Mike's guys weren't happy to hand it over, though. A laugh filled the room, and Anna turned back to the stove. Everything was fine. Just fine. Hani was laughing. Dinner was almost done, and Keith would come. Next, maybe they'll find Roman. Her chest heaved and her throat constricted. Alive. Chapter 8. Covedale, July 8th, 2012, 11:14 p.m. Keith should have been there an hour ago by Hani's calculations. To be fair, those calculations were best-case scenario ones where Keith left from the helipad on the Mayflower building where the agency offices were nestled among actuarial tables and other insurance things. What did an insurance company need a skyscraper for, anyway? The security system kept fritzing, forcing her to enter the code every 20 or so minutes. It was enough to string her nerves up and leave her dangling. Anna, unable to take her pacing, watching, and general bad attitude, had given up reading Moby Dick and opted to take a shower, probably to get away from her. And that adds another half hour to 3 hours, depending on where Keith actually was and if they brought in a chopper. He'd gone to the Simons' apartment to fill a bag for Anna. Hani didn't even have to send Germ, the office manager and computer genius, a text to know that. The extraction had been a last-minute thing. No time to grab essentials, so poor Anna had to deal with 2 small bicycle shorts and a tank top that would probably cover her navel, if she didn't move and kept hunched over. Mark would definitely ensure she had her own things. With that thought, Hani forced herself to sit, relax her shoulders, examine the room again. Something about it was off. Not in a "I'm gonna getcha" sort of way, but more of a design flaw. She needed to figure it out. Or rather, she needed the distraction. Perhaps it was the lack of a lived-in feeling. Hani glanced around the room and nodded. That could be it. After all, no one lived in the house. There weren't half-read magazines on the coffee table, no protein bar wrappers sitting on the end table, waiting for someone to take them to the kitchen garbage. For that matter, there weren't dirty dishes in the kitchen sink or toothpaste splatters on the mirror in the bathroom. Those were the kinds of things the house didn't have that it should. Well, she could fix the toothpaste problem if she brushed her teeth. She could eradicate the stale garlic taste from her mouth and add those splatters in one go. A glance down the hall still showed a light under Anna's door. She'd been in there for ages. It felt like hours. The woman didn't want to talk. She wouldn't cry. She wouldn't yell or engage at all. Instead, she'd cleaned up that mess in the kitchen as if she'd made it, without a word, without complaint. And who knew that throwing stuff on top of oil on the floor would clean it up faster anyway? Hani did now. It felt as though there should be a clock ticking somewhere, one of those obnoxious pendulum things that swung back and forth, growing louder and louder with each pass until she thought she'd go crazy. Isn't that what situations like this were all about? A battle with time until the call came to say all was well. They were safe. Hani flopped onto the couch and rubbed her eyes. She wanted to sleep. She needed it. 8 long, uninterrupted hours of blissful sleep. After 3 whole seconds on the couch, Hani hopped up and paced through the living room again, peered through the curtains again, scoured the street for headlights again. Nothing. Not even a flickering streetlight. A shadow shifted on the lawn, sending her senses on high alert. But a second glance showed nothing. The whole scenario couldn't be more ridiculous. Never had she been so skittish.
Headlights appeared and headed straight for the house. Hani tensed, her hands gripping the curtains.
"You can't just drive up at this time of night, Keith. People will notice."
It drove past without even slowing, but Hani saw him. A kid, probably terrified of getting bawled out by Dad when he walked in the door. Poor kid. When the third yawn followed immediately after the second, Hani dreamed of sleep. She ached to crawl beneath cool sheets and drift into blissful unconsciousness. What was it like to go to sleep without wondering if you'd be jerked awake 61 seconds later? What was it like to dream of something other than scenarios where people chased you with murderous intent? Something pleasant. That's what she wanted. But as soon as the thoughts invaded her mind and tried to force her to consider them, Hani pushed them out. This was her dream job. She made a difference. That's why she'd taken it, and she was good at it. She saved lives. Not every day, but definitely every month, and that mattered. Deep down, Hani knew that mattered. But at times like this, when a dog barked somewhere, when a siren wailed in the distance, when shadows shifted outside where there shouldn't be shadows, she wondered, is it really worth it? As much as she wanted to go crawl into that bed and to try to have those happier dreams of crazy road trips with girlfriends, isn't that what normal people did? As much as she wanted to do that, she couldn't, because down the hall, behind that door, an assignment sat in a room with nothing that belonged to her, with no idea of where her husband had gone, and with no idea what would happen next. Worse than that, with no idea that her life was in jeopardy. At least, it seemed as though Anna really hadn't figured that out yet. And if Hani had anything to do with it, she wouldn't. Outside somewhere, a door slammed. Her guess was one belonging to a beat-up, rusty car that probably lost a chunk of its underbelly with that slam. She could hear it, even inside the house, even with the AC blasting cold air that warmed almost as quickly as it dropped into the room. Where did this heat wave come from? Hani peered out the window between the drapes that hung without a speck of dust, hoping it was Keith, and she'd blast him for being so loud, but saw nothing. Probably some little kid cried for her nighttime lovey left in the back seat, and Dad had to go crawl out there to grab it. Mostly because he loved his daughter, but honestly would force him to admit it was also so he might be able to get some sleep before work tomorrow. Need to remind Mark that most people don't keep their drapes vacuumed this thoroughly. The guy tried, but he often forgot that the rest of the world didn't have house cleaners on retainer. The next time a shadow shifted, her pulse rose. Hani huffed out her exasperation and strode into the kitchen. She'd make cookies. That sounded good. Finally feeling as if she had purpose, Hani opened the pantry just in time to remember that there was no flour. Essential to delicious cookie baking. Sure, there were flourless cookies, but she didn't know how to make them and probably didn't have those ingredients either. Either get a grip on yourself or call out. You're no good to Anna this rattled. Just as she closed the door, wondering what else she could make or what else she could do to distract her until Keith got there, she heard the security system blip again. If it did it one more time, she'd take a hammer to it. Mark needed someone out there to fix that thing. Fix it, and now. She moved toward the mudroom, ready to figure out how to disconnect it or turn it off. Indefinitely. Hani froze next to the fridge and wasted precious moments noting the irony. But then it happened again. A shifting shadow. And this time, it was inside the house. Ugh, why did I leave my gun on the coffee table? I know better. Getting careless cost lives, and she'd gotten careless. When was the last time that had happened? Rookie days, that's when. Get your head in the game. Covedale, July 8th, 2012, 11:22 p.m. Keith pulled up 4 doors down from the safe house and sagged before another burst of adrenaline coursed through him.
He'd have to learn to control it again. With a large duffel slung over one shoulder, he made his way up the dark, tree-lined sidewalk. Clouds kept the moon from view, which he appreciated, right up to the moment that he tripped over a root growing up through the concrete. 2 steps later, something else tripped him up. A man pulled up in front of the house across the street and dashed over to the garage opposite, the garage Keith had every intention of entering himself. His heart pounded as he slid behind the nearest tree and craned his neck around it. The man took a few furtive glances around him before vaulting the back fence as if it was a track meet hurdle. Impressive. And dangerous. Also, Keith decided after failing his own attempt, embarrassing. He scrambled over while ordering himself to practice fence jumping. Who knew it would be a job requirement? If the intruder hadn't made such a point of not being seen, Keith would have assumed he just had the wrong house. Thankfully, he left the side door to the garage open. It allowed Keith to follow without having to worry about creaking hinges or air movement. As if he'd been there a million times, the guy entered, paused to disarm the security system, and crept from the garage into the house. Alarm exploded into fury. Not on my watch. Keith dashed around the car and to what should be the mudroom door. Now in action, the floor plans he'd studied ran together in his mind until he wasn't sure he had even entered the right house anymore. Catching the door as it shut behind the intruder, Keith hesitated long enough to ensure the guy had moved away. Sweat ran in rivulets down his temple, down his back, down his sides. The hardest part came now, getting around that door blind. Once inside, he'd be able to see what happened, but if the guy were looking behind him when Keith entered, all hope of surprise vanished. "You're not alone in this." Mark's words came back to him. If Hani were on her game, she'd hear the alarm blip and be on alert. If not, she'd still hear if Keith called out. So as long as he could get a drop on the assassin, they'd be golden. And if he couldn't, well, Hani could keep Anna safe if anything happened to him. 2 are definitely better than 1. An idea popped up just about the time Keith pushed the door open a bit more. Feeling like an idiot, Keith stuck his hand through and waited. Nothing. He stuck his arm through. Again. Nothing. With a here-goes-nothing approach, Keith slipped through the door and let it rest against the strike plate. The intruder moved forward. He might have been cautious, but Keith saw no hesitation, no uncertainty at all. This guy knew what he wanted and would get it. Not on our watch. As he reached the end of the small hallway, the guy hesitated for the first time. Keith decided that was his chance. He rushed and tackled, pinning the guy against the hard flooring. His knee protested. That'd be a bad bruise. The man bucked, throwing Keith to one side, but before the guy could get turned around, Keith jabbed an elbow into his temple and pulled the guy's arms back behind him. "Honey!" "Good one." The voice was too close. Keith looked up to find her standing there, a knife glittering in one hand. He grinned. "Hi, honey. I'm home. Got a zip tie or two?" A groan escaped as the guy's stunned brain re-engaged. Keith pulled the trank from its holster, not as smoothly as he'd have liked, but he did it. With one quick pull of the trigger, the dart hit the guy's shoulder. "One more, right?" Hani nodded. "Good gauge. I'll call Mark." "Why?" "Because you need to get Anna out of here, and Mark needs to be the one who took this guy down." The why almost surfaced again, but instead, the answer came fast and hard. Police would want to check the house. Mark had connections. Keith didn't. "Gotcha. I'll go get Anna." "Anna is right here. Who is that?" Keith started to answer that it was someone after her, but Hani broke in. "Looks like some idiot thought this would be a good house to break into. He'll regret that for a very long time." "Wait, burglar? Really? I went through
All that for a guy trying to steal a couple of laptops and the cash in the sock drawer? The non-existent cash and the non-existent sock drawer? As if she didn't know he needed time to process, Hani continued, "You and Keith get out of here. We don't have much time. Glad I didn't go to St. Louis or Louisville." "She's got something for the Louis, doesn't she?" Anna grinned down at him. "Ready? I am. I travel light, as in with nothing." He couldn't resist. "Not anymore. I filled a duffel with everything I could pack into it from your apartment. Let's go." To Hani he added, "Are you sure you've got this?" "Totally. Good job, Keith. Really good job." "It was just lucky or providential timing, but I'll take it." "Thanks." Chapter 9. Fairbury, July 8th, 2012, 10:23 p.m. The computer screen finally loaded, and Philip Marcel pounded the desk. No funds. Anna hadn't signed yet. He'd left 4 messages on her phone warning her that he'd return Roman's check. He wouldn't, of course. The contract stipulated that all payments were non-refundable in the event that financing didn't come in by the balloon payment date. He hated to see his restaurant in the hands of the Solari syndicate, but if she didn't come through in time, so be it. Philip began stuffing thumb drives, external hard drives, financial records, and anything else he might need in a duffel. He had to get out of there before Solari's men returned. That little weasel. Leon would be back to demand he accept the deal, and Philip had no intention of being in the state, much less the town. A knock preceded Marissa's entrance. The new hostess slipped through and leaned back against the door, visibly shaken. "There are guys here. I saw a gun on one. Do I call the police?" He pounded the desk with his fist to keep it from trembling. Marissa jumped, and Philip relaxed a bit. It wasn't this woman's fault. With a forced smile, he set the duffel on the floor and tried to slide it under the desk without her noticing. "They'll want to see me. They may be taking over the restaurant." "I thought Rome—" Marissa broke off and turned to go. "I'll let them back." "Did I give something away, or did she figure it out? Bet she doesn't show up for work tomorrow." He sat there, perspiring enough to soak the back of his shirt, and, if he were honest, raising his arms wouldn't be a good idea either. When the knock came, Philip inhaled, exhaled, and mopped his brow with his shirt tail before calling out, "Yeah?" Might as well pretend he expected an employee. Leon stepped inside and smiled. The guy could cause heart attacks with that so-called smile. As if to prove the assertion, Philip's heart raced around the man, his 2 thugs, bodyguards, and out of the room. Philip just hoped he could catch up with some shred of dignity. Of life, he'd take life. Left. Without preamble or invitation, Leon sat and said without a shred of emotion, "It's taken care of." Could they see him sweat? Probably. By the glint in the one guy's eye, Philip was next. He had nothing to lose. "Anna Simon's name is still on all the documents. If both of them go missing, it'll look suspicious. You can't do this." Leon didn't even twitch. "Where is Anna? I can't get a hold of her." It was suicide, but his tongue apparently had a death wish. "If you've killed her, too." There, the smile returned. Philip shivered and swiped some of the perspiration off with the back of his hand. Then Leon asked in a near whisper, "Who said anything about killing?" What sense of self-preservation he'd retained dashed out the door in search of his heart, and probably his brains. "Don't give me that. I'm not stupid. Of course you killed him. If you killed her too, they'll figure it out, and I'll be caught up in this mess." He leaned forward and tried to sound menacing. "I'm not going to take the fall for your—" Leon, laughing, chilled him in all new ways. Hollow, pointed,
and full of that thing his last girlfriend had said he was no good at. What was it again? Perspiration soaked his armpits now. Great. They'd see as it spread toward his chest soon. Stupid knit shirts. Subtext. That laughter had subtext. Then Leon said the last thing Philip Marcel would have ever imagined. "We couldn't kill someone who has disappeared. We don't know where she is." If anything, the smile softened. The perspiration poured down his face, and Philip let it. He couldn't hide it anyway. "Where is she, Mr. Marcel?" As if his body finally realized it didn't have a beating heart anymore, his chest clenched and constricted. Philip gasped for air, and Leon gave a short jerk of the head. "Help our friend to the car. He needs medical attention." As the first bodyguard came around the desk, Leon added, "Oh, and retrieve the duffel bag from under there. We'll need that." "I'm a dead man." The thought repeated itself on an endless loop as the men helped him from the building and into the waiting car. Covedale, July 8th, 2012, 10:42 p.m. The moment Mark arrived at the house, he put in a 911 call stating they'd captured a burglar in the house. "I was concerned for my friend and tackled the guy. Unfortunately, I seem to have knocked him out, but he's coming around now, I think." Their intruder sat against the wall, slumped against the couch cushion they'd propped up next to him. The guy's eyes opened and fixed on Mark standing above him. "Who are you?" "Followed you in. Saw you heading for my friend and tackled you." A siren wailed in the distance. Their intruder chose to wail in four-letter disharmony. Something about not heading back to prison, about a warrant out for him, about never making it inside again. Apparently it had less to do with the discomforts of prison life and everything to do with having irritated inmates in his likely home for the next 18 months, plus whatever that warrant was for. In the middle of an impressive string of words, a few of which Mark had never heard, the guy broke off and stared at him. "You didn't knock me down. Your voice is wrong. Arms too. That guy had dark hair." "Ugh. Guess you hit your head harder than I thought," Mark said. "Sorry." He raised an arm as if confessing he'd chopped down a cherry tree. "My fault. Must have." A burst of inspiration hit him. "Seen your own arm as you went down." Their guy stared at his arm as if he'd never noticed he possessed one. The sirens grew louder. They'd turn onto the street any moment now. That was the great thing about small towns. They usually had less crime, and with everything packed together, they also had shorter distances to travel. Hani shuffled in an obvious attempt to get Mark's attention. She gave him an exaggerated, questioning look. Turning his attention to their unwanted guest, he asked, "What were you hoping to get your hands on?" "Place has been empty for a few weeks. Been hanging with a guy across the way and noticed. Thought there might be..." Here, the guy stopped. After shaking his head to clear it, he added in a rush, "Someone who needed help. What with the light on in here." That was interesting. The guy had seen a light and come in anyway. A glance at Hani showed her frowning. That could only mean one thing. There hadn't been a light. Things just got more interesting. "Who sent you?" A siren screeched up the street. "Sent what?" As if he hadn't spoken, the guy wiped confusion off his face and replaced it with a hard edge. "Wouldn't you like to know?" "You are actually just a garden variety thief." A few choice expletives begged for the chance to prove themselves, but Mark just turned away and strode to the door to let in the officers. A woman built like a linebacker with twice the ferocity in her features and a scrawny kid who looked like he couldn't be out of the Explorer program were headed up the walk. Mark waved. "He's in here. Tackled him and he hit his head."
The kid, no worries. He probably hadn't been on more than a couple of routine traffic stops. An actual B&E was so far out of his experience that he'd be bragging to his girlfriend for days. Mark gave an apologetic shrug. Didn't mean to hurt him, just didn't want him hurting Hani. The guy conked his head on the wall. Hani broke in with a huff.
It was the floor.
The way she dragged out floor made her sound like a SoCal princess who had to point out that Gucci and Prada were vastly different companies. Right. Mark offered another shrug. I was in the process of trying not to get slugged, so I must have made an assumption. Thought it was the wall.
Floor.
Officer Jefferson glared at her. We got it. Floor. Their intruder's name was Jimmy Simmons. Not that he offered up the information. Officer Jefferson flashed a grin and shook her head when she got a good look at him. Well, Jimmy Simmons, my captain is gonna be happy to see you. And the back of you. This just gave you a one-way ticket back to Rockland. Jimmy looked from her to Mark and back to her again. I just wanted to check on a friend. He glared at Mark. And he didn't tackle me. It was someone else. The voice is different, and that guy had dark hair. Or his arms did. Don't remember the face. This guy is lying. Once again, Hani huffed and folded her arms over her chest.
Like your words mean anything.
Her nose rose a couple of centimeters and a sniff followed.
You're pathetic.
What time did this man enter the house? About
10:32.
Hani broke in. When Mark shot her a look, she added with more attitude than he'd ever seen her show.
What? I looked at the clock when I heard a sound?
She pointed at the knife.
I was getting fat.
All right, Officer Jefferson said. So, 10:32. Whatever. I looked at my watch when I got back, and it was 10:15. Never had he seen such a transformation come over anyone with such force. Hani got in his face, pushing against him with her chest and almost screaming at him.
So, you stand out there texting your little side job for 15 minutes while some guy is trying to break in? That's how you want to play this? You're pathetic. I'm done.
She started to storm off, but the scrawny cop stopped her.
We still need to get your statement. We'll do it out here, because if I stay in there with that cheating jerk, I'll reconsider the use of that knife. She gasped. I didn't mean that. Ugh, what a thing to say to a cop.
And then, with the skills of an A-list actress, she burst into tears. Even as Mark arranged his features into a sneer, he gave an internal standing ovation. Great deflection. Bonus on your next check for that one.
Chapter 10. Steelville, Missouri, July 9th, 2012, 5:07 a.m. Thanks to the moonless night, Keith nearly missed where Grand Drive became Bird's Nest Road. Anna slept beside him, her body leaning against the window of Hani's Miata. Okay, it belonged to Mark, most likely, but Keith thought of it as hers. Definitely not mine. A guy needs leg room. Half a mile and on the right, packed in by trees. He couldn't decide if he liked that idea or not. Wide open made it hard for folks to sneak up on you, but it also made it impossible for you to run and hide if they managed it. Still, he'd had about 30 minutes to decide between Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri. In the end, he'd decided they needed places to hide. He might miss someone coming through the trees, but at least he had a better shot of getting Anna out safe and hiding her if that happened. So, Steelville, Missouri it was, right on the edge of a couple of farms, but still nestled in the woods of the southeastern part of the state. When the trees disappeared and farmland greeted them, Keith slowed and made a 3-point turn to head back. He'd missed their drive. Anna stirred. Are we there? Almost. Can you help look for... Oh, there it is. A for sale sign out by the road gave him pause, but the house looked just like its picture. No doubt, it was the right place. Might have told me about that sign. Would have made finding it easier if someone had been following me and I needed to disappear. We're staying at a listed property. Won't people be coming through to view it? Sharp eyes. Keith couldn't answer the question with anything more comforting than, I'm sure Mark has it covered. Anna squeaked as if about to protest and stopped herself. Of course he does. He knew when to send you to rescue me. He wouldn't send you here if it wasn't safe. Keith wasn't certain, but he thought she added, I hope the bed is comfortable. On the off chance there were comfy beds, Keith would be sitting at the table, assuming there was one, not reclining at all. Worst part of his new job? Solo guarding. He hadn't known it until the moment he had to decide if she would stay in the car or come into the house with him. Self-preservation demanded he text Mark or Germ. Germ would be better. Why wake his boss and annoy the guy with proof of his incompetence? Pride said he could protect her better if she were with him. That if they faced something inside, he'd give her a chance to bolt while he fought off any attack. That one. As he parked the car at the front of a small, ranch-style house, Keith formulated and troubleshot his plan. He passed Anna the keys and said, Follow me and stay close. If anything feels off at all, get in that car and drive away. How do I know when to come back or where to go? What if something happens and you need help? What do I do then? The little intel he'd been given on Anna Simon had hinted at a clueless doormat. Not how he'd describe her. He dug for his cell phone and passed it over. Only use this in a 100% emergency. You call. You tell whoever answers where to find you, then you remove the SIM card and battery. Got it? For the first time, Anna wobbled. She'd been crazy strong, but now... This is real, isn't it? I'm really running for my life. He had to get her inside before she fell apart and he had to carry her. Yes, and you'll be safer if you're out of the way here, so let's get you inside. As he climbed out of the low-slung car, Keith retrieved the weapon he'd tucked into his seat for easy access. In a case like this, his Glock was the best choice. He wasn't experienced enough to calculate and fire a dart in an ambush, and he'd be taken by surprise. No time for it to work. He might not want to admit it to a group that was so proud of its revolutionary research and development of working tranq pistols, but he definitely felt more comfortable with traditional firearms. Anna took him at his word. She stayed close enough that he could feel her behind him. The oppressive, muggy air promised a downpour. Great for cutting the humidity. Terrible for being able to hear anything that sounded off. A lockbox behind the coiled hose sported a few angry spiders and a combination he nearly forgot. At the third try, it popped open, but nothing would make it shut again. Anna's shiver behind him hinted that perhaps now wasn't the time for dealing with a fussy lock. When a woman shivers in the heat of a miserable night, you get her inside where AC can comfort her and give her happy shivers of delicious cool air. Once I give the room a once-over, you follow me in and stay by the door. If I say run, you go. Don't hesitate, not even to inhale. Got it? Without waiting for an answer, Keith eased the key into the lock and hesitated. A crane of his neck showed curtains closed at the front window. So much for a peek inside first. Just do it. Stealth or surprise? He chose to barrel in with guns blazing. Or they would have been if anyone had been in the room. Safe. Stay here. He moved to the kitchen. Nothing but 80s linoleum and oak cabinets, according to his pocket flashlight. The mud porch, empty. The hallway and its closet, clear. So far, so good. In the bathroom, he nearly jumped out of his skin at an unexpected mirror behind the door. At least he hadn't pulled an Audie Murphy and shot it up. No one but he and the Lord knew he'd spooked himself. The polka-dotted shower curtain ripped aside with the brush of his hand to reveal mold in the grout, but nothing else. Scrub that tomorrow. The first bedroom held only a twin-sized bed,
a small dresser doubling as a nightstand, and a tiny bookshelf on the wall by the door. The shelf held a journal collection and teen girl romances. That probably explained the hot pink comforter. Maybe Anna wanted to revisit her younger self. The moment that thought entered his brain, he shoved it out. Anna had probably read Virginia Woolf or Dostoevsky at 12, though why he thought that was something to ponder at another time. The next bedroom was the male equivalent, but with camo bedding. This bookshelf held a comic book collection and a variety of dystopian and fantasy series. Hopefully, this would be his room. Maybe Hani could have sweet romance and navel-gazing. The last room at the end of the hall must have once been a garage as well. The enormous room served as a combination bedroom, bathroom, closet, and office. No signs of anyone having been there for a while, if the fine layer of dust meant anything. Relief relaxed his shoulder muscles, and Keith turned to call out the all clear when he sensed movement. He froze, perspiration beading on his forehead as he scanned the room. It couldn't be something outside showing through the window. The darkness didn't allow for shadows. Maybe it wasn't pitch black, but the beam of his little flashlight swept the room again. Nothing. Had he created a shadow with it? Imagination getting the better of him? He took one step and then another, hoping to recreate the motion to assuage his nerves. Something swished somewhere. He could hear it. The curtains, you idiot. You didn't check behind the curtains. Not that the room had half a dozen of them or anything. One by one he advanced, flattening himself against drapes hanging on each side of a window, and then swept them aside. At the ones facing the street, something scurried across his toes, and Keith did a lousy imitation of a Highland fling. His feet hopped, his flashlight flew up in the air, crashed to the old Berber carpeting, and rolled to illuminate glowing eyes. A possum. Oh, come on. Everything okay? Know how to get rid of possums without getting bitten and contracting rabies? Anna's voice sounded closer. Can I come down? Smart or dumb? A rabid animal could be a problem, but an extra pair of eyes while he tried to figure out how it had gotten in would be good. Sure, but hold on to the doorknob when you get here. If it charges, pull the door shut. Keith jumped when she said right behind him, I didn't think possums are prone to rabies. That threw him. Really? Something about lower body temperature making it hard for the virus to live? The threat of rabies mostly neutralized, Keith focused on examining the room. The possum now lay dead on the floor. Anna giggled, a bit high-pitched not to be on the verge of stress and exhaustion-induced hysteria. I knew they did that, but I've never seen it. Why don't you go choose a bed? I'll just close this door and maybe he'll go away on his own. Then we'll find the hole and plug it. In daylight. Can we turn the lights on now? It took a full 3 seconds for Keith to realize why he hadn't in the first place. Yeah, it's clear, so it's safe. Good. Bathroom, then bed. Don't suppose there's any food. Keith shrugged. There will be something, but I'm not sure what. 5 minutes later, they sat at the table eating canned ravioli and Pop-Tarts. St. Clair, Missouri, July 9th, 2012, 5:47 a.m. The sky began its slow shift from darkness to the sickly green-gray of first light. Strange how sunrises always began so ugly before bursting into glorious color. Well, sometimes they just wiped away the streaky ugliness that filled the small gap between darkness and light, but even that had an impressive effect. 15 minutes from Steelville, Hani pulled off I-44 and headed south down North Franklin Street in Cuba, Missouri. First Hardee's, then Sonic called to her as she passed, but Hani kept going. She had groceries in the car, and Keith needed sleep. Eventually, North and South Franklin became Highway 19, and the search for Bird's Nest Road began. She'd never used this house. Mark had purchased it months ago and then left the realtor's sign in the yard.
The moment she'd left the Cincinnati area, she'd felt, on and off, as though she were being followed, despite no evidence at all. There'd have to have been a team of a dozen drivers and a couple dozen cars for it to have worked. Impossible. The feeling returned with a vengeance as she drove through the tree-dense road, past the Merrimack River Resort, and down toward a large section of farmland. It made no sense. There wasn't a single vehicle on the road, and yet her eyes shifted from rearview mirror to side mirrors and back again. Perspiration beaded on Hani's upper lip, and she shifted in her seat. "It's all in your head," she told herself in the same firm, scolding voice her mother used to use. Yeah, bad idea. Saying that aloud after so many hours of silence only made things worse. A truck idled at the road to a farmhouse, its headlights unnecessary in the now full morning light. That was probably good, wasn't it? Someone trying to hide wouldn't have headlights on when they weren't necessary, would they? Double bluff? Hani begged the truck to turn right. It pulled out behind her instead. Ahead, another truck idled at a turnout just before where Hani figured the driveway would be. Her head spun. She couldn't pull in, even if they'd let her. Sure enough, just seconds before she reached the place where the truck idled, it peeled out onto the road, forcing her to slam on her brakes. Heart racing faster than her engine now, Hani darted a glance at her rearview mirror and saw that truck barreling up on her before coming to a quick slow. The truck ahead of her shot down the road as if chased by every cop in the county. At the next driveway on her right, she risked slowing and pulling over. Once the truck behind her drove out of sight, she could turn around. It slowed as it passed and then pulled up, blocking her in. Sure, she could back up, but not in time to avoid whatever would come next. She pulled out her Glock and aimed. Keeping it hidden, not so easy, but she tried to hide all but the muzzle. A man stepped down from his truck with an ease that didn't hint at danger, but the most brutal people she'd ever dealt with approached killing with indifference. He held up a hand and grinned as he approached. Hani slid the gun down and to her side. She hit the window button and tried not to shake as it slid down in the track. "Stay calm. No one even knows you're not from this state." "Hey, you okay? Saw Pete Vickers pull out and nearly hit you." She relaxed, but her hand remained on the gun. How did she know this guy actually knew the jerk who had now probably reached the next county? A damsel in distress might be the best option, but if she ran into him again, she'd likely blow that if he caught her off guard, especially with that farm so close to the house. Better be standoffish. "I'm fine. Annoyed, but fine. Thanks for asking." She shot a glare at his truck before turning her attention back to him. "Then again, you've blocked me in, so maybe you're the one I should be worried about." The grin returned. "Guess that's a fair statement." He held out his hand. "Granger Payne." A dozen thoughts flitted through her mind as he initiated the handshake. Was it genuine? Just a guy being friendly? Technically, some might consider southern Missouri to be the South, so it wasn't far out of reason. Was it a ploy to get her to drop the gun? If so, did that mean he knew she had it there? Or was he just checking? Something else? She must have hesitated too long because Granger put his hands up and took a step back. Or maybe he saw the gun. "Hey, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." Another step back. "I just saw you slam on your brakes and then pull over. Thought I should check to see that you were okay." This time, he took 2 steps back and dropped his hands. "I'm sorry for unsettling you." The guy had an accent, a slight southern cadence with a hint of twang on a couple of words, and he had a killer smile. It turned up on one side for a full second or two before the other side followed. Crinkles around the eyes. "No, honey, you're on a job, and your job doesn't allow for guys." She gave him a weak smile in return. "Not even cute ones like him." "No worries. I'm just tired. Long drive. Sorry for being so jumpy." Granger Payne settled his hands low on his hips for a moment before saying,
As long as you're okay. Strange how some people made statements sound like questions and others made questions sound like statements. Another thing to ponder when she had a few months off. At the rate those things piled up, it'd need to be a year soon.
Fine, and thanks for stopping. I'm glad to know if I had been hurt, I wouldn't be out here with a concussion and no one to help.
Better get you a cell phone. They don't always work on this stretch of Bird's Nest, but down by my place and up the road there a bit, service is pretty decent.
No need to tell the guy she had a smartphone, sans SIM, and drained battery in her purse pocket, and 6 burners in her backpack. I'll have to think about that.
There's a store in Cuba if you need good service. Tell Homer I sent you.
Homer. There was one of those statements that were really questions, but really, people were still named Homer around here.
Todd Homer, at the cell shack. He'll take care of everything. Granger Payne. He jerked a thumb at his chest. Just in case you forgot. Homer'll take good care of you if you mention me. He owes me.
She had no business sitting there chatting with a guy while Keith was fighting to stay awake on an adrenaline crash, but Hani couldn't resist asking. Owes you?
I let him date my sister. Owes me big time.
And with that, the guy returned to his truck and hopped in. With one arm waving out the window, he pulled onto the highway and took off down the road. She waited, watching until she couldn't see a hint of his taillights before turning the truck around and easing back to the driveway where her Miata stood. Note to Mark, don't let us drive such distinctive cars to this one. People will remember it. I'll have to play it up if I see anyone. Make being noticed work in my favor, I guess. Then again, Granger had seen her in the truck that they would need to pass off as Keith's. He'd be her brother, and she'd have had something in the back. But what? It couldn't stick out, or Granger would have seen it. So what? When the curtains twitched, she hauled herself out of the truck and dragged the backpack behind her. She'd figure that out later. The curtain pulled aside more, and Keith waved. Better yet, you can figure it out. Good training exercise. Chapter 11. Steelville, July 9th, 2012, 2:53 p.m. Knowing the guy you trust is a rookie who doesn't know what he's doing can leave your confidence shaken. Not that Anna knew anything about that. As she watched Hani and Keith discuss how to play out their presence there in Steelville, even she could see Hani was training him with every turn of the conversation. Did he realize it? Hani pulled a phone from her bag, assembled it, and made a call. Any word? Her facial expression, unreadable, but Anna saw a slight tensing of her shoulders. Her posture straightened ever so slightly. Even Keith noticed. They'd be on the move again. Was any of it worth it? Let whoever took Roman have whatever they wanted, even all the money for the restaurant. She'd get a job. They'd pay off the loan and start over. Disappointment crept in and squeezed at her heart. If that happened, they'd be near 40 before they could afford children. But none of this was worth it. Something else tiptoed in behind disappointment and sucker-punched her. Anna gasped. Keith was on his feet, ready. What? I just realized you, both of you, protecting me. This is going to be expensive. We can't afford this. A slight smile formed before Hani turned away, but Keith stepped in closer. There won't be a charge. Her, sounded even more hollow aloud than it did in her heart. No one does this much work with this much expense for free. Keith answered before Hani could. Let's just say my boss charges enough to afford to help someone who can't pay for that help. It's covered. No charge. And she believed him. The kind of sincerity radiating from him couldn't be faked. Could it? In her peripheral vision, she saw Hani shift again. Something was off. A focused look at Keith showed he'd figured it out, too. Well, thanks. I don't know how we'd ever pay for this. Keith gave her a smile and shot a glance over at Hani. His hand rubbed the back of his neck, and in that moment, Anna realized the problem and the solution.
You don't have to be her boyfriend. I'm not going to be your boyfriend or husband. I can't do that. You don't have to. You can be her brother. Half-brother, most likely, but still. Who are you, then? Keith raised his eyebrows and shook his head. You look more like her than I do, but 3 adult siblings? Not likely. And here would be the genius of the plan, as long as they got rid of that possum. She wasn't afraid of the thing, but neither did she want to cohabitate with it. I'm not here.
Hani gasped and looked at her. Duh! We're such idiots. Of course. You're not here. You'll stay in the basement. As his face turned a sickly green, Keith's eyes bulged and his words stuck in his throat. Anna gave a short shake of her head, but it did no good. He pulled out his gun and stepped around Anna.
Where is the door to the basement?
Ogre! Hani barked. Bye! And slammed the phone on the counter. What? You didn't clear the basement before you let her sleep in this place? What is wrong with you? Anna waited for him to remind her of the fact he was still in training. He didn't.
Clearly, my thoroughness for starters. Now, where is the door? How did I miss it? I need to go check. Maybe that's where the possum comes through.
Possum?
Hani's gaze darted from one to the other of them.
You've got a rabid rodent in here, too?
Not rabid. She and Keith spoke in unison. A co-conspiratorial glance passed between them before Anna added, I think running across a critter in the back room probably derailed Keith's investigation, or whatever you call it. We're fine, and it's not like you've not been training him the whole time we've been here. Clearly he's new and still learning, so give the guy who saved me from jail a break, okay? Both of her guards stared at her for a moment before Hani smiled. You've got more moxie than I gave you credit for. Anna sighed and turned away. People assume that if you're quiet or forbearing, that you're weak. People are fools. She waited for the squeak of the bedroom door and the soft click of a latch before turning to Keith. Roman's dead. So's Philip Marcel. The guy who owns the restaurant? Yeah. They tried to make Marcel look like he was skipping out after killing Roman, but even small-town cops figured out it was a setup. The restaurant there has paperwork signed for a sale. They have the financials to prove they paid cash for 1/3 of it. This just got worse. Keith gripped the counter and stared out the kitchen window. He did that a lot. What did he see out there that kept him so riveted? Nothing but trees and the occasional deer. Was he afraid of nature? In love with it? What? So we have to tell our client that her husband is dead. Great. No. He turned to face her. What? Don't tell her. We need to be sure she keeps fighting to get back to him. We'll tell her when this is over. Lie? And this was where she differed with Mark. The guy's religious scruples would get people killed. She liked Keith. He was good. But his religion thing wouldn't work. Still, she had to try, for everyone's sake. Yes, Keith, you lie. You say whatever you have to say and do whatever you have to do to keep your client alive. This isn't about your self-preservation. It's about Anna's. So, you pretend to be my boyfriend. You hold my hand if someone's around. You kiss me any time you can make it look like you think we're alone when we're not. She eyed him. And you make it convincing. Because that is what Anna needs to be sure that no one gets suspicious. He turned away from the window, leaned against the counter, and folded his arms over his chest. What happened to you being my sister? Sister? She'd forgotten that. Eyeing him closer, she shrugged. We might be able to share one parent. We can share both. I look just like Dad. You look just like Mom. He gave her a weak smile. I can lie about this kind of thing, Hani, But lying to the client, you think that's best?
Okay, so she'd gone on the wrong tangent. Fine. Hani glanced down the hall before moving to his side and whispering, "Look, Anna is too unreadable. We don't have a solid dossier on her. It's patchy, and what we've seen doesn't jive with it. So she's either in league with the Solaris and we're in danger, or we have inaccurate information from people who don't really know her. Probably the latter, but until we know, we need to keep ourselves safe." After another Anna check, Hani returned and added, "The best way to do that is to ensure she doesn't know about Roman. If she was behind that, knowing it's done could turn things ugly."
You think we're protecting the kingpin? Really? Her?
The guy wasn't a fool, but apparently that didn't keep him from acting like one. "Until we know who is behind this, we assume anyone could be."
You said Solari took over the restaurant.
Doesn't mean he's behind it. It probably does, but it could be him taking advantage of the situation. She pulled pizzas from the fridge. Everything else had been solid in the ice chest, but the pizzas on top had started to defrost. She'd make them now. Hani groaned, and heat up the house. To a questioning Keith, she shook her head and said, "Go check the basement. Make sure it's habitable. Anna not being here is optimal. I feel like an idiot for not thinking of it."
You arrived during daylight and were seen. You've had less sleep than I have. It's bound to happen.
Hani shook her head. "No, I'm paid for it not to happen. That's how we keep our clients alive, Keith." Without a word, he went to explore the basement. He hadn't stood up for himself, hadn't made excuses. Anna had done that for him. Interesting. Once the oven beeped, she slid the pizzas on the racks and set the timer for 10 minutes before hurrying down the hall and into the back room. That would have been the last place he checked, and if he ran into a possum, maybe he didn't check well enough to see the door behind the door. Whoever had decided to turn that back room into a suite hadn't thought through the logistics of the basement access. She found him standing in a semi-finished basement, hands on hips, much like Granger Payne's. Without looking over his shoulder, he said,
"If she's going to be down here, we're going to fix it up. It'll be an excuse for me to be visiting. That's why you brought the truck instead of me."
"It is?" This time he turned.
"Yep. You were going to pick up stuff in Sullivan, but made better time than you expected. So your little brother has to go off and do the dirty work."
He held out his hand.
"Keys?"
"You're serious?" Keith shrugged and extended his hand a bit further.
"We need a reason for me to be here that doesn't make me look like a mooch."
Relief sent a wash of exhaustion over her. He could roll with things. She checked her watch and moved back toward the stairs. "Just be sure you measure once so we don't have to go back to Sullivan twice." At the top of the stairs, she added, "Oh, and go tomorrow. Anna can sleep upstairs for one night." Rockland, July 9th, 2012, 8:07 p.m. When Jeremiah, Germ, Boyer's computer pinged, he swiveled to scan the player roster for the 100th time that evening. A glance at the screen's clock showed just past 8 o'clock. And there she was. Lauren Humboldt, server at Marcello's. Abandoning the security code he'd been working on, he pulled the other keyboard closer and typed out a greeting. "Hey." The cursor blinked on his end while he waited for some sign of a reply. Nothing. The questions fired at him faster than a warrior charge. Was she spooked? Had he been too aggressive, too laid back to take him seriously? As he sat there considering the myriad options before him, her reply appeared. "Hey, just got home from work and my apartment is an oven. Stupid roommate turned off the AC when she left." That he could work with. Germ hesitated and decided to strike now. Knowing that Roman Simon and Philip Marcel were dead meant they had less time than ever. "Things better tonight?" Of course they weren't, but he wasn't supposed to know that. Her reply came faster than expected. Worse. Seriously, things just got creepy. They found the owner and manager dead, and now some weird thugs are taking over. This guy has been hanging around for the last couple of weeks, and now he and his goons are here all the time. We're supposed to take orders from him. As if. I'm thinking about quitting.
Oh, no you don't. You can't do that. We need you in there. After considering a few options, Germ tried for practical. Sounds smart. Got a new job lined up? There. Now, come on. Think. Tell me the guy's name. She'd mentioned Roman once, what a jerk he was to his doormat wife. If he could get confirmation on Leon, that would give them leverage. They needed leverage. After much too long a wait, her reply came. Not yet. Asking at Coventry, but... 2 seconds later, she fired back. Oops, didn't mean to be so specific. He had to relax her. No worries. Won't show up anywhere to be all creepy. Probably a million Coventry places in North America alone. Lauren's rapid-fire response told him he'd made the right call. Yeah, wish you were close. You could tell Boris the goon that I'm not one of Leon's escorts and to leave me alone. Even as Germ zipped off a, "What are you talking about?" he pulled his phone out and sent Mark a text message. Do we know a Boris connected with Leon? Lauren Humboldt just mentioned him. Leon and escorts. Lauren's response came after a much longer pause than felt comfortable. It's like they're using the restaurant as some mixer for businessmen and call girls. Gross. He'd played up the nice boy next door persona from the get-go, and now Germ sagged in relief. A nice boy next door might be shocked enough to ask questions to keep her talking. A player would make a crass joke and move on. Really? Like in the movies where some guy needs a date and has to pay someone to go out with him? He chuckled as he waited for her reply. She'd be laughing at him, but whatever did the job. No, like someone with too much money hiring a hooker, just high class. Probably gets tested for stuff all the time to ensure the product is clean. Another gross followed. Germ hesitated before typing out the obvious question. And this Boris thinks he can drag you into that? Let me at him. He'd kept flirting to a minimum, but if any time called for it, now was it. She'd laugh and say something about how sweet he was. She always did. Wish you could. And no, he just wants a toy for when he's bored at work. No thanks. The buzz of his phone sent him scrambling to read Mark's message. Sounds like Leon might be going rogue, so Larry won't have anything to do with the Russians. I'll go over there tomorrow. See if you can convince her to take a day off if she has to work tomorrow. Germ considered a few things before choosing the easiest route to ensure she didn't go to work. Maybe you should be sick for a few days. Lauren didn't hesitate in her reply. Only after he reread it did he realize they'd been typing at the same time. I'd take off if I could afford to. Can't afford it. Here goes nothing. Come on, Lauren. Bite. I don't want to see you caught in the crossfire. I know a firm in Louisville that is looking for data entry from home. She responded in seconds. Those are all scams. He flexed his fingers and grinned. She was baited, on the hook, and now it was time to reel her in. Then, I like scams. Been making a couple $100 a week after work to save up for a new laptop. While he scrambled to convert one of his established websites to headquartered in Louisville, Kentucky, Germ waited for a response. Are you for real? Germ typed out the email address she should use and sent it before adding, just make a new lettersbox.com email address if you want to be extra safe. It took more convincing. Lauren was definitely a hard sell, but in the end, the message he'd waited to hear came through. All right, I'll do it. Gonna be sick for the next couple of weeks or until they find out who killed the bosses. Thanks.
Now, we gonna play or what?
Bring it on, Lauren. Bring it on.
Chapter 12. Steelville, July 11th, 2012, 9:02 a.m. After a short shower, Anna dragged the duffel bag Keith had brought down the basement stairs and set about figuring out what she'd like moved down there. Hani hoped it would be the tutti-frutti bedroom stuff rather than the camo. The king-sized bed from the large room was unsafe for them to move down those steps. Normally, she'd call dibs on that room. The bigger the bed, the easier it was to find a comfortable spot on it. But with a four-legged, on-again, off-again roommate, she'd just share the camo with Keith. She snorted at that thought. Need to make sure I say that one aloud next time the three of us are in the same room. I give him 2 seconds before he's redder than a Coke can. As she plotted her first shot into a battle Keith didn't know he'd have to engage in, Hani wandered the house looking for furniture they could easily move downstairs. The key was to ensure that things could be rearranged so it didn't look like something was missing. The odds that someone coming in would even notice were super slim, but the risk was never worth it. They had an illusion to maintain. The dining table sat by a corner window that overlooked a deck and the backyard. It was why Mark bought the house. Corner windows instead of a slider. Sliding glass doors and French doors were great for families who liked to barbecue, not great for agents who needed every possible obstacle to getting into a house. Even if that was just having to hoist up a few feet with broken glass instead of plowing through it. Nestled among a ton of trees, the house had everything she loved. Quick access to a little-traveled highway, a tourist attraction close by, and of course, those trees. Running into trees in a scary movie might be a bad idea, but when you're trying to hide from folks, having dense foliage meant coverage. Climbing trees meant you could get a drop on an assailant, literally. And if 2 people went in opposite directions, a single assassin couldn't get you both. She sighed and went to retrieve her hoodies. After a knock to announce her impending arrival, Hani pushed open the basement door and took the steps 2 at a time, her eyes scanning the area. Just because Anna was supposed to be alone didn't mean she was. Never had Anna looked more vulnerable than curled up in a beanbag chair in the corner by the washing machine. Hani stood at the bottom of the stairs, watching her. Instinct screamed for her to be alert, but the woman appeared to be out for the count. Heart thumping, Hani rushed forward and then stopped mid-stride as Anna asked, "Something wrong?" She didn't even open her eyes. "Brought you a hoodie." "Because it's so cold outside today?" Anna opened one eye, the other squished against her palm. "Why a hoodie?" "Turn down the thermostat as low as you need to, but wear it at all times. If we run, you pull that hood up over your head and try to disappear into it." Hani turned her back on Anna, stripped off her shirt, and pulled the identical one over her before turning around. Anna nodded. "I see. So we look alike if we're running." "You're quick." The woman's weak smile said more than she probably meant it to. "I know people think that I'm not very intelligent. At least Roman appreciates me for more than something to walk over." Shock, followed by fury, coursed through Hani's veins until Anna stood and took a step forward. "Here's a hint. He's never once tried to walk all over me. Not once. He is the kindest, gentlest, most dedicated man I could have ever hoped to meet." Another step, and this time her eyes locked on Hani. "And he chose me. The only reason I'm not fighting to get back to Fairbury to find him is that I know he'd want me safe first." She scrutinized Hani before adding, "So, I'm trusting that someone is actually doing their job to find him. For now." It felt like a dismissal, so Hani nodded and turned to go. "Impressive. And I bet when she turns that on around her husband, he thinks it's totally hot." Upstairs, she hesitated before sliding aside the Eat, Pray, Love sign and punching in the security code. Out the back door and down onto the back deck. Heat and humidity engaged in a battle for the miserablest. Heat won by a hair. The deck's boards were too far apart to safely hide anyone under it. Mark should fix that. Besides, any woman stepping outside in any kind of heel would find herself stuck or pitching forward. Lawsuit waiting to happen. The yard sort of dissolved into the trees as if the woods around the home were slowly encroaching. It had been mowed, but the closer the yard got to the tree line, the higher the grass. Common for the area or lazy lawn service? She'd have to find out. Sweat trickled down her spine and pooled in her bra. Gross. Still, Hani pulled the hood over her head and stepped into the trees. One advantage of a hoodie during summer heat: perfect protection against ticks. Take that, Lyme disease. The trees grew more densely populated than she'd expected. Too bad it wasn't complete coverage. At night, they might have even blocked out a moon. Without night vision goggles, they'd be invisible as long as they could breathe without making a sound. And didn't move. That would definitely be a perfect announcement of their position. Then we won't breathe or move. Piece of cake. 30 yards or so in, she saw the perfect hiding place. It had everything someone could want. Great coverage, easy access, and it looked like it might even have another way out. She'd have to warn Anna to stay far away from it. On the other hand, another 10 feet to the right sat a tree with a low enough branch to grab onto. Hani wrapped her hands around it and walked her feet up the side of the tree, listening as she did. Not too bad. Anyone moving couldn't hear it. Anyone standing still would probably assume footsteps on the decaying, leaf-strewn ground. Perfect. Next up, front access. Across the road was the Merrimack River, and if someone came in through the back, they'd have to flee from the front. If they didn't have time to get into the car, they'd have to flee across the road. That meant the river. Hani double-checked that Anna was still doing well before heading out the front door. As she scanned the yard, she realized there was a row of large rhododendrons along the side of the house that ran close to the trees. It only took a minute to explore, and immediately she made the decision. If we go out front, she goes there and stays if possible. The hairs stood on the back of her neck as she crossed the road and entered the trees on the other side. Something off, or... Perspiration trickled down her neck and made its way down her spine. Or sweat. Call it what it is. Sweat. Despite reason insisting all was well, she slipped behind a tree and stood still, listening. An indistinct sound unsettled her until it grew a bit louder, and Hani managed to categorize it as an approaching vehicle. The roar told her that someone had vehicle compensation issues or desperately needed a new muffler. Leaning against the tree, Hani inhaled the scents around her. The musty, decaying leaves and the earth beneath them. Birds twittered overhead as the loud rumbling faded into the distance. Her footfalls were quieter here. Was it the nearby water? The closer she came to the river, the more her senses went on high alert. Algae and minerals, maybe? A rustle near her sent Hani jumping back. She scanned the area, looking for the source, and saw nothing. The rustle returned, louder this time, and when she glanced over her shoulder, her heart stopped. I'm with you, Indy. Why did it have to be snakes? A black snake slithered across the path she'd taken less than a minute before. I hate this part of my job. It didn't stop, though. It just kept slithering until its tail disappeared into the underbrush. That's all she needed. Snakes. First, she'd have to remind Anna to be careful. Next, they had to get out and run around to the back if they couldn't get in the car. Period. No way would she swim across a river here. They might have cottonmouths. Or water moccasins. Wait, were those the same thing? Hani suspected they were. The moment she couldn't hear the snake moving any longer, She dashed for the road. Only once she'd made it halfway across did she see the guy from that morning standing next to his truck, watching her. And the truck blocked her driveway, facing the wrong way. Hani reached behind her, ready to pull her weapon from its waistband holster. "Hey." Granger waved. "Thought I saw you go in there as I drove this way, so I whipped around and stopped. Everything okay?" "Just checking out the river." Hani couldn't help shuddering as she shoved her hands into the hoodie pocket. The way his features shifted, she suspected he'd started to warn her and changed his mind at that shudder. Now he grinned. "In case you didn't know, you might want to wear tall boots if you go in there. Snakes." "I met a black one. Creepy-looking thing. I'm hoping it was just a king snake."
"Possibly." He leaned against his truck and propped one arm up on the bed. "Could be a cottonmouth, too." Before she could tell herself to stuff it, Hani found herself asking, "Are they and water moccasins the same thing?" The guy didn't have to answer. She saw it in his eyes. Great. Just what she needed. First a possum in the bedroom, and now a nest of vipers, or at least a cottonmouth across the road. Oh, and ticks. Great heaping gobs of Lyme disease-carrying ticks. Still, those ticks would give her an out.
"Well, I'd better get in and start the tick inspection."
"Where's your truck?" He jerked a thumb at the Miata. "That's not what you came in."
Who did this guy think he was? What business was it of his? Nerves zinging with warnings on every level imaginable, Hani ordered herself to play it calm, nonchalant, and then get out of the streets of Dodge and back to the fort, so to speak. "My brother drove my car here. I was going to get stuff in Sullivan, but I made better time than I thought, so he went to get it when he got here."
"Stuff?"
Screaming, "I don't owe you an explanation of my choices," wouldn't do well to ensure he left her alone, so Hani shrugged and started around his truck. "He wants to do some work in the basement."
"So you bought the place?"
"Considering it, just renting for now. See you later, Payne." Yes, she used just his last name. Yes, it was juvenile to enjoy it so much. No, she didn't care. Not one bit. But as she pulled open the door, Hani shot a look back his way and found him leaning over the truck bed, both arms propped against it, watching her. Men shouldn't be allowed to be that attractive. It's dangerous. And annoying. To make herself feel better, she marched in, shoved the door shut, and slid the deadbolt, all while rephrasing that thought. No guy should be that pretty. There. He'd hate it if he heard her. Of that, she had no doubt. Or guilt. No guilt at all. Chapter 13. Steelville, July 11th, 2012. 12:01 p.m. The moment Keith stepped inside the door, he found himself shoved up against the wall and Hani shaking him. "You've got to go check out the farmer down the road." Keith eyed her, trying to figure out why she sounded so panicked. On alert, his hand went for his weapon. "Why?" "First, he blocks me in when I get here. Then, when I come out from checking out possible escape routes, I find him blocking my driveway and watching me. Something's off there. You need to check him out, get his license plate, run it. Have Mark give us everything we can get on whoever this guy is. He calls himself Granger Payne." Keith snickered. Hani's angst softened a bit and she chuckled. "I know, right? Granger for a farmer, but then Payne? What were his parents thinking?" Relaxing a bit, Keith reholstered his weapon and went for a literal response.
"They probably were thinking, oh, we'll use our beloved family name, and nobody but nobody would ever think of mocking him for it."
Though Hani scowled, Keith stared right back. When she didn't back down, he tried again.
Like no one's ever called you Hannah?
A bit of unease hit him when Keith realized he'd just noticed her hair was dripping wet and she'd changed into a hoodie. Before he could suggest turning up the thermostat over adding layers in summer, Hani pounced again. Whatever. Just check him out. Something's not right. It's driving me crazy.
You need to calm down or you won't be any good for Anna.
He wouldn't say it, of course. She was the senior agent here. But still. We need to know what the guy is up to.
Fine. I'll see what I can find out.
To himself, he added,
just as soon as I get that stuff out of the truck and into the basement.
Not that he was looking forward to that. Keith had only managed to carry in 3 sheets of drywall before Hani pounced again. What are you doing? I said go check him out. This is your job. Using his boot to protect the drywall from dings on the floor, Keith peered around the side of it.
I am doing my job. First, I'm maintaining our cover story. Second, I'm protecting our boss's investment in these materials. And third, I'm not acting like a freakazoid so the guy doesn't get suspicious.
After a glare and a huff, Hani stormed off to the kitchen. A moment later, Keith heard her pull open the freezer drawer and let it slide shut. A second later, she'd slammed something onto the counter. It was a really good thing that those counters weren't tile. By the time he'd filled the hallway with lumber and other supplies, the venting in the kitchen had brought Anna up from the basement. She cocked an eyebrow toward the kitchen in a silent question.
There's something wrong, Keith said. I think it's just nerves, but it's not like I know what I'm talking about.
Anna took a step toward the kitchen, but when a pan slammed against a burner, she retreated, grabbed a 2x4 and said,
I'll carry these down. You don't have to do that. I can take care of it.
Keith reached for 3 of the 2x4s himself and started down after her. By the time he got all the supplies down into the basement and himself cleaned up, Keith had figured out what he would do. After calling out his goodbyes, he bolted for the truck and headed out. At the edge of the drive, as he waited for a car to pass, Keith called Mark and asked for any information they could get on Granger Payne of Steelville, Missouri, just in case.
Send it to Hani's phone. She's nervous.
Silence reverberated through the airwaves before Mark asked,
Why? Why do you think she's nervous?
Keith didn't know how to answer, so he described the confrontation at the door. Mark's quick, sharp questions set his nerves afire.
We'll check it out. Hani's got good instincts. If something's off, she'll sense it. And she obviously has. We'll figure out why. So I shouldn't go talk to this guy? No, you should. In a case like this, when you're trying to blend in, definitely. It's the best way to handle it. It's what most people would do when they're looking at an area to move to.
Gotcha. Keith would have disconnected, but Mark continued.
Just be cautious. We've got something going on here. There's a chance this will be over soon.
Keith's senses went on high alert.
Oh, did you figure out who's behind it? That's just the thing, Mark said. We think we did. And if we're right, it's not Solari.
Being new to the underbelly of Rockland crime, Keith didn't have a good understanding of just who Solari was and what his game was in Rockland. Still, he'd figured out enough and been told enough to know that if this Solari guy was involved, things were bad. So why did hearing Mark say that Solari might not be behind the murders sound even worse? A reply was required, so Keith said,
Well, keep us posted.
Sure, it sounded pathetic, but what else could he say? He didn't know what was going on. A minute later, he pulled into the drive leading to the farm that Hani had described and rolled down the lane. A guy came out from a barn several hundred yards away from the house and stood watching him. Keith parked and stepped out of the truck, pocketing his phone. He headed toward the guy. With each step, he considered everything about the man, but nothing seemed off.
He looked like a farmer. No, not a cliché. The guy didn't wear overalls or anything. No straw sticking out from between his teeth. No cowboy hat. Instead, the guy wore jeans and a t-shirt. Details flew at him as Keith closed the distance between them. The guy was built. He wore a baseball cap and sweat stained the front of his shirt. Keith waved. "Hey, sorry to bother you. I just had a few questions and thought that maybe someone with a farm might actually have some answers." The man stepped forward, hand outstretched. "Granger Payne." Without thinking, Keith shook it and said, "Keith Auger." Great. Hani's last name would have to be Auger now. She wouldn't like that. "You're new around here, then?" A dozen questions ricocheted in his brain, but Keith just shrugged. "Just trying to figure out what kind of place this is." The guy just stared at him. "You know, if it's a good area, what kind of property values there are, the kind of neighborhood it is." Payne chuckled. "Maybe you hadn't noticed, but there aren't that many neighbors around here." He had to admit the guy had him there. "Yeah, well, you know what I mean, just—" He scrambled to clarify without making himself look like an idiot, and while scanning the property for anything that looked off. "You know what kind of people there are around here. I mean, are we looking at young families, people who've lived here a long time, meth labs and hidden trailers somewhere? Just trying to get a feel for it all before we make any decisions." Granger jerked his head toward the house. "There's a house for sale just over there, but someone just moved in. I think they're just renting it, but the woman seemed a little standoffish." The guy grinned at him. "But then, you knew that." Perspiration trickled down his neck. Keith tried to keep his cool. "I don't follow." "I met her yesterday morning and then again a while ago. She's not very friendly. Said you guys were renting, but considering buying." When Keith just stared some more, Granger added, "And you're driving her truck, so I'm assuming you're the brother." The way his neck heated, he'd be dripping with sweat in no time. Better come clean to the guy before he botched the whole job. "Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. Hani was concerned. She doesn't know who you are and what you're doing hanging around, so she asked me to check you out." Granger gave him half a smile. And there it was. This guy wasn't trying to find out if they had Anna. Hani had intrigued this guy, probably because she hadn't fallen for his down-home charm. "Oh, yeah? Well, she wants to know more about you." The smile spread across the rest of his face. "How's that?" "You know how it is. City girl moves to the country and someone says hi, and the next thing you know, she's convinced that they're an axe murderer waiting to happen." Granger shoved his hands in his pockets and tried to look all nonchalant, but Keith saw through it. As he removed and replaced his hat, he added, "And she doesn't have a reason to trust me, so I get it. Still, I guess I made an impression." Granger eyed Keith again before adding, "Well, she said you're doing work around there. I stay pretty busy here, but if you need anything, I'm happy to help. I can give you my number." Keith almost brushed him off and changed his mind. "Sure, great. Let me just put that in my phone." After repeating back the number, Keith said, "Well, I better get back and let her know she hasn't moved in next door to the next Hannibal Lecter." Once more, Granger cracked a smile. Keith had nearly made it to his truck when Granger called out to him, "I gotta know, how are y'all related? She looks Indian or Pakistani or something. You clearly don't." With half a glance over his shoulder, Keith called back, "That's what happens when you look like your dad and your sister looks just like your mom. Everyone always thought we were a blended family, but we weren't." Steelville, July 11th, 2012, 5:07 p.m. The whisper of a beep made Hani freeze for half a second. A dash to the curtains showed a familiar truck and Granger not sauntering up the walk, more like storming the citadel. In seconds, she had Anna by the back door and called for Keith. "Get her out.
Down between the trees and rhododendrons and out to the road. I'll call as soon as I get rid of him." The doorbell pealed, but Honey waited until she saw Keith's and Anna's shadows disappear from the grass as she watched through the back window. That's when she finally jerked open the door and gazed at him. "You forgot the casserole or potted plant or whatever."
"Huh?"
"Good." She disarmed him. "I assume this is the neighborhood welcome wagon?"
"Like I told your brother, this isn't much of a neighborhood."
Honey gave an exaggerated roll of her eyes and said, "Whatever. What can I do for you?"
"You can tell me what's going on."
Steel solidified in her spine as her nerves zinged. Showtime. Care to elaborate? I don't have cable, so... Granger shoved his phone into her face before she could see it coming. The numbers on the screen were so close they blurred.
"Who is this guy?"
Honey snatched the phone and blinked at it. "You tell me. I've never seen that number before."
"Funny, because that's the number out on that for sale sign out there."
"Oops. Well, I didn't call about this place. Keith did."
"Here's another funny thing," Granger said, not stepping back.
The close proximity sent her pulse racing. Perspiration trickled down her temples and her back. Then again, it could have been the heat outside combined with her hoodie. She should invite him in before some environmentalist group cited her, and rightfully so, for contributing to global whatevering it was this week. But she couldn't. Not yet. What? It was the only word Honey could trust herself to speak.
"This number? The first time they answered, it was for some dog walking service."
She'd kill Germ. Flay him alive. Weird. What else could she say?
"That's not the weirdest part."
Granger leaned his forearm against the door jamb and kept his eyes fixed on her. Honey tried not to let her own gaze waver until she heard a car approaching. Then she glanced to the side to see a hint of rustle at the corner of the yard. Good. They were out. Honey made a snap decision and stepped back. Maybe him being in the house would give Keith and Anna more time to escape, and her more weapons to choose from. "Come in. We're gonna get picketed by the Earth Army or whatever for releasing all this AC into the wild." When Granger hesitated, she relaxed. Someone looking for Anna would be more likely to plow through, not resist. But frugal farmer won out over suspicious spy, and Granger slipped through the open door and pushed it shut. He didn't, however, follow her into the house.
"I called back. That's the weirdest part."
"Because it's so freaky to redial a number you got wrong?"
"No, because this time the realtor answered." Granger folded both arms over his chest. "I checked. I called the same number both times. What's going on?"
"You jumped from wrong number to something suspicious? Really?" Honey left him there while she went to grab her water tumbler. "Thirsty?"
"No, hungry."
When she shot him a look, he added,
"For answers. It's what you want when you call the same number 2 times in a row and get 2 different businesses. I could swear it was the same guy both times, but he did have kind of a weird accent the second time, so what's going on?"
His tirade had given her time to down a gulp of cooling water and strategize. Definitely the "who do you think you are" approach. Nothing else would make sense. "I don't know what you mean by going on, but I can give you one reason someone might answer the same number with 2 different business names. Ever hear of an answering service?"
"And a fake accent?" His retort came faster than she'd expected.
She offered a shrug and took another swig of water before offering an explanation. "Don't know about you, but if I'd answered a call with the wrong business name, I'd probably try to disguise my voice if they called back. I'd be embarrassed." Seeing Granger soften a little, she dove in for the kill. He just probably punched a wrong button the first time. Meanwhile, Honey stepped closer to him, putting every bit of the threat she could into it without unleashing what she could really do to him. "Who do you think you are coming here and demanding to know what's going on as if you had a right to know if something was. Huh? The way he watched her wasn't half as unnerving as what those eyes did to a heart she disconnected the day she went to work for Mark Cho. Weird analogy, but they were like jumper cables or something. Scary.
Don't know. The words rumbled between them, smooth as honey, and with just the hint of that southern drawl that she had not replayed in her mind 1,000,000 times. A dozen or two at most. Definitely less than 100. Hani gave herself a mental shake, a sound scolding, and decided on snarky as her response. That's your problem, then. You called, not me. Gesturing to the bar stools that sat at the end of a counter, he asked if he could sit. I think I owe you an apology.
And you need to sit? It's going to be that taxing? Crinkles formed at his eyes before half his mouth tilted to one side.
Something like that. Sorry. The way this place is for sale, but your brother showed up, and then you did. Then you guys start working on the place, and then this thing with the realtor.
He shrugged and leaned his arms on the counter, never allowing his gaze to waver from hers.
Something felt off, and I figured I owed it to the, Granger held up air quotes, neighborhood, to make sure you were who you said you were.
So what? We're squatters? The smile returned, full force this time.
Strangest squatters I've ever heard of, if you are.
It might have been her imagination, but Hani would have sworn she heard him add,
prettiest, too.
I'll let Keith know you think he's pretty. And just like that, Granger propped his head on his hand and threw her the sappiest look she'd ever seen.
You do that.
Whoa. Flirting? Where'd that come from? Something deep inside her mocked her for the question. Like you don't know.
Where's Keith?
Granger's eyes slid toward the hallway as if he knew where the door to the basement was. How? How does he know? Is this just a diversion to get Keith out of the house so... Heart racing, Hani realized she'd totally been duped. Mark had to pull her from the case. She'd made every mistake in the book on this one. Anna would die, and it would be her fault. Asleep. Hani gave an apologetic smile. All the driving and then the working on the basement wore him out. I should probably get some work done and hit the hay myself.
Why do people always say that? Granger stood as he spoke. If people knew what it was like to hit hay, they'd never say that. Pokey and hard and less spread out and fluffed. Then it's just pokey.
Pretty sure pokey isn't a word, but I get it. I'd say hit the sack, but you'd probably ask what the sack was full of, and then I'd just have to hit you with it, so... He pushed away from the counter and moved toward the door.
So, good night. I've been up since 5, and I'm getting draggy myself.
Granger stopped himself at the door. Turning to face her, he offered that same half-hearted smile.
And again, sorry for being so...
Demanding? Nosy?
Let's go with nosy this time.
She decided to let it go, act like she wasn't ready to trank him, tie him up, and get Anna out of Steelville. Maybe it's not so bad. Oh, help. There she went, flirting back at him. Maybe it's concern for your neighbors and totally understandable. She pulled the door open for him, trying to act as if his proximity didn't rattle her. Or not. Time will tell.
Caught that right.
And with those enigmatic words, he left. Only when she could no longer hear the guy's truck speeding away did she send Keith a text to come back. That done, she called Germ and told him exactly what she thought of his flub. If we have to leave here because of you, you're buying me lunch for a week. What were you thinking?
Sorry. I had to scramble when I realized what happened. There wasn't time to fix the number, so I just winged it.
Well, he just came over here demanding to know what's going on. I think we have to leave, but that might be more suspicious than ever. Oh, and I'm blowing it, so meanwhile, You'll have to pay up sooner than later because when Mark hears, he's going to pull me off the case."
"Doubt that. Want me to put you through?"
"Yeah, and heads up, I want chicken marsala from Cucina Italiana the day I arrive back."
"Deal. And really, I'm sorry. It's been crazy here, and I didn't test the number when I set it up. My bad. Here's Mark."
5 minutes later, she'd been given the biggest dressing down of her career and told not to be an idiot, to stay put and do her job. Chapter 14. Rockland, July 11th, 2012, 10:03 p.m. Without so much as a knock, the door swung open and Germ appeared. Mark eyed the kid as he strode to the console and snatched up a remote. With a click, the enormous TV screen went from black to blue and finally to a press conference in progress. Reporters clamored for details of the arrest of Jimmy Simmons.
Why would they care?
Germ just jerked the remote at the screen. 3 seconds later, a lawyer with all the stereotypical elements from sleazy TV jurisprudence spoke out.
"My client was entrapped by unethical officers of the Covedale Police Department, battered, and is seeking protection and damages."
Simmons pushed himself in front of the mic and said,
"The guy who took me down and hit me disappeared. He's gone, and some other guy claimed to do it, but it's a lie. He didn't sound the same or look the same as the guy who hit me."
The roar of questions drowned out what the lawyer said next, so the network went back to the news anchor who added, "Simmons' lawyer is claiming the police department either hired someone to set up the trap or used undercover officers for that purpose. Simmons was taken to Western Hills Medical Center for treatment after having been tackled and beaten by someone in the house he allegedly broke into. Aaron Lehman, Simmons' lawyer, asserts that his client entered this home with a security code that proves he did not break any laws. Simmons has a warrant." Germ clicked off the screen.
"What do we do?"
Mark leaned back in his chair, spinning a pen as he thought. The bank of windows to his right looked out over the Rockland skyline. Lights blinked off here and there as workaholics finally gave up and left for home, most unaware that all over their city, rival groups grappled for control of an underbelly those same workers wouldn't want to acknowledge existed. "Mark?" After only half a second's hesitation, he sighed.
"See if you can get me in contact with the Rockland County Court Commissioner. We need Simmons put into some place where he'll make connections we need."
So, I was right. The wrong people will find that suspicious. Though Solari or Leone's men may not make the connection, someone would realize something was off, and if that someone took it to the wrong person...
If they hear of it, possibly. But even if Leone doesn't get wind of it, someone connected with or trying to curry favor with him would.
Got it. One commissioner connection coming up. Half an hour later, Mark rose, ready to head home, only for Germ to pop his head in the door. "I have the court commissioner on hold. Barbara Jessup. She's not happy." Snatching up the phone, Mark gave Germ a signal for "record this" and turned his attention to the woman he needed in his court.
"Hello, Barbara."
"Mark Cho, I know about you." He swallowed hard. This wasn't good. As much as he hated trying to determine if someone was trustworthy enough to ask a favor of, this was worse.
"You know what about me, exactly?"
"We're going to play this game. You want something from me. Just tell me what it is."
"And what, you'll miraculously give it to me? Do you think I'm that stupid, or are you just that direct?"
"Mark, I don't have all night. I'm guessing this is about James Simmons." The woman was sharp, astute, especially considering it was an out-of-state issue. He could hear it not only in the directness of her questions, but in the timbre of her voice as she spoke. This was a woman he wanted on his side.
"You're right, it is. Can I count on your discretion? Lives, well, Now we're looking at one life or death, and the quality of lives on another scale are in jeopardy. He could almost hear the mortar of the wall she'd built around her crack.
It's true, then. You protect people.
I do.
Why are you so secretive?
This he didn't answer. Mark just waited. She'd figure it out.
Of course. Stupid question.
Silence followed. Mark paced, pivoted, and paced the other direction. He wanted to head down to his car and then home, but the conversation shouldn't be overheard. Twice he checked to see that they hadn't been disconnected, and still he waited.
I take it you want James Simmons put somewhere specific. Why?
He'll ask for help from the right person. He'll talk about how he showed up to do a job and got taken out by one guy, and another one claimed to be the one who did it. And that will get back to the people we're trying to find. The silence became oppressive.
I thought you were protection detail. I was led to believe you didn't do investigative work.
Mark's throat dried up faster than a raindrop on a Phoenix sidewalk in July. She shouldn't know that much. How? He had to ask. Before I answer that, I'd like to know where you got that idea.
One of your assignments?
We like to call them clients. The woman actually snorted.
Fine, whatever. One of your clients rambled while under anesthesia for an emergency appendectomy last fall. Everyone thought it was funny. All but a nobody nurse who took it to her uncle, who happens to be my husband. I did some digging. Knew I'd struck something when one of your informants informed me that I needed to let it go. My congressman agreed, so I did.
Congressman Marchbanks needed a reminder of whose job it was to keep the agency a secret. Great.
Look, Mark, I don't like what you do.
Neither do I half the time.
But I can see value in it. I appreciate that you try to stick within the law and that you protect all people, not just the rich ones, not just those deemed beneficial to society. But I can't agree to do something that may endanger a life.
Mark laughed. Barbara, you're putting a guy in a detention center. That endangers him. I want you to put him somewhere that will ensure his protection and a swift resolution to a problem that has already gotten 2 men killed. She sucked in her breath.
This is about the Fairbury thing.
Yes.
You know they're running an escort service out of that restaurant.
Again, Mark answered with a simple, yes.
You know that the girls go in voluntarily?
At first.
This time the silence wasn't as ominous. It was thoughtful. I might be able to help you. Call me back tomorrow. She rattled off a number. And Mark?
Yeah?
Don't make me regret this. You get this pathetic excuse of a human being killed, and I'll take you down.
Love a woman who takes her job seriously.
Steelville, July 12th, 2012, 3:27 p.m. With the scent of oatmeal cookies infusing the entire upstairs and the baking dishes drying on towels on the Formica countertops, Anna piled a few still warm cookies on a plate, poured a glass of milk, and headed downstairs. She wanted to help, and her marriage to Roman taught her that she might need a diplomatic bribe to get her way. Halfway down the stairs, she saw Keith wrestling an enormous piece of green board into place. Though Anna had no intention of ever becoming a DIY aficionado, she now knew that basements, laundry and mudrooms, and bathrooms needed this moisture-resistant drywall. At least now, any contractor working for her would find it hard to pull one over on her. Snack time. Keith glanced her way, saw the plate of cookies, and nearly dropped the board in his haste to inhale food. Thanks, these smell amazing. The guy scarfed down the 5 cookies she'd piled up in little more time than it took Anna to pull the hated hoodie back over her head and move to where the abandoned wallboard lay. So,
Why is this going up in the middle of the room? That's just a wall to hide the laundry stuff. Mark can put cabinets in there later. Right now, we're just making the place seem less... He grinned at her. Creepy kidnapper and more better use of space, so to speak. Keith drained the glass of milk and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. And it gives me an excuse for being here. She moved to the side of the board, and when Keith came to hoist it up on top of the lower one, squatted and lifted with him. I'll stand here and lean against it. You do your thing. Keith would have protested, but it must have made things easier, because he nodded and screwed the board into the studs. As if she'd proven herself somehow, Keith didn't protest when Anna stood ready to hold up the next piece, and the next. She held corner protectors, screws, measuring tapes, and even the drill as he used an X-Acto knife to trim away a bit of the drywall where his saw had gone a smidge wide. A tear splashed down her cheek, but Anna managed to wipe it away before he could see. This was almost like being home with Roman, putting together a flat-pack bookshelf or desk. They'd already picked out one for the office when Roman took over, out with the oversized principal's desk, and in with the sleek, Scandinavian-inspired simplicity. You'll be home soon. I can't tell you why I think that, but I do. So much for hiding it from him. Anna tried to stifle a sigh that felt wrung from her anyway. I just want Roman to be safe, for him to know I'm safe. He is worried about me, wherever he is. He's that kind of man. Did he say anything about the restaurant? Anything seem off to him, or... Should she tell him? Anna couldn't be certain. Then again, she'd put her life in these people's hands. She'd done it for Roman. If she could trust them with her life, could she trust them with her suspicions? I don't know if he saw it, but I did. Saw what? Though she couldn't meet his gaze, Anna kept her voice strong and steady. Mostly. Customers. You saw them? Hani pretended to be one. When I saw women dressed for cocktail parties coming in after the lunch rush and fawning over the men in completely inappropriate ways, I knew. You think whoever was running that would hold him responsible for what? Anna remembered the days she'd walked over just to see how many vehicles were there, the couples leaving, glances exchanged with some of the men waiting out front. She had to force out the next words in a whisper. The guns they carried. This time she couldn't stop the tears from streaking down her cheeks. Would they shoot him? Roman wouldn't do as he was told. He would fight. What if they threatened you? Would he cooperate then? Relief only added to her tears. Probably. Roman would do anything to protect me. The man's expression said he didn't believe her. Anna wouldn't argue. People believed what they liked about her husband, but it didn't make them right. Keith grabbed the plate and his glass and headed for the stairs. I think I'll go start getting the burgers ready. They'll need to come to room temperature before I put them on the grill. He grinned at her questioning look. Learned that from one of the guys in my unit. It wasn't until he'd gone upstairs and she'd slipped behind the protective plastic curtain leading to her bedroom that Keith's questions unsettled her. He knew all about Marcello's. It's why I'm here. So why did he ask? Chapter 15. Steelville, July 12, 2012, 6:17 p.m. Burger in hand, Hani excused herself to patrol the perimeter of their property. At least, that's what she told Anna and Keith, although she suspected neither of them believed her. Keith's, completely silent and discreet, praying sent hackles rising where no woman should have hackles to rise, and she didn't even know why. Sure, he said things that pointed to a faith that meant something to him. Why shouldn't he? She talked about her favorite TV shows, her political opinions on the garbage going on in Washington, and areas where systemic racism still controlled the narrative of American, probably world, society. No one got worked up about that. So why did that brief, silent pause before he picked up his burger make her want to throw hers at his face? She hadn't made it to the corner of the mowed yard before she regretted wearing the stupid hoodie. A bite of the burger irritated her even more. The stupid thing was delicious. Amazing, even. Guys like him shouldn't be allowed. He's honest, hardworking, kind, sincere, good-looking even, and he can cook. It's like some author didn't know when to quit with him. To soothe her zinging nerves, she worked on a list of flaws. Stubborn, sometimes. That concession hurt. That honesty is also a liability in this job. Likes to shave too much. Seriously, what's wrong with a bit of scruff? He'd be even better looking with it. She nearly did a jig. So clearly he doesn't know how to play up his strengths. Oh, and he's religious. Definite flaw believing in some cosmic creator who abandons his creation into a bizarre sort of Lord of the Flies experiment. In her estimation, that god of his hadn't had any better luck with his characters than the guy who wrote that time sucker of a story. And that thought prompted another. Keith would probably capitalize that A in author, like they do pronouns in the Bible. See, Keith? I've read some of it. I know. That thought nearly sent her into combat mode. She ripped off another bite with a tear any wild carnivore could be proud of and tromped down the side yard to the front, taking care to stay between the rhododendrons and the trees on the next property. You really could hide well in there. Kids would love it for hide and seek. She changed her mind about that almost immediately. Everyone would know to go there, which meant any assassin worth his salt would know about it too. Keep Anna out. Crunching gravel to her right sucked the air right out of her lungs. Honey peered through the bushes and saw the silhouette of a man heading up the drive. Slow, cautious, determined. Oh, no, you don't. Honey pulled her hoodie up over her head, just in case. Getting to him without him seeing her, difficult. But if she could draw fire, Keith could get Anna to safety. Man, this is gonna hurt if he nails me. Truth forced her to admit. And he will. Stepping out from behind a tree, she shouted, "Hey!" and ducked back. The guy turned toward her before whipping his head back around at the sound of something, probably Keith inside. Good. He'd heard her. Honey hadn't seen enough to even begin giving a description, though. About 6 feet? Caucasian? Waiting for the next crunch of feet on gravel to determine which direction he'd go? Torture. She heard one. Soft. And then a thump. Had Keith come for him instead of getting Anna out? She'd kill him. A peek around the tree earned her a glimpse of him treading in a wide swath across the lawn as if going toward the corner of the house. Going to come through the back, are you? Get there. I dare you. He took her up on that dare. Just as he reached the corner, Hani bolted after him, her shoes making little sound on the spongy grass. With the constant drone of locusts, cicadas, tree frogs, and crickets, she doubted he'd hear her. She'd reach him in 5, 4. He turned and darted toward her. The stupid hoodie blocked a good view, but her momentum propelled her forward even as her feet got the memo to stop. Sidestepping to avoid a collision, failed. Granger Payne sidestepped too, right into her path, and they went down in a tangle of arms and legs. Hani glared at him as she rolled off and jumped to her feet. Throwing back the hood, she advanced on the guy as he hopped up. "What do you think you're doing?" "Coming to see how my new neighbor is. I hoped you'd be glad to see me, but wow." Her irritation ramped up into suspicion. "Wait, you thought you'd come see us by sneaking around the side of the house? I don't buy it." Hani's hand slid behind her, ready to grab her gun. The trank, of course. He could do serious damage before it took effect, but it would still slow him down. You called out, remember? When you hid, I thought this was some weird welcoming hide-and-seek game. I was going to fake you out with a double take, but then you came tearing at me. Nice sidestep. Too bad we didn't go in opposite directions. A half smile grew into a grin. Or maybe not.
She huffed. What could she say? I didn't recognize you. It's kind of a lonely road out here, so when I saw someone skulking, his laughter boomed out.
Skulking? I was walking up the drive, following the scent of grilled beef, if I'm not mistaken, and trying to decide if I should go to the front or walk around back.
Great. She'd overreacted, in his mind at least, and now had damage control to do. Hani dusted off her knees and hoodie and beckoned him to follow her around back. As slowly as she could, she pretended to hang back, unwilling to share, whatever it was that she'd come up with. Got it. Look, some guy broke into my house in Cincy. That's true enough. It kind of left me on edge. Equally true. So, I guess I overreacted. As if they'd been friends for a lifetime, Granger dropped an arm around her shoulder and walked alongside, saying nothing until they reached the corner where the garage had once stood. There, she called out, Hey, Keith! Granger! The farmer boy next door. Hani gave him a sassy grin before finishing. Is here. Throw on another burger, would you? And there he stopped her. Gazing down at her in the twilight, Granger said,
That wasn't an overreaction. That was solid action. Makes me feel better about you being over here by yourself.
That tiny bit of a smile formed again.
Kinda hoping you'll stay a while. Buy this house. Play hide and seek when my chores are done.
Does your mama let you play after dark?
Hani tried to hide her surprise.
Where had that come from? It definitely fit into the category of flirting, and Hani Kaur did not flirt, even with cute guys with scruff. See, Keith? Who didn't go all religious on her. Steelville, July 12th, 2012, 6:23 p.m. Hani's call sent them on high alert. Anna hopped up from the table, grabbed her plate and cup, and dashed inside. Keith hesitated between meeting them outside, making sure she got downstairs safely, and playing the protective big brother. All seemed valid options to him. Then he saw her napkin sitting by a vacant seat, one with the chair pushed out. Keith snatched it up, saw a bit of ketchup on the tablecloth, and in desperation, squirted some from the bottle across the table. Time for more training. Lie practice. Who knew that would ever be in my job description? He was mopping up the mess as Hani and Granger came around the back corner of the house.
Hey, I'll toss a burger on in a minute. Hani's screech startled me, and I tried to use a ketchup bottle as a taser or something.
I don't screech. He gave Granger a pointed look before carrying the wad of napkins he held to the back door. Says the woman who just screeched. Hani's protests followed him until the door shut behind him. Then, insulation, double-paned glass, and the low hum of appliances and air conditioning drowned her out. It almost caused physical pain to pull a cool, at least it wasn't cold, patty from the fridge and carry it back outside. But with Hani protesting enough that Shakespeare would point it out, he took a moment to check on Anna. But the basement was empty. He checked the bathroom, all bedrooms, and even the coat closet. Nothing. Back downstairs, he called out for her.
Anna, I need to know you're safe. You down here?
She stepped out from behind a shelving unit. The last he'd seen, that thing had been against the wall.
When did you move that?
Hani and I did it on your last trip to town. You can't tell unless you squeeze past that patio umbrella there and really look, so we thought maybe if I couldn't get out, I could hide. She'd have to get out, though. What was Hani thinking? If he could figure out that any intruder could just blow up the house with all of them in it, obviously Hani could too. Keith, what is it? You don't like it? Hani must have had a reason. He stuck with the truth.
I hadn't thought of it, just trying to think through scenarios. That's the problem when you're the rookie. Everything is new.
There. Spoke truth and hopefully didn't freak out the client more than necessary. I just thought of something on the way down. One of those random things that make you go, wait. Keith needed to get upstairs, but he decided this might be more important.
What's that?
If Roman signed papers and gave Philip Marcel the last of the down payment money, I need to sign the final things. Otherwise, all our hard work will go down the drain. Do you think you could get me the paperwork?
That he could handle. I'll talk to Mark. If it can be done, he'll make it happen. Mark is big on ensuring people don't lose their jobs, their income, or their property while in protective care. I'm sure he'll find a way, but I can't promise.
Thanks. And there's no word from Roman?
Thank you for putting it that way.
Keith shook his head. He'd stay hidden if he got away, so they couldn't find both of us. It's how he is. He'd contact the FBI or something if they took him and he escaped. All Keith could do was nod. When Anna said nothing more, Keith started back up the stairs, but halfway up, her soft voice reached him as she asked, "Do you think people know when someone they love dies?" He nearly choked.
What do you mean?
You hear people say it all the time. I'd know if he was dead. I'd know it. Sometimes it's the other way around. I knew the moment she died. I felt it deep within me. Anna stepped closer. Do you think that's true?
He shrugged and said what needed to be said. I suppose it can be, but too many people are shocked when they get word of a death for me to believe it's common.
Tears slid down her cheeks. That's what I keep holding on to. She flicked away the tears and stared at him as if trying to see into his mind. Because my brain says the chances of him being alive are nearly non-existent now, but my heart insists he must be. I want my heart to kick my brain's butt, so to speak. Before he said something he shouldn't, Keith promised to get word to Mark and apologized for needing to hurry back to grill that burger. Anna didn't seem suspicious, but his relief was short-lived. By the time he reached the top of the stairs, he could hear the sniffles and repressed sobs. Lord, comfort her. She needs to grieve, but we need her quiet, too. A scream sent him through the house and out the back door, empty-handed. Chapter 16. Steelville, July 12th, 2012, 6:42 p.m. Granger advanced, his intent clear. Hani's throat went dry even as she fumbled for anything she could grab to defend herself. The chair closest to her wasn't much of an option, but she held it up in front of her. Granger laughed, a diabolical sound if she'd ever heard one. You think that flimsy thing with its wide-open slats will protect you? Hani swallowed hard. She had to find a way to get control of the situation, and now. Before she could respond, Keith bolted out the back door and straight toward Granger. She opened her mouth to call out a warning and changed her mind. Sure enough, Granger turned his attention to Keith and went on the offensive. Keith never had a chance. Sweet tea left the pitcher in a graceful arc, and Keith plowed right into the path. And that's where Granger made his mistake. He forgot to step aside. Keith's momentum wasn't the slightest bit arrested by a blast of cold, sticky leaf water, and down they both went. Ouch! Twice in one night? I'm sore enough as it is. You'll hurt tomorrow. Hani didn't even try to temper her glee. Granger once again was on his feet, offering assistance after a tackle. Good thing I played football in high school. Bad thing I didn't dodge.
He shot Keith a confused and somewhat annoyed look. What was that for? Hani screamed. I came out and she's using a chair for protection. What did you expect? Keith pulled his tea-soaked shirt away from his body at the same time a drop fell from his hair to his nose. Any ideas of not laughing, which she'd never entertained anyway, dissolved. A chuckle became a chortle, which rapidly evolved into laughter and culminated, much to her mortification, in a series of guffaws. One moment she stood there wheezing, tears streaming down her cheeks as she let loose the tension of the assignment in the ridiculousness of the day's events, and the next she sat on the grass and let it go. Only seconds later, she found herself jerked up from the grass and pushed onto the deck. Do you want to itch for the next week? Seriously? Behind him, the evening sky turned purple, fuchsia, and coral. Hani tore her gaze from the living oil painting and back to Granger's scowling face. Huh? The scowl disappeared and the smile she'd begun to associate with him formed. I thought you were from Cincy. So? So anyone with any brains, and I'm sure you've got a few, knows to stay out of the grass during summer, so... So she was an idiot. That's so. Ugh, I know better. What was I thinking? Hani thought fast. She flashed him a grin and folded her arms over her chest before laughing at him again. Oh, right. I was thinking how ridiculous you guys looked colliding in a spray of sweet tea. I have a bottle in my truck if you want to join us. He swatted at his neck. Then again, I wouldn't wish the mosquitoes on anyone, even someone who disses the Razorbacks. She couldn't resist. Come on. Woo pig, suey? Really? Don't diss the backs, or I'll reconsider the bloodletting by skeeters. You won't win this one, Hani. Keith appeared and went straight for the grill. Razorback fans are as loyal as Bama any day. You did not just intimate that I care anything about football, much less make me. But the look on Granger's face was too good to pass up. She cocked her head, planted hands on hips, and jutted out her chin. Roll Tide. Them's fightin' words. Losin' ones for you. Two could play at the drop the G game. We beat you. Keith snickered at that one. When Granger looked over at him, Keith snickered again. Come on, when was it? 2000? 2006, but who's counting? You must do the G thing when you want to be taken seriously. Or maybe when you're nervous? She hadn't noticed it before, anyway. She'd work out why she cared later. While Keith went back to getting the grill going to make the perfect burger, Hani beckoned Granger to follow her. Come on, Hog. Let's get you washed up before the winged vampires turn you into one of them. The guy actually stuck his arms out like a bird, made buzzing sounds, and headed right for her. She should have stood her ground, but instead she squealed and dashed for the back door. It slammed into his face with a satisfying rattle, but she couldn't get the deadbolt turned before he twisted the knob and pushed her back. Count Dracula would turn in his coffin if he heard the southern twang attached to the mock Transylvanian accent the guy affected as he said, I'm going to drink your blood. That's gross. Granger nodded. It really is. How did it ever become a popular genre, anyway? Some things I don't want to know. Hani offered him the sink. Want a clean shirt? Keith probably has something that'd work. He started to refuse, but as he turned on the sprayer, it splashed back at him, soaking what few spots on his shirt hadn't gotten wet. I think that's a definite yes, please. Keith's open duffel bag showed a few t-shirts. Hani started to grab the top two and stopped. A quick flip showed only a USMC. The rest were plain. With that in one hand and a solid black in the other, she met Granger in the hallway. Here, I'll take this one to Keith. The guy didn't move, and Hani silently thanked Mark for rejecting Germ's recommendation to consider biosensors for all agents. The way her heart raced sent her mind spinning.
That was something they'd have noticed and checked on. No biosensors, period. She gazed up at the guy's eyes and swallowed hard. How had she missed the deep blue that also managed to be bright at the same time? There in the dim hallway, she could see them clearly, and they ramped up her heart's workout. It's just basic attraction to a good-looking guy. Nothing to see here. Half that smile formed. It did that slight hesitation thing and then evened out, little crinkles appearing around his eyes.
Mind if I change in there? He pointed to the bathroom door, which she effectively blocked.
Sure. He waited. So did she. Forget her heart. Did heart workouts give it jelly legs like squats did? Her lungs protested now. Breathing became something that required thought. Slow motion never moved so slowly. Hani's breath hitched as Granger's hand rose and rested on her shoulder. He wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. She couldn't let him, but all need to figure out a way to get out of a much-wanted... What? You just met him, idiot. Kiss dissolved as he rotated their positions and disappeared into the bathroom. Hani felt as if he winked at her as the door closed. Except he didn't. And she'd have to deal with whatever that meant as well as get an exterminator out for the wigglers that had taken up residence in her belly. Keith appeared.
Need a shirt.
Hani whirled to face him, thrust the shirt at him, and hurried into the kitchen to clean up spattered water. And her reactions. Definitely needed a cleanup on reaction aisle 4. Rockland, July 16th, 2012, 8:16 a.m. The moment the chief of Fairbury Police disconnected, Germ burst into Mark's office. Corey, Anthony, and Karen clustered about the seating area, relaxing and strategizing. Germ still didn't know how these two things worked together. Before he could say a word, Anthony was on his feet. Got a call from Chief Varney in Fairbury. A woman called. They're tracking her down now, but the gist is she's concerned for Lauren Humboldt, and she thinks they may be moving in underage women. Varney doesn't know if the woman was one of the escorts or one of the servers. He just couldn't tell. Call came from Marcello's. The steel in Mark's tone was the only thing that gave away his opinion on the matter.
Corey, head over to Lauren's house. We'll update you on what to do before you arrive.
He beckoned Germ closer.
What is the concern for Lauren?
She said the bosses are upset that she's not there. She thinks they'll force Lauren back.
We have to find out if this caller is restaurant or syndicate. Now.
Germ would have bolted out to call back and get any recordings of the call, but Mark continued.
Get on your game and be ready to convince Lauren to leave with Corey. I don't want an IE if I can avoid it.
Involuntary extraction. Lauren wouldn't like that. Not one bit. Gotcha. I think I can work this.
If you get her before you get the call info from Varney, call me in. I'll deal with the chief.
This he could do. His skill set might not include taking down intruders or evading assassins, but without him, the others couldn't do those things. Not that he reminded himself of that fact every day of his life. At least twice. The audio had already been uploaded to a secure server before Germ got the chief on the phone. One of his officers had verified the voice as Abby Turner, a food runner. Abby and Lauren were supposedly friends, or at least friendly. That would work out. It had to work. Lauren would be seriously ticked off if they just took her, but Mark would insist if he thought her life was in danger. Karen stepped into the office and smiled at him. Never get hurt. We couldn't function without you. Leave it to Karen to make sure he felt appreciated. Someday the world would equate the name Karen with love and encouragement. He knew it. Today he'd just say thanks. Headed out to try to lure someone at the restaurant into giving something away. Got a dress I can borrow? Germ told her to dig it out from the closet in the conference room.
It's next to my manicure set.
He held up his hands for inspection.
You know, in case I ever decide to explore my inner nail artist side.
Ugh.
Karen looked at her own plain nails and sighed.
I don't suppose you actually know how to use this thing?
Shaking his head, Germ recommended that she stop at the nail salon just before the loop on-ramp at Westward. They accept walk-ins and will get you in and out in under 30 minutes, or so my neighbor claims.
And there goes my suspicions that I should take that nail artistry bit more seriously. But I can't spend half an hour.
He broke in. From what I gather, these women are polished to the hilt. You can't afford not to. Just get a quick, simple manicure, nothing fancy, and get out of there. He swallowed hard at the look she gave him. That's my opinion anyway.
No.
Her look turned into something less menacing and more thoughtful.
I think you're right. Good call.
Karen would have left the office, but Germ called her back. The dress? You need the dress. That tripped her up.
How do I know it'll fit?
It's one of those tubey things. It'd fit my mom or my 12-year-old cousin. He gave her a grin. And my mom is what Dad likes to call comfy-shaped. While he waited for some sign of Lauren on the Warcraft site, Germ considered other options. Perhaps he should call or email once Corey notified him of her arrival. Maybe if he demonstrated that if he could find her, anyone could. Appeal to her concern for others? He went back through all their chats and finally decided that he needed to talk to her over the phone. Mentioning Abby would help, especially if he pointed out that they'd sent someone to take care of Abby too. Another call from Chief Varney came through. Germ scribbled a note and raced into Mark's office and slapped it on the desk before dashing back. Now that he'd pinged her, he needed to be there if Lauren signed into her account. A glance at her data info showed her working, but some people kept a chat going while they worked. Knew you'd have integrity. The sound of the shredder alerted him to the open office door. Germ asked without looking up. Solari? That's just it. We got Simmons in with Solari's guy. Solari has the info about the Brunswick house. No move that way from anyone. If Solari were behind it, he'd have sent someone out. What if Leon goes later? Mark leaned against the door jamb. Tells me he's on his own. I'm tempted to talk to Solari myself. He likes to eat at the Oaks. Germ watched the data numbers changing on Lauren's account and smiled. Get me a reservation for every night this week. It's time to find out his stake in this game. Mark made a point of looking at his watch. Corey should be arriving soon. I'd give her another 10 minutes, unless she risked getting pulled over. Germ couldn't help but ask. So, going to put the fear of God in Solari? Nah, going to see if he knows a good escort service. I'm tired of women thinking that they own me after a night together. It took 3 looks, a couple of blinks, and even more reminders that what Mark did in his private life was none of his business before he got it. Whoa, good one. I bought it. Good, because if Solari doesn't, I could end up dead on the steps of the Oaks before the valet can even get to my car.
Chapter 17. Rockland, July 16th, 2012, 9:52 a.m. When Corey called to say she was parked outside Lauren's house, Germ had to concede defeat. Next up, call. This would not go over well. Who wanted to feel as if her life had been manipulated? No woman he'd ever met. And who could blame them? He wouldn't like it either. He picked up the phone, chose the data processing center line, and called. The first ring didn't faze him. After all, sometimes it didn't actually ring for the other person the first time. The second set his senses on alert. The third made him antsy. His heart sank with the fourth. She didn't recognize. Hello? Lauren, my name is Germ, but you know me as Gnome Body. The silence could have started a nuclear reaction. How did you get my number? From the employee file. I kind of run the data center. This is creepy. I'm changing my number. And I quit. He had to stop her. Someone will be knocking on your door in just a minute. Her name is Corey, and you need to go with her. You're not safe there. The people at the restaurant are dangerous, and they want you back." For a moment, he thought she'd disconnected, and then the question came, the one he dreaded. "How do you know that if you're not part of it? I'm not stupid, you know." "Because Abby the food runner told Chief Varney of the Fairbury police. He let us know." As he spoke, Germ sent the text he'd hoped to avoid. I.e., she'll fight. "Abby?" While she pondered that, Germ wondered if he should tell Corey to hold off. Then he realized it had been a question. "Maybe you should call her?" "Before or after your friend comes to take me to safety?" A second later, she added, "And in case you didn't hear them dripping from my sarcasm, I've got air quotes around that word, safety." It wasn't something he liked doing, but Germ thought he needed the backup. He pressed the button that would call Mark to him. Mark appeared almost as if he'd been eavesdropping from the other side of the door. Covering the phone with one hand, he whispered, "Can I tell her Anna went with us?" "No." "She might go." "She might also alert someone to that fact." "No." He had to try again before Corey got in there. "Lauren, I know it feels like you're being messed with, but this is serious. You were scared enough to get out of there. Now be scared enough to get away to somewhere safe. We've sent Corey. She's great. She'll take good care of you. No creepy guy trying to get you to be one of his escorts." "No, just a creepy guy telling me to go with a total stranger. As if." And with that, she disconnected. Germ sent the final text. "Go." "Sorry, I know you didn't want to do that." Mark leaned against the door jamb. "None of us ever do, but we can't jeopardize what we do to try to avoid the unpleasant. She's dead if she doesn't cooperate. She's a virtual slave if she does. This is the kindest thing." He knew it was, but knowing that putting a dying animal out of its misery was the kindest thing didn't make the process any easier. And as far as Germ was concerned, it was an apt analogy. After nodding his agreement, Germ went back to the computer screen and sent a message. Silence. She'd probably either put him on ignore or spam, or both. Steelville, July 19th, 2012, 8:42 p.m. Keith's nerves twitched at a creak. Just tree branches in the wind. Calm down. Instinct, or maybe just good old-fashioned fear, demanded they get out of there. They'd been parked like sitting ducks for a week now. Far too long, in his opinion. Okay, so Mark's call about having to pull an involuntary extraction didn't help. He'd convinced himself that this wouldn't be a common thing. Hardly ever. He might be able to avoid it altogether, in fact. Ugh, wishful thinking strikes again. Hani had grown nearly as antsy as well. Hers, however, had to do with the boy next door, as Keith liked to put it. Anna had gotten into the teasing as well, and the result would have been hilarious if Keith hadn't been so on edge. Or rather, the result was hilarious, but he couldn't appreciate it. To prove her immunity to the guy's charms, Hani found an excuse to walk the grounds often. If she happened to end up out where the guy was, well, she had to keep an eye on their nosy neighbor, didn't she? That was Anna's kind version of things anyway. Keith just asked if she'd learned his real favorite color yet. So far it had been black, gray, olive green, and rust, the colors Hani had been wearing at the time. He also asked how long the farm had been in the family. 3 generations. Siblings? 1 sister. What church he went to. First Assembly of Christ. And military service. Yes. Army, in fact. That's all he could be. When Keith had thrown that barb, Granger had asked if the Marines were still looking for a few good men or if they'd finally found some. Hani just laughed at the idea that he'd been an Army Granger. And she'd never admit it, even if she ever figured it out. but she'd stared a bit too long at the guy's lips that time. The front door slammed shut, jarring Keith out of his thoughts. Anna glanced up from her book, ready to ask if all was well. Obviously not, and thought the better of it when she saw Hani on a cleaning rampage. Keith exchanged a short shake of the head at Anna's questioning look. No need to add fuel to the attraction fire.
"This place is a pigsty."
"Been around any lately?" The armful of clothes, socks, magazines, and the hoodie she needed to put back on flew at him. Keith caught most, earning him a cheer from Anna. "Impressive." Hani whirled on her.
"He tore the magazine. Not impressive."
"He caught it all, though."
"Not my shoe."
Keith couldn't let that slide. "Be honest here. Would you have wanted to catch that shoe so close to your face?" All the angst leaked out in one enormous tear rolling down her cheek. It must have stunned her as much as it did him, because she stormed down the hall and jerked open the basement door. Anna rose to follow, but instinct told him to go. "Stay alert, but stay here." And there was another problem. He didn't know if that was right. Did she have to come with him? Hopefully not. He bumped into an orange-tinged photo of a little girl in pigtails and missing a front tooth and knocked it off the wall as he hurried after Hani. The frame shattered, but the insert had been plexiglass, something Keith imagined all safe houses used. Interesting. He'd have to pay attention to what had been added as much as what hadn't. He found Hani in the incomplete laundry room, gripping the sides of the dryer as if a lifeline. Without even looking his way, she said,
"I need to get out of here. I'm calling Mark."
"Mark? Why?"
This time she turned, and the grief spilling over her cheeks answered for her.
"Granger?"
She nodded. "He asked me out."
"So go."
Before she could get her protest past her indignation, Keith added,
"Just tell him yes, but that you can't while I'm here. You'll be back."
"You don't get it, do you?"
Her head shook almost as fast as a wet dog's.
"This job, we don't get to have lives. We choose to serve others at the expense of our relationships with family and friends. Adding in a significant other doesn't work."
Actually, he could understand that. But he also saw something she'd missed, or ignored. "I get that. I can even respect it. But Hani, this is a job. This isn't a life. If a chance with someone you might be able to love comes along, are you really going to give up the possibility of a lifetime with him for a job that you'll probably be too old for in 10 years? Really?"
"So, if you met Miss Wright, you'd quit?"
Keith shrugged. "I don't know. I'm not really looking for someone. I'm still adapting to life outside the core, to life inside the agency, and all that those entail. I'm learning how I can do this job as a Christian, how I can lie to save a life, how I can sit here keeping Roman's death from Anna because it will keep her fighting. Those are all I can manage right now." Hani wilted further.
"I forgot those days. I'm sorry. There's been a lot on you all at once, and I didn't help."
"Stop wallowing."
Her head snapped up and her eyes flashed. "Get over yourself. I just apologized for not doing my job, and you call me wallowing? Fine. I won't apologize again."
Keith shoved a few pieces of drywall out of the way and came to stand before her. Hands on her shoulders, he searched her face before saying, "Be defensive if it makes you happy, but I have to add this. If, once I've settled all the unsettled parts of my life into their respective boxes, if after all that I meet someone, yeah, I'm choosing a person over a job." Flicking tears off her face, Hani's features hardened.
"But I'm on the job, and I'm falling apart over a guy I don't know."
"And one you have the right to get to know, okay? What would Mark say?"
She winced and laughed at the same time.
Keep my enemies closer, but remember that he will never require I sleep with the enemy. That decision's mine.
Keith couldn't prevent the wince before it formed on his face. That prompted another laugh, a derisive one this time, but a laugh nonetheless.
I tell you, my boss says I don't have to go all the way to securing a client's safety, and you wince. I don't get you.
Sorry. Was he? That would have to be examined later. Hani needed an answer now. I just winced at the idea that someone might think they should, despite his acceptance of that boundary. She wiped the residual tears from her face and squared her shoulders.
If it makes you feel better, the most I've ever heard of was someone kissing a client. Well, fake kissing.
Fake kissing? He folded his arms over his chest and leaned back against the laundry sink. Do tell.
You know, push someone into a corner and make it look like you're making out. That happens now and then. You might remember it if you get caught somewhere with Anna.
She's married.
Hani shook her head. 2 things. First, if it might save her life, you pretend. Period. And second,
for the first time, he saw how much the job was getting to her, even outside her turmoil over Granger. Hani swallowed hard, steadied herself, and said,
She's not married anymore.
Nothing could have kicked his gut harder. He sucked in the air and shook his head. Hadn't thought of that. Just when you think it can't get any worse.
Oh, it can. Wait till one of us or Mark has to tell her about Roman. That'll be the worst.
With those sobering words in his ears, Keith followed Hani upstairs and opened the door to the sounds of heart-rending sobs. Oh, no. Chapter 18. Rockland, July 19th, 2012, 7:35 p.m. If ambiance could conjure a self-important man like Stephen Solari, Mark wouldn't have had to hang around the restaurant several nights in a row. Alone. Something about that thought niggled at him while he nursed the same drink he'd had since he arrived. Then it hit him. Swigging back the rest of the scotch he'd ordered, he rose. His server stopped him.
Can I get you something?
Still waiting for my date. 3rd night this week. I'm losing my touch. But I think I'll go in the club and get a refill. Never know who you might meet. That would get the waitstaff talking. Now, to get them going at the bar. In direct contrast to soft piano music in the dining room, the club in the other half of the old mansion turned restaurant pulsated with a persistent beat as the doorman admitted him. He scanned the room and tried to ignore the weariness that consumed him at the sight of writhing, gyrating bodies. When had he gotten too old to enjoy the club scene? A woman chatted with the right-side bartender as he filled orders one after the other. Well, more like chatted at the poor guy. That's where he needed to go. He wedged in just a couple of feet from her and waited for the bartender's questioning gaze. Double scotch. I'm going to need it. The man's raised eyebrow gave him the opening he wanted. 3rd night this week I've been stood up. The woman inched his way, and Mark realized his mistake. Well, most likely. Brandy tends to think an hour late as expected, so there's hope, eh? In his peripheral vision, the woman seemed conflicted. Approach or keep back. If he weren't here on business, he'd buy her a drink simply to reward someone not moving in for the kill the moment fresh meat entered the waters. Instead, he took the drink the bartender offered, nodded his thanks, gave her a brief smile, and headed back into the restaurant. Solari had just seated his wife and was headed his way. Mark made a show of hesitation before detaining the man. Solari eyed him with a question rather than speaking it. Mark complied. Sorry to bother you here, but I'd heard you were the go-to guy for quality entertainment. Something about a restaurant in Fairbury? The man shook his head. I'm afraid you have me confused with someone else. My business interests are all in Rockland. and I don't deal with that sort of commodity."
Without another word, the ruler of the Rockland underworld disappeared into the bar. Mark seated himself at his table, lost in thought. Going with one's gut could get people killed, but so could waiting too long to act. Another few minutes, and a few bites of his lamb chop, Mark decided. He pulled out his phone and sent Germ the text. "Notify the chief." Steelville, July 19th, 2012, 9:27 p.m. She'd known for days, but knowing and confirmation were two different animals. Keith had given it away the moment he'd learned. He'd grown gentle with her, careful. And then when she'd brought up information about the new people at the restaurant, he hadn't been surprised. That gave it away. And yet she'd hoped. Maybe they got it wrong. Maybe. Alone in her room, after wrangling the details out of Keith and Hani, Anna made plans. They had to go back. Roman would want her to, would insist that they not waste the years of sacrifice. He'd remind her of how much money they'd invested. He'd insist that she get their money back somehow, that she used it to start a new life. Sobs ripped through her again as the obvious screamed itself into her presence. Alone. An old hymn she hadn't heard since she'd been a very little girl sitting on the pew next to her grandmother filled her mind. No, never alone. No, never alone. He promised never to leave me alone. She'd have to take God's word for it, because Anna had never felt more alone and abandoned. Never. When the clock rolled over to midnight and she still hadn't fallen asleep, Anna climbed the stairs to see if they had any chamomile tea, anything to make her sleep. She found Keith washing dishes. "What are you doing up?" He gave her a weak smile. "How are you?" Nice evasion of the question, deliberate or just concern. Anna shrugged. "I miss my husband more than ever. When he might be alive, I could look forward to seeing him soon. Now, half my heart has been ripped out." "I'm so sorry. You shouldn't have found out like that. I was irresponsible. Apologize for not telling me information that is my right to know, not for trying to do your job." As hard as she tried to keep from sharpening the edge of her tongue, Anna knew it had to have cut. Keith turned off the water and dried his hands. He pulled 2 bottles of water from the fridge and carried them to the table. He also reached for the last of the oatmeal cookies. "Let's talk. I don't know what I'm doing here, but I do know I need to know how to do my job better." Even over the hum of the air conditioner, she heard the tree frogs and crickets serenading one another, and Anna listened. Sometimes she could hear it in their apartment, but usually not. Out here in the countryside, far more critters called the area home, and the din outside proved it. "This isn't the time for training for future clients. This is the time to deal with my case." "Anna, we can talk about how that should have been handled some other day. Today, we need to think about this case as it is right now. These people who killed my husband, you think they want to kill me too. That's why we're hiding, correct?" The guy ate most of a cookie before he responded. "That's the idea." "Do you really think they'll do it? Kill me?" "If they can, yes." He reached across and laid a hand on her arm. "Anna, I can't promise you they won't succeed, but I can promise you they'll have to kill me first. I'll do anything I can to protect you. I just wish we'd known in time that we needed to protect him." How she wished it too. Shivers rippled over her and her arms broke out in goosebumps. This was no time for fear, though. Roman trusted her. "Then we need to go back. Gather evidence against them." "Not possible." Somehow, she needed to convince Keith that her idea wasn't just sound, but imperative. "Listen, Keith. I need to go home. I need to fight for the restaurant, or these guys will win." She could see him preparing a protest, but Anna kept talking.
I know I'm in danger there, but if you came too, you could protect me. I must go home and save our investment. For Roman's sake, you can protect me, and everyone except the bad guys wins. We're working on taking them down anyway. You don't have to go." "But I do," she argued. "Listen, it would work." The more she thought, the better the idea became. "See, you go there before me. Hide. Be there to protect me." The idea grew into the sort of plan only movies tried, but she could see it. "Then someone else brings me home. I'm like bait. You catch them." While outright rejection wouldn't have surprised her, his hesitation did. The guy looked confused. What's wrong with it?" Keith wrapped both hands around his water bottle like a half-frozen man grips a coffee mug in winter. Twice he opened his mouth to say something, and both times he clamped it shut. Finally, he shrugged. "I don't know. Something in my gut tells me it won't work, but I can't figure out why yet." "Can't we figure it out from Fairbury? Then we're in place?" "It's not safe." Grief gave courtesy a smackdown and reared its ugly head. "Are you really saying you can't protect me unless we're in the middle of nowhere? Really?" "No." It came quickly enough, but it didn't sound defensive to her. Keith gave his head a little shake and met her gaze. "No, that's not it. That's not the reason." He was serious, and the fact that he hadn't just rejected it outright and moved on gave her hope for reconsideration once he figured out whatever that objection was. Time to move on to other topics and go back to bed. Exhaustion had tiptoed into her body and now tried to smother her. Anna reached out for his arm this time. "Whenever and wherever it happens, I know the time is coming. I can already feel it. I'm going to become angry about all this, and I'll probably take it out on you." "Probably. Mark said most people do." She acknowledged that with a nod and rose, water bottle in hand. "Well, right now, when I'm just hurting, you need to know that I'm grateful for all you've done for us. It didn't turn out like—" Anna's voice broke. "But I doubt it was the outcome you wanted either. So thank you for trying. And Roman would thank you for keeping me safe." Marines didn't cry often, but as she opened the door at the end of the hallway, she would have sworn she heard the sounds of strangled sobs. They'd become too close and personal companions of hers not to recognize them. Steelville, July 20th, 2012, 12:09 a.m. When Granger Payne's parents had moved out of the house and over to Sullivan, where they bought a wheelchair-accessible house after a bad fall off the barn roof, he'd spent 6 months avoiding moving into his parents' larger bedroom. In fact, while he and Dad went to a Cardinals game one afternoon, his mother had come out and made the move for him. Lying in that queen-sized bed, his hands slung over his head, Granger once again thanked his mother for that gift of love and transference. Cool air ruffled the thin sheet pulled over him, so he rolled on his side to pull it taut. Those ripples never did sit well with him. They tickled in all the wrong ways. Not like Honey's hair tickled his hand as he'd rotated her out of his way in their narrow hallway. His eyes closed of their own accord, and Granger relived that moment. The way she didn't breathe. Did she know he could tell? The inner turmoil over wanting him to kiss her and knowing it wasn't a good idea. She wasn't the kind of woman who kissed men just because she could. He could see that. Could she see that he knew she fought temptation and disappointment when he moved past her without so much as a thumb caressing her jaw? Could she see his own thoughts reflected in his eyes? He didn't think so, but only because she'd been so consumed with her own desires. The moon slid out behind clouds and its soft light streamed through the windows. Granger sat up and gazed around the room. How many times had he sat in this very spot in the wee hours of the night
and held in the clutches of a ridiculous nightmare so real he believed in its power. How many times had his father sat up beside him and pointed to the waving cornstalks and reminded him that if they bowed down, it was because the Lord willed it, rather than because they were coming to swallow him whole. His mother had still never forgiven Brother Branson for telling the story of Joseph in Egypt with such vivid description. For a 4-year-old like Granger, it had been fodder for a different kind of famine, somnolence. If he were honest, he'd admit that occasionally the dream returned, and he still woke up with perspiration beading on his forehead. Being stalked by corn in his nightmares kept his life disturbing. But he had his suspicions that he wasn't the only resident in Steelville who had stalkers. His new neighbor was too skittish not to have something off in her life. The question was, what? His first guess would be that stalker. Why else would someone move into a house with only a couple of duffel bags and some building materials? Sure, they could be fitting out the basement. Or they could be building a panic room or a false wall, anything to give her a place to hide. And why had her brother come with her? It wasn't that siblings never lived together, but it still seemed off. And then there was the lack of job. He hadn't asked yet, but any time he'd been able to sneak off to check on them, Connie had been there. Unexpected arrival, combined with no moving truck, combined with her brother building something, and adding in no job, left one obvious answer. One or both of them were running away from something or someone. If Honey hadn't shown obvious attraction to him, Granger would have suspected they were lying about that sibling thing. But a guy didn't have to be full of himself to recognize interest, especially interest that she fought to hide. She didn't seem interested in church, Lord, because she's ambivalent or resistant to you, or because she's holing up to protect herself. Granger rolled over, closed his eyes, and prayed he'd go to sleep. Maybe tomorrow was a good day to try to find out. Chapter 19. Steelville, July 21st, 2012, 5:31 p.m. Asking Granger to join them for her famous lasagna, a strategic, tactical solution, right up to the point where Honey remembered she didn't have a famous lasagna recipe. Anna to the rescue. She sent Honey to the store with a list of preferred items, reasonable substitutions, and barely better than nothing options if reasonable didn't exist. Now, half an hour before Granger should appear, the garlic bread was about to go into the oven, and Anna was ready to disappear down the stairs. "Did you get that book I asked for?" Honey nodded. "In my purse. It sounds good." After retrieving Laura Hillenbrand's Unbroken from the suitcase-sized purse on the counter, Anna took her mini lasagna and disappeared downstairs. Keith visibly twitched at it. "It's okay. You have to get used to protection being more important than inclusion. If you're putting forth a narrative of someone not existing, then you have to live it." "I don't have to like it." "No, but if you are showing discomfort, you'll make the threat obvious and—" "Threat?" Keith's laugh didn't sound exactly mirthful. The guy isn't our enemy. He's just a neighbor. While she slid the garlic toast into the oven, Honey went into instructor mode. No, that's not the way to think. Anyone, including an agent who acts outside Anna's best interests, is a potential threat. Even me." She slammed the door shut and turned to face him. "Seriously, I feel more like a threat than an agent right now. I've only done this kind of immersive assignment a couple of times, and with those, I had training and a backstory Bible. I wasn't making it up as I went." "What? You haven't attracted the boy next door on your previous assignments?" Keith grinned at her scowl. "Find that hard to believe." "I usually take us to places without neighbors. It's kind of why I decided we should stay here. Sure, there are neighbors, but it's not like I can see their houses from mine. If I hadn't run into Granger—" The doorbell rang.
Keith finished for her. You wouldn't be having a date with him chaperoned by your big fake brother.
Little brother?
Whatever.
All the nonchalance she'd manufactured between oven and front door evaporated the moment she glanced in the mirror to check her hair. Keith snickered. Her cheeks darkened. Please think it's just from cooking. A grin appeared. That'd do it. She jerked open the door. Hey, Granger, come in. Need to check the garlic bread. As she hustled back to the oven, she called over her shoulder. You know how it is. That stuff burns if you blink too slowly.
Far be it from me to interfere with a proper toasting of garlic and butter on yeasty goodness.
She peered into the oven long enough to make her face hot and grinned as she turned back. A man after my own heart. Only when Granger grinned back and Keith smirked did she realize what she'd said. Hey, gotta keep those vampires away, right? This time, Keith actually laughed. Her phone buzzed. Hani pulled it out and saw a message from Anna's temporary number. I hear something outside the windows. Possum? She zipped back a reply. Probably. I'll figure out a reason to go outside soon. Only when she'd checked the toast and called it done did she see Keith and Granger watching her. What? Keith smirked again. Oh, great.
Everything okay?
Sure. Why would you ask that? Dumb question. Deflect, not engage. This was basic training stuff, and she'd allowed herself to be distracted by a pair of killer eyes and a half smile.
You just frowned is all. Can I take that?
Granger reached around the cookie sheet and slid his hand over hers to take command of the potholder. To say Hani swooned would be an exaggeration, but not by much. Thanks. Let's eat. Nerves pinged one after the other, and Hani nearly convinced herself that it was all about a possible intruder. It had nothing to do with Granger's knee, so close to hers that she could feel it without even touching him. Nothing to do with the compliments on how great the meal smelled. Nothing to do with her disappointment in realizing she didn't earn those compliments, being washed away by his reaching for her hand when Keith offered to pray. Prayer. That would do it. She could use it as an excuse for needing space for a moment if it came down to it. Keith would back her up on her lack of religious interests. If Granger had any serious ones, they could commiserate while she was outside cooling off. That thought prompted both a snicker and an idea. Hey, be right back, Hani said as she pushed away from the table. Gonna go get a hair tie. Only when she reached the door did Granger ask why she was going outside. Hair tie. Keith looked just as confused.
Don't you have several in the bathroom?
Not my favorite one.
Granger's favorite one?
Nearly undid her, but Hani pulled the door shut behind her as quietly as possible and raced to the Miata. She found a hair tie beneath the front seat and pulled her hair back into it. Then she raced to the corner of the house, peered around it, and dashed to the opposite corner. Nothing. A glance down the row of rhododendrons showed no one back there. Probably that stupid possum. When she returned, the men still stared at her as if she'd lost all reason. She couldn't blame them. Her hair probably stood out straight like a mohawk stuck to the back of her head. Too bad. She'd needed an excuse, and she took it. Time for diversion. So, who feels like losing a game of rummy after we eat? Steelville, July 21st, 2012, 11:01 p.m. Keith would mock her like nobody's business, but Hani didn't care. She stood at the end of the drive, waving as Granger drove away. She relived each moment of him tugging her arm and urging her to walk him out. The way he'd nearly held her hand, moving closer when she'd stepped aside to avoid a rock in the drive. Never had such nearness been so invigorating, so something. If anyone had asked if she'd ever want to feel like a kid with her first crush again, she'd have said no way. Those awkward, embarrassing days were long behind. But something about the way Granger took small, tentative steps toward showing his interest reminded her of someone savoring a long-awaited meal. When had people quit savoring the little moments? Her heart lied enough to ensure she floated away on the sort of romantic daydreams she'd left behind in high school. Hani crept back into the house. Despite knowing she should prepare for a barrage of teasing, she didn't. There were too many moments to relive again and again. The half-smile that Granger gave her every time Keith's attention had been diverted from them. The way he pressed his knee against hers until he realized her knee wasn't the table leg, and then kept it there anyway. The mocking, the teasing, the innuendo that didn't turn inappropriate all through the game of rummy that she dominated, as promised. It all added up to one thing. There was a possibility of something special with this guy, and for the first time in her career, she wanted the opportunity to explore it. 3 months off after this assignment? I could stay here and keep up the cover, maybe. See if there's anything to this. If there is, take off the rest of the year. As if an answer to her internal questioning, her phone buzzed. She pulled it out and her throat went dry. Keith? Footfalls thundered up the basement steps. The door banged in the hallway as he sprinted toward her. What?
Jimmy Simmons is dead.
What does that mean, practically speaking?
He's said too much to the wrong person in jail and he's been silenced. Mark says Leon is working alone. We might have proof. If you're not packed, get packed. The call could come any minute.
Steelville, July 21st, 2012, 11:24 p.m. 3 minutes into Keith's shower, Hani heard it. She'd been just lost in thought enough to know what it was, but she definitely heard something that sounded man-made. A few seconds later, she thought she heard it again. This time, her mind categorized it as keys, or maybe loose change. One of those chains some guys used to connect keys to their belt loops. When it came a third time, Hani bolted down the hallway and into the bathroom. She poked at Keith through the shower curtain. The guy yelped. She backed out of the room and pulled the door mostly closed. You okay in there? The guy hesitated too long, but then he called back.
Just turned the water too hot. Scalded myself.
She crept in again and spoke as quietly as possible. I heard someone outside. Get to Anna and be ready to defend or evacuate.
Leaving.
He turned off the water and fumbled for his towel. Hani backed out of the bathroom but didn't shut the door quite all the way. Are you sure? She whispered. You don't?
I've wanted out for days. We'll go as soon as there's no one around.
As much as she wanted to protest, she knew he was right. Let Mark know where to send me as soon as you know you're safe. Trust your instincts. You're a good agent. Hani didn't wait for a response. She strode out front and gave her eyes time to adjust to the darkness. Lights glowed in the windows, but no matter how closely she watched, she saw no sign of Keith or Anna. Good job. It really was. She'd have to tell Mark to get him trained fast. He'd be one of their best in no time. Something shifted in the night. A shadow lengthening or retreating. Whatever it was, she needed to find it, and fast. Better yet, she should draw it away from the house long enough to give Keith time for escape. She sprinted for the tree line in the backyard. Pretending to stumble, Hani let out a squeak in case their invader hadn't noticed her. He would now. Into the trees, over a couple of fallen logs, and around some brambles that she couldn't identify in the dark. Why didn't she remember this? Who's there? Calling out went against every protective instinct she had, but Keith and Anna needed a chance to get away. A rustle behind her was all it took. She retrieved her gun from its back holster and nearly ran into a tree when the picture of Granger trying to slip his hand around her waist and connecting with that holster presented itself with a mock salute. No man had ever gotten close enough to her to try anything like it since joining the agency, but she hadn't forgotten the connectedness and swoon-worthiness of that light touch, as good as a kiss when you couldn't actually have one. No one stepped out of the shadows to confront her. Not one single shadow shifted over by the house. By the time she stepped back into the grass, whatever had been out there must have gone. A dog? A coyote? That stupid possum? With her luck, it'd be him. Or her. The possum could totally be a her. By the time she made it back out front to see if Keith and Anna had left, that eerie feeling of being watched returned. Hani scanned the driveway, the road, and finally decided it must have been a critter. Holstering her gun again, she pulled her shirt down over it, closed her eyes, and took in the muggy summer night. The air hung thick and oppressive, but Hani couldn't decide if it was the humidity or the tension of the moment. One of those two things could be cut with the proverbial knife. Maybe both. She heard the crunch behind her just a fraction of a second before a hand clamped around her arm. Hani twisted, wrenched free, and spun in place, foot extended and ready to kick the air out of whoever had tried to grab her. Granger ducked and wove like a boxing pro. Between trying to pull the kick and him not being where she expected, Hani went down into the grass. Hard. Granger had her on her feet in seconds, likely in an attempt to avoid whatever imminent chigger attack he expected. What was with these Missourians and their obsession with chiggers? She'd never seen anything like it. "Did you see him?" Hani froze. "Who?" "Pete Vickers. I swear I saw him out here. Drove past on my way to get some milk at the Country Mart and saw his truck parked at the turnout again. Empty. He doesn't live around here." "I saw felt someone watching me when I came out to see what was going on."
"When?"
Granger began searching the yard, the bushes, and even heading toward the tree line. "About 10 minutes ago? Don't know. I went looking for whoever was out there and ended up stumbling around in the trees." After scanning the yard again, Granger pushed her toward the house.
"If you've been in the trees, you need to go check to be sure you didn't get any stowaways."
"Stowaways?"
"Ticks."
The low rumble of a truck starting up set Granger into motion.
He pointed at the door and said, "Get inside. I'll be right there."
"Where are you going?"
But the guy didn't respond. He just took off toward the road. Meanwhile, Hani pulled out her phone and called Keith. No response.
Chapter 20. Steelville, July 21st, 2012, 11:51 p.m. Granger followed as Hani burst through the front door and into the house. "Keith! Keith!" No answer. The nervous confidence. Weren't those mutually exclusive things? Hani exuded outside became nearly frantic inside. "Hey, Keith! Where?" She turned to him, looking mortified. "Of course. He's downstairs working on the basement. It's looking good down there." Without inviting him to follow, Hani hurried down the hall and disappeared out of sight. Her footfalls on the stairs played a staccato percussion as she raced down to find Keith. Granger waited with little patience. Something about the whole thing was off. Both Hani and Keith had been a bit strange at times, but they'd been wary, not frantic. They'd been confident in their caution. He still suspected Hani had an obsessive boyfriend. Ex, he hoped. She'd chosen to escape. That would explain a lot. But Keith not being there when he had been just minutes before, Hani dashing into the woods when she thought she heard someone, that seemed like the definition of a horror movie. And few women her age not only conceal carried, but did it with a waistband holster. Although, he had to admit to himself, at first it had appeared she'd just shoved it in the waistband like some TV gangster. And yes, he'd felt like a bit of a creeper staring at the back of her waist as long as he had to decide which it was. Or, a new thought slapped him upside the head and tried to shake some sense into him. They could be cops, FBI or ATF. Maybe Pete Vickers is cooking meth and they're here to take him down. It would explain a lot. Feet pounded back up the stairs and a truly confused Hani burst out the door. "He's not here. I just left him." "Maybe call?" Hani leaned against the wall, panting. Then she blinked at him and grinned. Duh. She pulled out her phone. Bet he got hungry and went for ice cream or something. Want anything from the Country Mart if he did? I'm going to have him get me a pint of Ben & Jerry's cheesecake brownie.
Something with caramel, whatever he finds. Oh, and milk. He grinned at her. Gives me a reason to stick around for a bit. The woman's gaze fixed on his, and all the tension faded from her features. Just a second later, a new tension formed there, one he recognized. Why am I so intrigued by this woman? I know nothing about her. Not really. The fact that she seemed antagonistic to anything connecting with faith should have redirected personal interest to discipleship interest. And it did, but in an inclusive way that he would have pounded a little sister for attempting. If he'd had another sister, that is. Well, and if she'd been so stupid. Hani glanced at her phone, then she glared at it. He's not responding. You're sure he left? This time she gaped at him. I'm such an idiot. Pushing past him, he'd explore his nearly overpowering desire to grab her and hold fast later. Hani stormed to the front door and jerked it open. After staring outside long enough to ensure heat began to seep into the entryway, she slammed it shut and turned to him. Why didn't I notice the truck was gone? His own alarm evaporated. I should have noticed that, too. You're right. He's probably getting ice cream or maybe an energy drink or whatever. She punched the screen on her phone again. After a moment, she demanded, Keith, pick up. Pull the stupid truck over and pick up. He can't hear you if he doesn't do that in the first place. A new thought occurred to Granger. He never answers while driving? Hani stared, glared really, at her phone for another few seconds before snapping her head up. What? Oh, no. Keith won't talk or text and drive, not even on speakerphone. He's fanatical about it. But hasn't it been long enough since we met in the yard for him to have arrived? Speeding there? Super fast inside? Driving back already? The times were barely possible. Maybe. He doubted it. The woman began pacing again. The nervous energy radiated from her until he found his own fingers twitching. Desperation to calm them both overrode sense, and on her next pass, he pulled her to him. Hani stiffened as he wrapped both arms around her and began praying. That stiffness, however, relaxed the longer he spent asking the Lord for wisdom, for safety for Keith, and for peace in their hearts. Everything shifted mid-prayer as his own heart began reaching out to connect with hers. The prayer trailed off into the cool, refrigerated air. He tucked her head under his chin and inhaled the scent of her soap, clean and slightly fruity. Citrus? It was hard to decide when his senses reeled at the nearness of her. He'd have to take his distraction up with the Lord later. Repentance was clearly in order, and Granger didn't look forward to having to ask forgiveness for allowing a moment with a beautiful woman to override conversation with a beautiful Savior. Just as her arms slipped around his waist, and everything seemed to be as perfect as it could be, she stiffened and jumped back. Her wide eyes had filled with horror. Not exactly flattering, but her words soothed his pride. A little. Where is he? Steelville, July 22nd, 2012, 12:08 a.m. Even as Hani babbled about Keith, her mind screamed at her. What do you think you're doing? If his arms had dropped just a tiny bit, he'd have felt your gun. Get your head in the game. The fact that she might be off Anna's case was also a reality she had to deal with. Keith might decide to go dark. If so, only Mark would know where he was. For now. In a few months or years, it could be that he'd not even tell Mark, but she doubted he would consider that option. Yet. Didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, Hani. Granger's thumb caressed her cheek, and to her relief, and her disgust, she leaned into it. You didn't. Though her mind called her a liar, she ran with it.
I just don't know why he's not calling me. He always calls. Maybe I'll go looking for him.
Something in Granger shifted. He led her to the couch and gave a gentle shove. Hani dropped into it without resistance. Sitting beside her, he took her hand and captured her attention. Look, does he have any enemies? Do you? Hani snatched back her hand and jumped up. She misjudged the distance to the coffee table and whacked her shin on it.
Ow! No, what are you talking about? This is real life, not some TV show. We're talking about Keith here, the most ordinary man on the planet. Everyone loves him. No crazy mob is chasing him. He's not running from a drug dealer.
One by one, she ticked off every TV trope she could think of.
Oh, and no, he didn't witness some crime, and I'm not a U.S. Marshal hiding him out here, or vice versa for that matter.
And yet, Granger tugged her down beside him again, dropping his arm around her shoulder when she leaned into him. Someone was outside, possibly Pete Vickers. Your brother was here. Now he's gone.
Oh, how she wanted to sit there and revel in his closeness. But she needed to talk to Keith, and leaving fake messages on one of the office lines wasn't getting her any information. She had to convince Granger to leave, and soon. Then, I need to examine my head and find out what is going on in there. I'm blowing this job. I'm a liability right now, and I'm better than this.
Why do you think he's not picking up his phone?
I don't know. She pulled out hers again and tapped the screen. As she knew, it went straight to voicemail. Okay, Keith, this isn't funny anymore. She glanced at the time. It's past midnight. Where are you? When she said midnight, Granger startled. He jumped up and said,
Hey, are you sure you're okay here?
Please say you're leaving. I need to call a real number.
Hani nodded.
Of course. I'm annoyed more than anything.
I can stay if you need me to, but my buddy got stuck. The air quotes couldn't have been more exaggerated. Camping and needs me to take his shift at the manufacturing plant.
You work shift work at a plant?
Security. Off and on sometimes. Mostly off, except in winter. He brushed hair away from her face, stroked her cheek, squeezed her shoulder. Every look and movement said he didn't want to go. If she'd been taller or he'd been shorter, he'd have pressed their foreheads together like in some sappy movie. She just knew it. I don't like leaving you like this. I can call out.
No, go. I'll let you know if I let Keith live tomorrow, after you've had some sleep. A few seconds ticked by, ones in which she knew he considered kissing her. Hani spent the time arguing with herself. Did she want him to? Definitely. Did she consider kissing him first? Absolutely. Was it smart not to let it happen? Equally affirmative. Had she lost her ever-loving mind? Most assuredly.
Hani.
His jaw went rigid, and with one more squeeze to her shoulder, he disappeared out the door. Disappointment started a hair-pulling match with relief, and won. She gave herself 15 seconds to revel in the moment before bolting to the bathroom to retrieve her toothbrush and deodorant. Usually she'd leave them, but since she had the time, why not grab them? As she cleared out everything she could think of, including a blank journal she'd begun to write in, she called Mark. Where'd he go?
Don't know. He hasn't checked in since I got the gone text. But as soon as he gets somewhere, he'll set up a new phone and let me know. I'll forward that text.
She thought for a moment before sitting down on the bed. The room didn't have enough girly bits. A collage wall with poetry and maybe a cute actor. She'd have to tell Mark that later. So, where do you think he'll go?
He only knows about 3 getaways, so it'll likely be one of them unless he decides to go out on his own. He has clearance for it, but I doubt he would. He doesn't have the confidence you gain from experience yet.
This is weird, Mark. I'm not comfortable. I need those locations. I think I'll start toward the one...
Mark broke in. No, you won't. You need to stay put.
Her heart kicked into warp speed. Why? What?
Listen to me, honey. You've invested in a community there. People know you're there and that you're doing work on the house. You need to create a credible reason for Keith leaving and stick around. If Leone's guys reach over that way, and there's a heavy meth production over there, so it's likely, not just possible, they could get wind of people coming in. They'll think you're ATF and they'll warn Leone and probably go after anyone you've had contact with.
Her heart refused to beat at a reasonable rhythm. It squeezed, thumped, flopped, and squeezed again. Anyone could have seen how often Granger's truck had been out front, how often she'd walked or driven over his way, how often they'd stood out in her drive talking, close. With the basement work, he could have injured himself. I'll get some blood from a butcher or something.
Asian market. Pig blood. Might be freeze-dried, but you can reconstitute it.
How he knew these things, Honey never could figure out, but it also never ceased to impress her. Got it. When I see Granger next, I'll tell him about the blood I found down there. Finally found out from his girlfriend that he hurt himself and went to the hospital. He'll be staying with his girlfriend now so she can take care of him.
He won't thank you for that.
He deserves it. Trust me. And Mark? Honey sighed. I suspect you've got your best agent ever now. He's good. He's really good. I plan to try to be better, but I have to admit, this one's got great instincts. Chapter 21. East St. Louis, Illinois, July 22nd, 2012, 1:11 a.m. Just past 1 o'clock, Keith pulled into a gas station for a fill-up and a pit stop. While he filled the tank, Anna went inside. He watched as 2 other cars pulled in and one pulled out. The one looked like a guy coming off shift work somewhere. Exhaustion exuded from the man's movements, and yawns punctuated each one as well. Without going inside, he paid for his gas, pumped it, and took off. A banana-yellow Camaro pulled in behind Keith, and 2 half-drunk girls spilled out. He watched them long after the pump clicked off. A guy eventually emerged from the driver's seat and began pumping. Another guy shouted drunken obscenities. Probably college kids on a party crawl before they went back to school next month. Another car sat near the doors, but only an old lady left the vehicle. When another car, what was with this place and people driving around at 1 a.m, appeared, he pulled up to the far left of the door and exited. Anna was taking forever, but then women tended to be in restrooms far longer than men would. Why was that? A magazine rack near the small hall to the restrooms was the best opportunity for casual observation, so Keith pulled a copy of Classic Bikes from the rack and pretended to thumb through it. The drunk duo stumbled past in their killer heels and 2 short dresses. One tried to flirt, but was too out of it to remember how. Never had he had more trouble not laughing at someone. He flipped the page in his magazine instead.
Come on, Tammy, we need to go. But he's cute. So's Jace. Go kiss up to Jace.
The girl flipped her hair over her shoulder and tried to stand up straight.
Jace is your boyfriend. Fine, if he's not good enough, go make out with Gabe. I don't care, just go.
After one last look at him, the girl sighed and waved fingers at him as she passed.
Bye, pretty boy.
Keith could have puked. Pretty boy. Whatever. Still, maybe Anna was being smart and not leaving until everyone else had left the restroom. She was much more intelligent than her placid personality implied. Time ticked past, and he flipped through enough magazines that guilt began to creep in. Between the underdressed females and the consume the content without paying for it aspect, it was too much. An older woman appeared, and the look she gave him made him wish he could tell her and her husband to get a hotel room for the night. Anyone that terrified needed to be in a safe, locked room until daylight. He tried a smile, but it only earned him a scowl and a hasty retreat. 2 more minutes passed before Keith couldn't take it anymore. Certain that no one else had entered and that everyone else had exited, he barged into the restroom and began a systematic search of every nook and cranny. No one could have crawled through the tiny window. The stalls were empty, and there wasn't even a trash can large enough to hide in or behind. She'd vanished. Keith whipped out his phone and fumbled for his contacts so fast that he forgot to leave the women's restroom until a woman of about 40 entered with a little girl in tow. She froze, apologized, and backed out only to glare at him when she saw the sign on the door. Keith bolted outside to search the parking lot and surrounding area. As he searched, he called Hani. She answered on the first ring. "Where are you?" At the same time, Keith asked, "Where would she go?" "What?" "Anna, where would she go? She's gone." Hani broke into his tirade with more questions. "Gone? What? Where?" "I don't know. She's gone. She went to the bathroom and disappeared. I have to assume that she left because the alternative is horrifying. Where would she go?" Hani swore and Keith winced. It was bad enough hearing it from men. He didn't care if it made him a chauvinist, a Victorian patriarchal jerk, or even a misogynistic pig. Foul language just sounded even worse coming from a woman. "Fairbury." Keith refocused on the conversation. "Fairbury?" "That's where she'd go. I'll call Mark. You go find her." Keith protested. "It's my fail. I need to make that call. I need to own up to this. I don't know how." Hani stopped him. "Keith, just stop." He heard the sound of the ice machine dropping ice into the fridge. Hani must be in the kitchen. "You have to remember, she is a free human being. She is capable and allowed to make her own decisions and her own mistakes. She's not a child, and you're not responsible for her." She interrupted his protest. "No, Keith, not in the way you would be for a child. She's most likely fine." "It's the most likely part that terrifies me," Keith growled as he climbed up into the truck, ready to head out. He'd head across on I-70 to Indy and then over to Rockland. "If Anna didn't take off on her own, she's dead. And that's on me. Gotta go." He disconnected the call, prayed for courage and honesty, and hit the emergency contact number. As he waited for the ring, he zoomed out of the parking lot and toward the interstate on-ramp and back toward Rockland, back toward Fairbury, back toward, at least he hoped, the woman who might have just gotten him fired. He'd revisit that thought later. Germ's wince came through the airwaves loud and clear as he apologized. "Sorry, Keith, he's in a meeting. You'll have 911. At those words, he heard a click. A moment later, Mark's voice boomed out. "Where's Anna?" "I don't know. I wish I did, but I don't. She just disappeared. Hani thinks she'd try to go home, so that's where I'm headed. I just got word from a cop who is undercover in Solari's group. Leona's definitely making a power play, and you've been tracked. You need to throw everything you have away, get another vehicle, and start over. That includes socks, shoes, glasses, everything." Perspiration soaked his shirt just at the thought. "Money? Hand over everything you've got and get change for it. Make sure you destroy any cards, even your driver's license. Where are you?" "Just drove out of East St. Louis, heading up to I-70. After a bit of mumbled conversation, Mark came back. "Okay, get to the Walmart in Collinsville, off I-55. It's open 24 hours. There will be a... Come on, Germ, we need... Got it, thanks." Mark rattled off directions and said, "Got it. Black Ford Focus. It'll be parked by the garden center, but you have to enter the store over by the food. Destroy everything and leave indifferent trash receptacles around the place. There's a Casey's and a Wendy's. Use those too. Put nothing in that car. And get to Anna's in Fairbury. Germ will text you the address again after you text us a new cell phone. This one dies now. Throw it out the window." "How'd they track me?" Before Mark could answer, he knew. "The lunch meeting. So they've known where we were all along." "Sort of. It's more like they've had the ability to find out all along. They needed to get close enough to get a signal.
According to our source, they got close enough thanks to some idiot meth head in Steelville. Probably Pete Vickers.
Mark's stunned silence was all the proof Keith needed. At least he'd look better for half a second.
Hey, Mark, I blew it. I lost our client. I know this means I'm fired, but I'll get her again and get her safe if someone else doesn't find her first. I'm so sorry. Stop. Just listen. I won't pretend that this isn't bad, and I won't pretend that I haven't fired people for less, but there are a couple of things we have to take into consideration.
Nice of you, but
Mark broke in. I wasn't done, so listen and shut up. First, you were put on a job before you were fully trained. Second, people have biological needs, and you can't go into a woman's restroom with her.
To himself, Keith protested that he could have just pulled over to the side of the road in the dark. Another part of himself said, but, as he said, you weren't trained for this. His throat constricted anyway. If Anna died, it would kill him.
Third, you're dealing with a grieving woman. They are unpredictable, and most likely, that is what this is.
We left because Hani heard someone outside the house. If they followed me... The silence that followed became an ominous nod, as if Mark wouldn't verbally acknowledge the truth of it.
So, I'll let you know when I hit Fairbury. She has a head start on me, but...
A car with non-existent taillights loomed up so fast that he had to jerk over into the left lane, earning him a blared horn from a semi.
She has a head start, and you have to do a swap out in Collinsville, but you can do a straight shot from there. Ignore speed limits wherever safe. She'll have to rely on someone coming to get her, or on strangers she feels she can trust. You'll beat her.
That was true. Then again, he'd lose time if he got pulled over.
Yeah, and if I get a ticket...
Mark's laughter diffused some of the tension he'd built up.
Expense it. Also, no worries. We'll get it off your record.
There had been allusions to that kind of preferential treatment, but this was the first time it had ever been overtly vocalized. Just how far did Mark's influence reach? Illinois I-70, July 22nd, 2012, 1:43 a.m. Guilt pummeled Anna from every side. She smiled into the rearview mirror as the little old man, Charles, caught her gaze once more. He gave her a weak smile back and squeezed his wife's hand. Again.
Are you sure you're all right?
Anna nodded. I am now. I just had to get away. Thank you so much for helping me. Cece, his wife, turned around and gave her a sweet smile. I wish we could take you all the way, but we're stopping just this side of Indianapolis, and it's such a long drive as it is. Charles doesn't drive well in traffic anymore, so we have to travel at night. It was only the 5th time the woman had explained. Nerves? Dementia? Were they really escapees from a nursing home somewhere? Anna realized Cece expected a response and shook her head. No, thank you so much. I just had to get away while I had the opportunity. The woman nodded. You hear about these things. Some poor woman being abducted and sold into all kinds of horrible things, but you never imagine that it'll actually happen to you. Anna agreed. She knew Charles still wasn't confident that she wasn't lying. That much was obvious, but Anna stuck to it like nobody's business. Once more his gaze met hers in the rearview mirror, and once more she smiled back. Are you sure you don't want us to take you to the police? They could still catch the guy if we were fast enough. Anna pulled a hair from her pocket and held it up. That she'd ripped it from her own head and broken it into a short piece was information he didn't need to know. I got a hair sample when he grabbed me. I promised myself I'd get away and take it to the police when I was safe again. The police in Rockland can figure out who he was, but I'm getting as far away from him and anyone he's working with as I can. The man nodded and seemed to relax. Did he believe her now? She'd piled up enough lies on top of each other that Anna wasn't certain she could live with herself. She'd have to confess to Roman. He hated lies. And reality sucker-punched her. Tears poured down her face at the realization that he wouldn't be there. Ever. Never again. Anna heard the man mumble something to his wife. As quickly as she wiped tears away, new ones fell. But in the tiny moments between, she saw a stricken look on Charles' face. Cece looked back and began fumbling through her purse. "Oh, honey, it's going to be all right. It really will. They'll find him. They'll stop him so nobody else has to go through what we went through." She turned on the dome light and asked again, "Are you sure you're not hurt? He didn't—" Tears filled the woman's eyes. No. Rage, pain, grief ripped through her, sending even more tears coursing down her cheeks. Between sobs, she choked out a promise that she hadn't been assaulted. "He didn't have me for long. I don't know where he was taking me, but I doubt it would have been nice." Cece passed back a small packet of tissues and told her to have a good cry, as if Anna could have prevented it. She snoozed, sniffled, and wept her way across Illinois and Indiana until she saw the sign for Indianapolis, 13 miles. She'd call her friend again. She'd wait at the truck stop. She'd get home, and with any luck and many blessings, Keith would arrive in time to help her set up a trap for the vile, foul, sorry excuses of humanity who took her Roman from her. Chapter 22. Rockland, July 22nd, 2012, 10:43 a.m. The excessive show of wealth and possession nauseated Mark, but he sat relaxed in the living room of the Roark building penthouse, exuding a persona that insisted he deserved every creature comfort imaginable. Germ, dressed in black slacks, black dress shirt, and black tie, hovered near the door, waiting for the knock. As long as Jessica stayed in the room until the right moment, as instructed, they'd have this thing sewn up in no time. A soft ding announced the arrival of the private elevator. Germ had the door open before Stephen Solari could knock, if the man would. You never knew with guys like him. Opening first showed respect anyway. Another lie. They got to him when he had to work with thugs like Solari. Usually, lies didn't faze him. You said what you had to in order to do the job, but when it meant working with the very people you often protected people from, Germ's soft, "Mr. Madsen," cued his performance. Mark looked up, made a show of taking in Solari behind Germ, and rose. "Solari?" The man stood there in a suit jacket, unbuttoned collared shirt, and slacks. The pocket of the jacket bulged with what could only be a pistol. At that small size, Mark guessed a Sig Sauer. Solari examined him before saying, "You look familiar." This was it. If he ticked off the man now, it might take even longer to take down Leone, and that was the biggest problem. Only rare cases required the agency to be part of this kind of investigative process. He preferred none. "I ran into you at the Oaks a week or so ago. Pretended to be interested in a little personal entertainment." This time he allowed his disgust to show. A gamble, but if it paid off, he'd learned a lot. "I remember." When Mark gestured for Solari to be seated, the man hesitated before taking a chair. "You said pretended?" Mark reclined back onto the couch again and gave Germ a significant look before returning his attention to Solari. "I'd heard that it was your man Leone's business, but I didn't believe it. You don't strike me as someone who allows his men to run a side hustle for extra cash." "Side hustle?" "The escort service, taking over Marcello's and Fairbury, is yours then?" Infusing a microscopic inflection on "is" could make or break the interview. "Not mine, and Leone knows better." The inference that Mark had incorrect information might as well have been blasted with a megaphone. Germ appeared and passed the man a manila folder. Solari held it closed and turned steely eyes on Mark. "Madsen, is it?" Mark nodded. "Mark is fine, though." "Mark, when I open this folder, I'll find Leone at this restaurant, maybe a couple of my men there as protection, and then crime scene photos of Roman, Simon, and Philip Marcel.
The previous owners of the restaurant who refused to sell to Leon. Simon's wife is in hiding. The man's forehead furrowed. What's this to you? Your man, Leon, is hunting down Mrs. Simon. I don't like it when people try to kill my friends. That did it. Solari flipped through the photos and paused before the most incriminating. Leon sitting at a large, cheap, oversized desk in a small office with a woman dressed in a sharp business suit bent over enough to expose everything a sleazy cocktail dress would. Solari sucked in a breath. Jessica? She's been forced into his service. She wants out. She's got all the information you need. Where is she? Without shifting his gaze from Solari's tightening features, Mark said, Jeremiah? Jerm nodded and went to retrieve their witness. Seconds later, the soft snick of a door latch reached him. Solari looked up, and only the twitch of his jaw gave away his fury. What are you doing here, Jessica?
Establishing my loyalty.
You should have done that before you followed Leon.
Mark wanted to put a stop to things before anything spiraled out of control, but he couldn't risk missing key information. The tension had to snap soon.
I would have if I'd known Leon wasn't under orders. I just learned that he's on his own with this escort service.
She scowled at Solari.
Steve, I thought you made me do this. If you'd admitted it while I was in there, you'd be a dead man.
Solari pulled a gun, the Sig Sauer, of course, from his pocket.
And if you don't convince me you're not part of some pathetic attempt at a coup, you'll see how that could have played out.
Behind them all, Jerm reached into his pocket. Mark relaxed. It would be okay. They'd get what they needed. Jessica had felt confident that Solari would be angry but would listen to reason. Mark had decided to trust her, and it looked like that would pay off.
When Leon let it slip that he'd proven what a fool you were to stay out of the entertainment business, I knew what he was doing and decided to take him down. The girls aren't happy. They're barely paid, kept on a very short leash, and many were promised public appearances only and ended up battered and tossed aside. Then they're in trouble for being out of work while they heal.
Solari swore, first with a single expletive puncturing the silence that followed Jessica's revelation, then in rapid fire as if a machine gun had let loose 4-letter bullets. He pulled out his phone and sent a text. Without even looking at Mark, he addressed Jerm.
Can you get her to my car safely? Can you keep her alive for that long?
Yes, sir. Wide-eyed, Jessica moved toward him.
Steve, what?
Solari rose and pointed at the door.
Go. If Leon let anything slip, it was deliberate. You are being watched. If they know you're here, they might assume you've come to meet up with a client, a side hustle of your own. But if they saw me come in, you're dead. Dom will get you to the house. Tell Lynn I sent you to her after your boyfriend hit you, for safety.
She'll never believe.
Just as Jerm shot Mark a warning, Steve slammed his fist into her face. Jerm stepped behind her to keep her from falling, and they both stumbled backward. As he worked to keep Jessica upright, Jerm grabbed a wad of Kleenex from a box in a nearby table drawer.
Now she will. Sorry about that. It had to be real.
The words she called Solari as she moved toward the door seemed mild to Mark, but 2 seconds after it shut behind her, it opened again and Jessica's tissue-covered, already swelling face poked through.
Thanks, Steve. I owe you one.
I just slugged you. We're even.
This time, when the door shut behind her, Solari turned to Mark.
Can he keep her safe? In this building, yes. He's not trained for more than that. Great.
The sarcasm could have done more damage than Jerm, but Mark wouldn't admit that. Solari eyed him.
If you're telling the truth about your friend, she'll be safe in 48 hours. If you're not, get your affairs in order.
The door hadn't closed behind the man before Mark sent a text to Chief Varney.
Slight chance you can get Solari too. It'll be over fast. Over in 48, max.
Steelville, July 22nd, 2012, 10:03 a.m. When Hani got word from Jerm that they still hadn't found Anna, her heart sank. She insisted on returning, but Mark still demanded she remain.
You have to keep this cover in case Anna did escape by herself. We need to leak your location and that she's there with you. We'll send Leone's men to you, and you will need to be there. Anthony is on his way as backup.
If tearing out her hair would have helped, she'd have been bald. Still, he was right.
Meanwhile, you need to leave for a few hours. Come back, and then go see the boyfriend.
He's not my boyfriend. The softening in Mark's tone told her that he was amused even in the middle of this mess.
That's not what Keith says. Or, rather, it's not what he says this guy wants.
With that, Mark disconnected. Blood. She needed some. That'd get her out of the house long enough to have visited her brother. According to Google, she'd find an Asian market in Rolla. Maybe that's where Keith lived. Yep, she'd just moved him there. Perfect. Oh, and that girlfriend's name would be Sadie Jo. Yeah, all peaches and cream in Junior League. As a diversion, Honey spent the entire trip to and from the store creating a backstory for Keith and Sadie Jo worthy of its own romance novel. A total enemies-to-lovers thing where she thought the military was mean and he thought she was as pampered as her purse dog. Yeah, his own precious Elle Woods from Dunwoody instead of Beverly Hills. At the drive, she slammed on her brakes before pulling in. No extra tire tracks in the gravel. Easing forward, she eyed the grass, the dirt, anywhere there could be footprints. Should have created an entry trigger before I left. Anyone who was any good at evasion could easily have fooled her, but goons like Leone's probably wouldn't have bothered. She mixed 4 parts water to 1 part blood powder and eyed the result. Clotting. Blood clotted and was thicker than that after a while. She stirred in another half part and grabbed a hairdryer. Downstairs, she dropped a few spatters across the floor and poured the rest of the blood onto a towel. A spray bottle spritzed with it was enough to leave it damp, but it was still pretty red. The hairdryer both dried out and darkened the spatters. She tried it on the towel, and it did make things darker, but it also dried out the towel more than she thought it should be. Oh well. She needed to get out to Granger's place and tell her story. If it lured people to the house while she was gone, even better. Meanwhile, she'd tell him she was leaving. Then, she'd hide her car, even if she had to park it on the back lawn like a redneck. As Honey pulled into the neat but sparse driveway area surrounding his farm, the front door opened. An old-fashioned screen door screeched as it pushed out and then slammed shut with a thwack. Barefooted, Granger took the porch steps in one bound and met her at the bottom. He gripped her shoulders, gazing into her eyes as if certain he could read something there.
What's going on?
It's Keith. I found blood down there this morning. I missed it last night, rushing, I guess. Honey found herself flushing at the lies she poured forth and ordered herself to get control. 2 things became obvious in that moment. First, she wanted a chance with this guy. Second, she'd have to get permission from Mark to bring him into minimal knowledge of her job for that to be a possibility.
Whoa, we need to find...
Oh, I found him, Honey broke in. He took himself to the Baptist Hospital ER, got all stitched up, and now he's home with Sadie Jo looking out for him.
Sadie Jo?
The guy's eyes actually twinkled at her, or something. Whatever they did, it sent a swirl of emotions she wasn't ready to deal with coursing through her veins. Yeah, she had to get out of there, not see him again until she got the green light from Mark, and that couldn't happen until the case was closed. Keith's girlfriend, actually, she's at his house. Bad laceration to the hand, so he won't be back for a while. A thought prompted a snicker, which meant Granger demanded an explanation. He might not come back at all. I ticked him off pretty badly, so... Granger leaned against the step railing and folded his arms over his chest.
Yeah?
The guy looked skeptical.
You ticked him off?
Honey shoved her hands in her pockets and gave him a slow smile. Told him he wouldn't have to worry about Sadie Jo's dad coming after him with a shotgun if he'd put a ring on it. Granger gave a small smile, but his expression hinted that he'd read through more than she was saying.
I'm not sure what you're doing here. I feel like I'm missing the subtext in an important movie scene.
Great way to put it, but Hani ignored that and focused on her job. If Granger even got an inkling that she'd be around and in danger, he'd never leave her alone. The thought stunned her. It was true, and as much as she wanted to convince herself that she didn't know how she felt about that, it was a lie. She knew, and, contrary to everything she liked to think about herself, she liked it. Back on track, Hani. Psychoanalyze yourself later. Then, remember you don't need a man to be complete. My brother needs me. I need to get there before he does something really stupid while hopped up on painkillers and really does propose. He'd never forgive me. I just didn't want to go without saying goodbye. When she choked up at that, Hani nearly bolted. This was ridiculous. She didn't get choked up at anything. Not Hallmark commercials, not funerals, not even Budweiser commercials. In a move that should have felt like an attaboy, but instead had every romantic overtone romance readers devoured, Granger gripped the back of her head and pulled her into a hug.
Will you be back?
The words held a raspy quality she hadn't heard from him before. Her insides became a puddle. Yes, I'll be back, but I have to go now. And not because I will lose my job if I don't, but because I might just lose my head over you. How he did it, she'd probably never know, unless she convinced him to show her someday. But that hug shifted the slightest bit, and his lips took over. She'd been kissed before, or so her life record claimed. 3rd grade, 6th, a series of lip locks that punctuated most days or weeks of high school. College, mostly just one guy she dumped a week after graduation when he decided they'd get married at Christmas. Not asked, decided. A few between then and signing on with Mark. Nothing since the agency. And nothing ever like this. How 2 lips could envelop a person entirely, she didn't know, but Granger's did. Toe curling? Check. Heart stopping? Check. Insides melting? Check. Swoon inducing? Check. It wasn't an I will love you forever kiss, thankfully, but more of a this is where I want us to go declaration. When he finally released her lips, and she finally released his, Granger pulled her back into that same protective hug and said,
You'd better come back.
Where'd that come from? He pulled back just enough to smile that tiny half smile that did ridiculous, girly things to her insides.
I don't know, but I want to find out.
Chapter 23. Fairbury, July 22nd, 2012, 3:43 p.m. It had taken the entire trip from Rockland to Fairbury to convince her friend that she needed to go home and be alone. Tears had finally beaten Stephanie down, but as Anna slipped into her apartment, pushing the door closed behind her and locked it, she almost wished she'd waited. Waited until it wasn't the middle of a hot day. Waited until she knew Keith had figured out where she'd go and had time to get there. Waited until she'd gotten good sleep. Waited until she was ready to deal with the emotions that engulfed her the moment she saw the shape of Roman's favorite chair in the little light allowed by their heavy curtains. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she fumbled for the thermostat before turning toward the bedroom. 3 steps in, took a quick turn as her bladder reminded her it had been a long drive from Indianapolis. After one look at her tear-stained face, Anna shed her clothes and climbed into the shower. She'd cry there, sob out all her heartbreak. That thought broke her even further. Anna didn't cry often, but when she did a thorough job of it, almost always in the shower. And Roman, hearing her, would come into the bathroom, turn off the water, climb in with her, and hold her. He wouldn't do that today. She gripped the small safety bar and held fast as the iron fist of grief strangled her. He wouldn't comfort her ever again. It's why I did it, Roman. It's why I forced Keith to come here. For you. We'll stop these people. I'll run your restaurant.
We'll win. Because I love you.
Talking to a husband who wasn't there, even in her head, hinted at an instability Anna wasn't ready to contemplate. Then again, perhaps it wasn't that unusual. People kept rooms untouched for decades when loved ones died. The rest of their lives were as normal as they could be, even while upstairs, in one small part of a house. A part of the past they didn't ever want to leave stayed exactly the same. The pile of dirty clothes on the bathroom floor wouldn't do. Anna wrapped a towel around her and used the hand towel to wipe the mirror. A scream gurgled up in her as the sneering face of a man she half recognized reflected back at her. The man raised a hand, his gun now visible. Anna closed her eyes, steeling herself for the blast that would send her out of a world without Roman, back to him. And in the fragment of a second that the thought formed, the blast came, sounding nothing like she'd expected, and with no pain. She heard herself crumple to the floor, though she didn't feel it. She heard grunts and felt the sting of... Anna opened her eyes and found the mirror shattered. Blood streaked across her arms and trickled down her face, her neck, her chest. The yellow towel, half falling off now, held splotches of blood. Just as she turned toward the sounds at her feet, she found herself flung over a shoulder and propelled through the door.
Are you crazy?
Keith. Had he been there all along? Probably. No. The right answer appeared on her lips without conscious thought. I just knew I could trust you. He set her on the bed and told her to put on something that would give him access to her cuts. Before she could reply, pounding on the front door sent him bolting from the room. The rumble of voices told her that other men had arrived, men who weren't there to attack Keith. Near her door, she heard someone say,
Is she in here? Probably not wearing much. She'd just gotten out of the shower when the guy got in. I'd gone to check the back when this guy came in through the front.
Apparently, this guy had come too because someone else began swearing revenge and fighting enough to add to the damage in the bathroom. That'll be expensive. Roman's not going. There, with only underwear and a tank top on, Anna's tears began again. Fairbury, July 23, 2012, 3:13 a.m. How did they know she was here? Honey's words burst into the apartment before her body made it to the door. Keith glanced up from a pad and paper and nodded at her before going back to whatever he was doing. Mark leaned back in a chair and eyed her.
I thought you were maintaining cover.
When they came after her, there wasn't a need, was there? Wedged into a corner of the couch as small as she could make herself, Anna sat, wringing her hands in such a near motionless manner, Honey almost missed it. She didn't miss the pain that etched a little deeper around the woman's eyes every time they looked Mark's way. She doesn't like Mark? Doesn't make sense. Honey examined the scene before realization struck. Hey, Mark, can we talk? Only when they'd made it as far as the kitchen did Honey realize that this was the first time she'd ever seen Mark in a client's home like this. She set that thought aside and leaned close to whisper, You're hurting her. I think that chair is where Roman sat. The sharp intake of breath told her he hadn't had a clue.
I'll handle it. Thanks.
Now, how did they know she was here? Did they, or did they trace Keith instead?
Keith left everything behind when we found out they'd put a tracker on him. We even swapped out vehicles. They couldn't have followed him.
Could they guess based on where the stuff went dead? Mark seemed to waffle.
Maybe, but they'd have to have gotten close enough to use it. From what we discovered, it doesn't have a long range. They have to be within 10 to 20 miles at best.
Unless your guy's intel is wrong.
About?
Mark watched her. Honey stared back. Any of it, she said after a few achingly long seconds. The range, who they tracked. They both turned their gaze to Anna. Honey spoke first. In a whisper, she said, Keith packed a bag for her. They could have tracked anything in it.
including whatever she was wearing yesterday.
Get her out of here.
Keith bolted from his chair, grabbed Anna's arm, and dragged her to the door. Honey, run out front as if you're desperate to get away. Mark, chase after her. Hoodie, honey, he added as she raced past. Anna stared as Hani did a mid-run about-face and raced for the bedroom. The only thing she could find was one that had belonged to Roman. This would hurt. All she could do was run and do her best to draw folks away. She'd sprinted down the street, making sure to stay in the glow of streetlights, and toward her Miata when she remembered that Anna didn't drive. Locals claimed Roman wouldn't allow her to. She sprinted past the car and ignored Mark's calls and footfalls behind her. They just had to give Keith time to sneak Anna out, however that worked. Why had Mark let her stay? Why hadn't he removed her immediately? It was protocol. His protocol. 3 blocks over, she darted around a corner and found a hydrangea bush large enough to hide them both. Mark joined her several seconds later. He had to have been holding back. No way was a fit guy with legs twice as long as hers not able to catch up. Between huge gulps of air, Hani asked the obvious question. Why was she still there?
Because I was. Mark barely sounded winded. I'm not cut out for agent work. I miss things when I'm present. I was in town.
He drew in a long breath and exhaled.
And came over. It could have gotten her killed. I've fired people for that kind of mistake.
Well, you're not an agent. An agent would know better. I almost asked in there, but you being the boss. Mark tensed.
Never hesitate to call me on dangerous behavior. Period. I don't have the skills in the field. I just don't. It's why I hire people like you. You don't get distracted.
It wasn't the first time he'd hinted that he'd tried to do the job himself and it hadn't gone well. Now wasn't the time to let him think about that. She focused on that last sentence instead. Yeah, about that. We need to talk.
The boyfriend?
The guy I kissed and might want to be a boyfriend. Maybe. Once she'd spoken the words, Hani knew that they were true. She did want it, and maybe all that it meant. Her life would change, though. I need a few months off, just to see.
Yours. After we know Leon is out of the picture and Anna is safe.
Deal. Rockland, July 25th, 2012, 11:13 a.m. Germ burst into the room. They've installed cameras. All conversation around the conference table ceased. Keith watched the others. Hani watched Mark, an idea growing. Would he go for it? Mark spoke first.
Get a hold of Jill and Corey. Make sure Anna and Lauren are all right.
Are they together? Hani's pulse ticked up a notch just at the thought. Germ shook his head. No, Paul is on his way to Jill. Corey and Lauren are holed up in the cabin. He winced. Bet she hates me more than ever now. She's safe, Hani reminded him.
Yeah.
This was her moment. What if I go in, dress to show off everything I've got and hide what I don't? Not have the money to pay an exorbitant bill. See if it gets me dragged into Leon's office.
What?
Mark asked.
The modern version of washing the dishes?
She shrugged. It would work. She knew it. Especially if she wore a certain dress and bra that gave her assets she really didn't possess. I get in there. I ascertain if Leon is there, and if so, Fairbury moves in. Done.
Why not send Fairbury in anyway?
He'll get out if they see the police coming. You know they will. We need confirmation first.
How will you get word to us?
It would be a risk, and Mark would see that, but it was the only thing that would work that didn't look suspicious. I have a text ready to send. They get me into the office. I apologize profusely and pull out my phone to call my friend to bring me money. Hit send. It will only take a second to do. So even if they try to stop me, they can't. Not from sending the text, only from making the call. He didn't like it. She saw that.
What'll your boyfriend say if you get shot?
He's not my boyfriend, Hani snapped. The thought of Granger's reaction to her protest prompted a grin. She couldn't help it. Yet,
I think we have to try. This could be over today.
Mark's jaw tightened, turning his face into a sculpted contour of hard angles before he relaxed it just enough to look like himself again.
All right, get in there. Need cash for something killer to wear?
Nope. My cousin had a bachelorette party a couple of months ago. I've got just the thing. Fairbury, July 25th, 2012, 6:35 p.m. Planning the perfect takedown? Easy. Preparing for it? Not too bad. Executing the setup? Hani dabbed at her lips with a napkin before taking a drink of her $25 glass of wine. Lovely. Preparing to ask for the check? Hani changed her thoughts before they broke her out in revolting perspiration. She was supposed to attract notice, not repel it. Hani sat between two cameras. One practically provided an X-ray of her cleavage. The other offered a full view of her face and most of her upper body, possibly the whole table. She had no way of knowing the zoomed-in capabilities. Her server paused and offered to take her plate. Dessert? We have an excellent creme brulee tonight. I'd love it, but I couldn't even finish this. She gave him her best flirtatious smile. Too bad, though. I'd love to draw this out as long as possible. Wonderful dining experience.
Your date had something come up?
This would be good. Oh no, I came alone. She leaned forward as if letting him in on a secret. Whenever I need a little me time, I take myself out to a good meal. It's the best. No trying to impress anyone but myself. No one expecting me to keep up my end of a conversation, or worse. She leaned back and stopped herself from winking just in time. Listening to him. The guy laughed.
I'll go get your check.
Thank you. No rush. I still have a bit of my wine left. Great stuff. People can say what they want, but I think Napa produces the best wines, if you're willing to pay for the right vintage.
That's what Mr. Simon used to say.
The guy gulped and backed away.
I'll be back.
Was the show of emotion out of respect or distaste? She never could tell. Locals didn't think much of Roman Simon, except those few who thought a lot of him. Anna had overheard the description of him as a controlling, abusive Neanderthal and had laughed. A horrible, hollow, pain-riddled laugh that had sent shivers down Hani's spine when she viewed the video of it. Those idiots. It was almost the harshest, ugliest thing she'd ever heard Anna say. They thought they knew him. They think I'm weak and pathetic because I grieve him. But they're the weak ones, the pathetic ones. Once she'd started, no one could calm her. She'd begun pacing the floor, ranting. My Roman loved me. He never raised his voice to me, not once. Never touched me with anything but love and respect. He adored me. I was blessed to know and love him, and they can keep their ugly opinions to themselves. It's an insult to his memory. A love like that, if Hani could have that, she'd give up her career in a heartbeat. But was it real or in Anna's head? And if real, did it happen to people like her? Could it? A discreet tray slid onto the table beside her. Anna pulled herself out of her thoughts, took a bracing sip of her wine, and paused over it. Wine. Did Keith drink wine? Beer? Whiskey? Did Christians like him do that? Something about the question bothered her. Hani stared into the glass as she considered it. When understanding broke through her confusion, she nearly gasped. It bothered her because she wanted the answer. She cared about someone's faith, something she'd refused to consider her whole life. She'd avoided people who talked about their gods, any gods, even the one they spelled with a capital G as if it made him superior somehow. Keith didn't do that, talk about his God. He talked to that God. He practiced his faith, whatever that meant, but he didn't intrude into others' lives with any of it. Invited them, sure. Lived whatever he lived naturally. Didn't hide it. But as much as she'd wanted to claim otherwise, not once had he tried to make her take notice. Another time, honey, you're on an assignment. And she couldn't blow this. Mark rarely agreed to any kind of investigation or setup like this. Protect and return, that was their job. But the agency's motto of whatever it takes had worked in her favor. She pulled out her purse and reached in, froze, stared down into the small handbag, pulled out phone, lipstick, sunglass case, and car keys. Infusing every bit of panic she knew she'd feel if this were real into the equation, piling on the real nerves that came with knowing she'd be in danger in less than a minute, Hani swallowed hard, shoved everything back in her purse, and pulled out that phone. She typed out a message and hit send. Anyone reading her phone would only see, "Steph, I'm at Marcello's in Fairbury, and my wallet isn't here. I need money, fast. Can you call and offer to pay for it over the phone?" The third time the server came, Hani poured every bit of mortification she could into her words as she whispered, "Can you ask the manager to come here? My wallet, it's gone. I asked a friend to bring me money, but she hasn't responded yet. She's probably on her way. I promise. She forgets to reply all the time, but she's good for it. I told her to call." On and on she babbled, trying to keep the guy there as long as possible in order to ensure the office saw it. Well, let me go ask. Are you sure your friend is coming?"
"Pretty sure. I'll call someone else if she's not here soon. I just don't want everyone converging on me. It's so embarrassing. I'm so sorry."
Hani allowed her eyes to fill with forced tears. The guy gave her a weak smile and promised to come right back. A minute later, a man in black appeared at her shoulder. "Please come with me."
Sure. I'm so sorry.
A look from the guy stopped her. Dread mingled with confidence. He had to be taking her to Leon. A few employees gave her nervous glances as the guy led her past the bar, the kitchen, and the restrooms. He marched her down the dim hallway to a door and knocked. "Yes." Goon Dude, as Hani had decided to call him, reached around her and opened the door. With a gentle shove, he pushed her inside, stepped in, and closed the door behind her. Hani glanced over her shoulder at him before moving forward.
"Are you the manager? I'm so sorry. I called my friend, and she's probably on the way."
The picture they had of Leon was too flattering to the man sitting before her. He looked older, frail almost, and, as if she were in a cheesy movie, her first thought was, "Do I detect a flicker of fear in your eyes?" "Enough." The hard bit edge to his voice sent her scrambling into her purse for her phone. She flipped it open and hit send, her thumbs fumbling for a couple of seconds after it went as if she were still writing. Just as Goon Dude reached for it, she pretended to hit send again.
"I asked Steph where she is."
Leon didn't look at her. His eyes were riveted to the guy beside her. Goon Dude grunted. "A text says she's forgotten her wallet and asks Steph to bring money. The last one asked where she is." Leon held out his hand for the phone. After reading through her text messages, he thumb-typed out something, hit send, and pocketed it. "You don't send that many text messages, do you?"
"Mostly use a work phone for texts. I like calls better."
The moment she said it, Hani's throat closed in on itself. If he checked, "And you expect me to believe you showed up here, ordered an expensive meal and an equally expensive glass of wine, and just happened to forget the means to pay for them? How do you get here?" Thinking fast, Hani said, "I drove." A second later, she said,
"Maybe my wallet fell out of my purse, in the car. It's not really a wallet, more of just a small case that holds my license on one side and a credit card and $20 on the other, for emergencies." She looked up at Goon Dude. "You could go look. Here's—" The guy grabbed her wrist before she could put her hand in her purse again. Smart move. If she'd brought a gun and he hadn't, things could have been bad for both of them. One more way this case is bizarre. He should have taken my purse from me. Sonny and Cher belted out, "I've got you, babe," through Hani's phone. She dove across the desk and tackled Leon as Keith and Anthony burst through the door. Leon fought hard for a scrawny little thing, but Hani flipped him, her knee in his back, his arm twisted to the snapping point. "Don't move, you lech."
When he yowled, Keith remarked, bet he does that when Sir Larry gets a hold of him. Leone went limp. It took a moment for her to process, prove, and proclaim, this guy just fainted. Epilogue. Fairbury, August 5th, 2012, 1:32 p.m. Roman would never have recognized the office at Marcello's. Despite the low VOC of the butter yellow paint she'd chosen, Anna ran an air purifier to clean out the faint traces of fumes that she insisted she smelled. Laminate plank flooring replaced the old, dingy carpeting. A slim desk took up one corner, with plenty of room for her to work from. A stack of invoices lay on top, and she entered each one into the software Germ from the agency had shown her how to use. Their wedding photo sat on the very edge of the desk. Next to it, her Bible. She and Roman hadn't been faithful in the last few years. Sure, she'd prayed while she did housework or took walks, but she'd left reading her Bible for holidays and when she needed the encouragement. As if she didn't always need encouragement. How arrogant they'd been. They thought they had all the time in the world. Lauren knocked on the door.
Miss Simon? She peered around it. I've got a guy out here who's ticked off that his date isn't here waiting for him. He arranged that they'd meet here last month.
The girl's face burned.
He then informed me that I'd do if necessary. Can I kick him out?
No. The girl's shock turned to daggers inside half a second. Anna rose and moved forward. That's one of the perks of my job. Lauren stopped her just as she started through the door.
Aren't you mad that they took you like that? The agency people?
The poor girl. She was the only one Lauren could talk to about it. I'm grateful they kept me alive. If they had to tie me up and gag me until it was safe, I'd have hated every second of it and still be grateful. Tears filled the girl's eyes.
I guess. Corey was nice enough, but I kept waiting for something really bad to happen. I was sure that guy was just messing with my head.
Anna laid a hand on her arm. I meant it. If you need a little time off to deal with this, then take it, with pay. She'd taken 2 steps down the little hallway before Lauren spoke up again.
You're doing a good job here. Roman would be pleased. I think he loved you in his own way.
Anna turned and gave her a smile, weak though it was. Roman loved me more than anyone ever knew or could understand. You all thought he was harsh and abusive, controlling. Lauren nodded. Not once, not ever. The anger and frustration you saw was that no one else thought I was as amazing as he did. Steelville, August 23rd, 2012, 7:25 p.m. Granger braked hard, reversed, and pulled into the driveway at Hani's place. A black Dodge Charger sat parked there. What? It only took a dozen steps toward the house before someone appeared in the front doorway. Hani. His feet refused to take another step. Glancing over at the car and back up to her, he asked, What happened to the zippy car? Crash it? Or'd Keith pound it instead of you? Hani stepped out onto the porch wearing a pink sundress that looked made for her. Pink of all colors. He'd never imagined her in pink. He'd never forget her in it now, either. It wasn't my car. So, are you back? Granger's feet decided to cooperate again, and he took a few steps forward. For good? She met him at the bottom of the porch steps, one hand resting on his chest. For a while, at least. A smile formed. I needed to come back and see if a certain kiss was as breathtaking as I remembered. Breathtaking, huh? He couldn't help but smile back. I'll bet we can arrange that. The sun dipped behind the trees across the road. As if the wave of a conductor's wand, the drone of tree frogs and cicadas rose to fill the evening air. Hani sighed, and something in him wanted to remove all sighs from her life. What an idiotic thought.
So, I need to understand your faith. I mean, really understand. You and Keith have something I've never seen before.
Happy to. He pulled her close, his hand wrapped around the back of her head, his chin resting on top. So happy to. They stood, unmoving, until a swarm of tree swallows swooped in on a pin oak on the other side of the rhododendrons.
I've got a job I can't tell you about, she whispered.
Any lingering uncertainties flew off to join the swallows. Yeah? When she looked up at him, Granger chuckled. Duh. Kinda obvious, but whatever. I'm okay with that.
How?
She stroked his cheek, and Granger covered her hand with his, holding it there and reveling in the moment.
How can you be okay with it?
Easiest answer ever. But first, he'd waited long enough for that second kiss, and he decided he wasn't waiting any longer. Honey's arms wrapped around his neck as he lifted her closer. That kiss was worth the wait, but it ended, necessarily but unfortunately, all too soon. With her face cupped in his hands, Granger said, I'm okay with it because I'm okay with you.
The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Induction, the AgencyFiles prequel, written by Chautona Havig. Thank you for listening.